Hey everyone, Firescale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
Dawn broke under a sky that couldn't decide between storm and gloom. Wind howled across the wasteland, rain smashing down in sheets. Out in that endless gray, something massive pushed forward through the downpour, slow and steady like a moving mountain. But it wasn't a beast. It was a town, a whole steampunk-style mobile city, layered like a stacked fortress. Huge wheels and tracked treads churned beneath it, while mechanical arms, cranes, watchtowers, cannons, heavy machine guns, and searchlights bristled from every side. Above them sat tightly arranged buildings, water towers, warehouses, small processing plants, and even strips of farmland. Everything had its place, top to bottom, built for survival on the move. Lee stood on the highest watchtower, gripping a freshly compiled inventory list. His face was calm, but his eyes were heavy. He had been here 1 week. 1 week since he'd transmigrated into a post-apocalyptic nightmare where zombie swarms, mechanical life forms, mutant beasts, and stranger horrors roamed the wild. In this world, survival meant living aboard mobile cities that scraped for resources, recruited anyone useful, and sometimes hunted each other just to stay alive. The one he was stuck on had been called the Mole, a bottom-tier level 1 mobile city, the kind that barely survived long enough to be named. On his first day, Lee wasn't welcomed. He was sold into slavery. The days after were brutal. Endless labor, filthy sleeping quarters, tiny rations of food and water, random beatings from a mole's lord and his gang of thugs. Lee swallowed all of it without a word. Not because he accepted it, because he was planning. Quietly, he gathered other slaves who still had some fight left. He stashed weapons. He reached out to the former lord's disgraced followers and bent them to his side. Step by step, he built a rebellion under everyone's noses. Last night, he finally pulled the trigger. The uprising exploded across the mole. Steel, fire, screams, and blood under a storm-dark sky. By morning it was over. Leah's side had won, but the price was ugly. More than half his people were dead or badly wounded. The old lord and his loyal thugs were wiped out completely. With the dust barely settled, the survivors chose Li Yi as the new lord. He didn't keep the old name. He called the city Tomorrow. Now, staring at the list in his hand, that fresh start already felt like a joke. 2 standard cannons, 6 standard shells, 4 standard heavy machine guns, 200-plus standard rounds, 6 pistols, 40-plus standard bullets, 25 standard blades, 2 level 1 weapons, 87 crystal coins, 35 units iron ore, 23 units wood, 115 units freshwater, 15 units gunpowder, 105 steam buns, 68 potatoes, 3 cans meat, half bag flour. Mobile city energy remaining, 15%. Lee let out a thin breath. The previous lord had been a reckless spender with no sense of planning. By the time Li Yi took over, this was all that remained. Food was low, water was low, ammo was low, raw materials were a joke. Energy was almost gone. Even worse, after the power shift, Tomorrow had no proper crew, no mechanics, no gunners, no lookouts, no combat captain, barely enough hands to keep the engines humming, let alone defend the city. Lee rubbed his forehead, exhausted before the day had even begun. So hard, he folded the list away and headed down the gangway toward the cockpit. Inside, a skinny 17-year-old boy was half reading a dictionary-thick driving manual and half wrestling the controls like his life depended on it. Because it did. When he saw Li Yi, the boy's nervousness cracked into a grin. "You're here, Brother Li." Li nodded. The boy was Tang Fong, another former slave. Frail, always sick, but sharp as a needle. After the rebellion, Li had tossed him into the helmsman role with a simple thought: worth a try. Turns out it was more than worth it. Tang Fong learned the basic procedures in under 2 hours and got Tomorrow moving again. Li hadn't expected talent like that. This kid might actually grow into a real helmsman. A moment later, a dark-skinned, middle-aged man strode in, broad shoulders filling the doorway. "Ollie, we cleaned up the bodies. Supplies are sorted." He paused, then added, "And that former Lord's confidant you told us about. We handled him your way." Lee kept his eyes on the control screens. "Good." The man was Old Joe, the first person Li Yi met after transmigrating, and the first slave to stand beside him. Now, he was Li Ye's right-hand man, the kind you could trust when everything else fell apart. Silence settled as the three of them looked at the same glowing line on the panel. Remaining energy, 15%. Even the most efficient mode, tomorrow burned 2% a day. That gave them a week. After that, the city would shut down. Out here, a dead mobile city was a coffin. Li Yi was the first to break the gloom. He patted Tang Fong and Old Zhou on the shoulders. "Relax. We'll climb out of this. First, we decide where to head next." Right then, text flashed across his vision. "Intelligence system activated. 1. Tonight, the Level 1 mobile city, Azure, failed its assault on Gloss Mine due to heavy monster defenses. Azure's water tower is damaged, its lord is critically injured, and more than half its forces are lost. Intel value, common. 2. In 15 minutes, a medium level 1 iron ore vein will surface 20 kilometers southeast. Intel value, excellent. 3. At the edge of the rotting lands, a convoy is trapped by a zombie swarm. Intel value, rare. 4. In 3 days, the field boss Molten Broodmother, Level 1, will descend on Firefeather Forest. Intel value, outstanding. 5. Currently refreshing. Intel value, epic." Li Yi froze. Then his pulse kicked up. Intelligence system? A wave of excitement hit him, but he crushed it fast and read carefully. The first intel was simple. Gloss Mine was probably some mineral-rich resource zone. Azure had tried to take it and got wrecked. That kind of fight happened all the time out here. The second intel made his chest tighten. A medium-sized Level 1 iron ore vein, appearing in 15 minutes, 20 kilometers southeast. Medium veins could yield around 500 units of Level 1 iron ore. In a wasteland, iron ore was basically money. People killed each other over scraps smaller than this. And now tomorrow could get their first, clean and easy. The third intel was tempting too. A convoy trapped by zombies at the rotting lands. Could be survivors. Could be a scouting team from some faction. Either way, convoys meant supplies. Maybe skilled people. The fourth intel was the big one. A Level 1 field boss was coming to Firefeather Forest in 3 days. The Molten Broodmother. Kill it and you'd get a mountain of drops, including unique items and a guaranteed Level 2 reward. Level 2 items in a Level 1 wasteland zone were almost mythical. But field bosses were monsters among monsters. One was usually strong enough to match a full Level 1 mobile city. Even then, the city had less than a 30% chance to win. Tomorrow didn't even have a crew to try. No lookout, no mechanic, no combat captain, bare weapons, low ammo. Lee exhaled slowly. Still, I can sell that intel. Trade it for resources. Then his gaze slid to the last line. Epic. Even outstanding intel was rare. Epic was on another planet. His breathing went hotter just thinking about what could show up next. He didn't wait. Tang Fong. Southeast. Tang Fong hesitated, but turned tomorrow toward the marked direction. Not long after, the iron or vein rose from the wasteland exactly as the system said. A game-like hill of dense stone, almost too clean to feel real. Tang Fong and Old Zhou lit up. Li just nodded. Call everyone. We mine now. Tomorrow had 13 people total. Li left Tang Fong in the cockpit, put a sharp-eyed companion up in the tower as a temporary lookout, and led the rest to the vein. As they walked, Li glanced at the pickaxe in his hands. Mining pickaxe. Level 1. Effect. Plus 10% mining efficiency. Crafting requirement. 3 units, Level 1 iron ore. Since the apocalypse, this world had changed. Levels existed in everything. Even a basic Level 1 tool outclassed normal gear by a lot. And monsters were leveled too. Ordinary weapons barely scratched them. If you wanted to fight level 1 creatures, you needed level 1 weapons. Item levels ran from 1 to 7. Same for mobile cities. Level 1 cities were town class, holding 500 to 1,000 people. Level 2 were fortress class. Level 3 were island class. Level 4 were city class. Level 5 were kingdom class. Level 6 were mobile continent class. Level 7 were civilization class. That was the ladder. Tomorrow was barely on the first rung. Hours later, they finished mining. Lee straightened up, sweat dripping down his face, satisfied in a tired way. They pulled 514 units of level 1 iron ore. A full week's haul for most level 1 cities. But the effort showed another harsh truth. They were short on people. To mine one vein, they had to send everyone, including the Lord. That meant long mining times, and long mining times meant danger. Every extra minute outside was an invitation for monsters. Back in the cockpit, Lee looked again at the third intel. A convoy trapped by zombies. His mind churned. Do I save them? Rare intel meant real value. That convoy could be loaded with supplies. It might even have a mechanic or a gunner. But then the image of a zombie swarm hit him cold. Zombies were the most common level 1 monsters out here, and they rarely came alone. Even the weakest swarm was a nightmare to handle. Tomorrow's cannons and heavy machine guns were standard grade. They could scare off animals, maybe slow a stray mutant, but against leveled zombies they were almost useless. One wrong move, and tomorrow could end up torn apart in the dirt. Li Yi waited until the answer settled. Tang Fong, change course. We're heading for the rotting lands. After leaving the cockpit, Li Yi walked along the gangway to the small processing plant inside Tomorrow. He lifted his left arm, revealing the bracelet there. The moment it came into view, the plant's heavy doors rumbled open. This place was the heart of the mobile city, the core facility known as the production workshop. The bracelet was the Lord's bracelet, the key that controlled everything aboard the city. Only the person wearing it could craft or upgrade items through the workshop, and only they could grant those permissions to others. Lee stepped inside. When he activated the main screen, a list of producible items spread out before him. A normal axe cost 1 unit of iron ore. A wooden bed needed 3 units of wood. A standard cannon shell took 3 units of iron ore and 1 unit of gunpowder. 1 unit of iron ore could be turned into 25 rounds of pistol ammo, or 20 rounds of standard heavy machine gun ammo. A heavy machine gun required 150 units of iron ore. A cannon demanded 200, and that was just for ordinary equipment. Level-based tools like a level 1 mining pickaxe or level 1 flashlight consumed even more resources. The workshop also allowed upgrades to Tomorrow's city components. City light armor, level 1 component, 300 units of level 1 iron ore. Propulsion tracks, level 1 component, 100 units of level 1 iron ore. Energy saving circuit system, level 1 component, 250 units of iron ore plus 100 units of copper ore. Light wooden gangway, level 1 component, 10 units of level 1 wood. Power wheel assembly, level 1 component, 400 units of iron ore. Right now, Tomorrow could craft barely over 20 items and components in total. Pathetic for a mobile city trying to survive. To unlock more options, they needed blueprints. Blueprints were one of the most valuable resources in the wasteland. Refrigerators, computers, motorcycles, level 1 weapons, cannons, anything like that could only be produced after obtaining its blueprint and adding it to the workshop's list. The main ways to get them were monster drops or resource sites. For a level 1 mobile city, blueprints meant survival. The more level 1 blueprints it had, the wider its production range, and the stronger its advantage out in the wild. Lee rubbed his chin, thinking hard. If they were going to face a zombie swarm, they needed to be ready. He got to work. After a rapid set of commands, the workshop produced 15 cannon shells, 2,000 heavy machine gun rounds, and 200 pistol rounds. It cost more than 150 units of level 1 iron ore. Lee didn't flinch. Even after that, they still had close to 400 units left. There was a little over an hour before they reached the rotting lands. Lee told everyone to rest and get ready for a fight. They looked confused, but nobody argued. He was the one who had led them through rebellion. In their eyes, his word carried weight. While they rested, Li climbed up the watchtower and stared out at the wasteland below. What used to be human towns and villages were now just skeletal ruins. Roads were buried under sand. Abandoned cars lay half-swallowed by dust. The fields were dead, the crops withered, the soil lifeless. And everywhere you looked, monsters had taken over. Serpent men curled through shattered villages with savage eyes. Packs of boar men lumbered across the plains, hunting in groups. Goblins huddled around bonfires, laughing over heaps of scavenged junk. This world didn't belong to humans anymore. More than an hour later, Tomorrow rolled up to the edge of the rotting lands. It was a place most people avoided. A thin green mist clung to it year-round. The air stank of rot and mold. The soil was sickly black, soft underfoot, and leaked foul mud when stepped on. The water here was worse. Murky, oily, sometimes streaked with rainbow slicks, dead fish, or bodies floating in the shallows. Even the plants had given up. Everything was dry, brittle, and gray. The main creatures that lived here were humanoid monsters called ant-men. Back in the cockpit, Lee loaded a fresh magazine, slid it into his pistol, and checked the chamber. After the hours of mining, his stamina had recovered. With Tang Fong driving and one man on lookout duty, Lee still had 10 people ready to fight. His plan was simple. 2 men on the cannons, from the heavy machine guns. The last 4 would follow him into close combat. He handed out bullets and blades, along with 2 level 1 weapons they'd taken from previous monster drops. Borman Dining Knife. Level 1. Effect, plus 3% damage. Crafting requirement, 5 units level 1 iron ore. Note, no blueprint. Cannot be crafted in workshop. They didn't know the full limit of the knives yet, only that they were level 1 and far better than normal steel. Lee kept one. Old Zhou took the other. Not long after, the lookout's shout burst through the air. Zombie swarm 1 kilometer ahead. Lee rushed up to the watchtower and grabbed the binoculars. Ahead, a thick black tide rolled across the wasteland. Thousands of level 1 zombies packed together like a living storm. Their bodies were rotting, joints twisted at wrong angles, faces warped into vicious snarls. At least 1,000, maybe 2. Tang Fong went pale in the cockpit. The rest of the crew stiffened too. Through the swarm, Lee spotted the convoy. 4 off-road vehicles and 2 trucks. 2 off-roaders and 2 trucks were already overturned. Their armor was ripped away, doors smashed in, nothing left to save. The remaining 2 off-road vehicles were surrounded. Zombies clung to them from every side, locking them in place. Lee lowered the binoculars, steadying himself. We're saving them. Minutes later, Tomorrow's 2 cannons fired. One shell sailed wide. The other landed far off target. Lee let out a helpless breath. Those shots were basically thrown away. Still, he couldn't blame them. They weren't trained gunners, and they'd taken positions in a rush. Hitting targets at a kilometer in heavy wind and rain, without time to calculate trajectory, was almost impossible. The explosions did what they were supposed to, though. The zombies snapped their heads around, saw Tomorrow, and immediately surged toward it. Even with their decayed bodies, their speed was wrong. Too fast, too hungry. The distance shrank in seconds. 1,000 meters. 950. 900. Sweat gathered on Lie's brow. The scariest part of a zombie swarm wasn't strength. It was numbers and speed. They could run straight through your firepower and bury you under their weight. And this was only level 1. Tang Fong, full power. Pull back, Li ordered. Before firing, he'd already told Tang Fong to adjust course. Now, Tomorrow roared, picking up speed, dragging the swarm after it. The cannons kept firing behind them, pulling more zombies away from the convoy. 500 meters. 400. 300. The swarm was close enough that their running shook the ground. Their howls piled over each other into a constant, crawling noise. 4 heavy machine guns opened up together, sweeping the front of the swarm. Shells dropped into the mass and detonated again and again. The firepower looked fierce. The damage wasn't. Standard bullets couldn't rip through level 1 zombie bodies. They only slowed them, making them stagger before they kept charging. Even cannon blasts just tore off limbs. Many zombies crawled right back up after being shattered and kept coming. The rumors weren't wrong. If you wanted to kill level 1 monsters cleanly, you needed level 1 weapons. Ahead, Li Yi saw the result of tomorrow's distraction. The two trapped off-road vehicles had forced themselves free. Instead of fleeing, they swung around and joined the fight, shooting into the swarm from the side. The zombies chased with manic force. Some moved so fast they slammed into tomorrow's wheels and tracks, getting crushed instantly. Even then, more kept coming. Several zombies began climbing onto tomorrow's hull. Li Yi and his men raised pistols and fired. Normal rounds barely helped, freezing the zombies for a moment before they lurched forward again. The situation was tipping. Li Yi didn't hesitate. He pulled the Borman dining knife and charged. Old Joe and the others froze for half a heartbeat, then stormed in behind him. Li Yi slashed once. The zombie in front of him split apart like soft clay. He blinked. This is what a level 1 weapon does. The shock turned into pure momentum. He threw himself into the fight, carving through the climbing zombies with brutal speed. Half an hour later, Tomorrow at full power finally left the swarm behind. Li lowered the knife, breathing hard. Zombie corpses were scattered around him, most of them cut down by him and Old Joe. The rest of the crew had mainly provided cover. He counted the cost fast. All cannon shells were gone. Over 1,600 heavy machine gun rounds spent. About 150 pistol rounds used. Worse, without gunpowder, they couldn't make new shells. Tang Fong reported another hit too. Running at full speed had burned 2% more energy. Li felt the sting of it, but looked around anyway. No casualties. That alone was worth something. Old Joe came up beside him, face tight. "Ali, you can't rush him like that again. It was too dangerous. You're our backbone. If something happens to you..." Li laughed softly, waved him off, then pulled him and the others into a rough hug. They had fought side by side through rebellion. These were men he trusted. In a world like this, brothers like that were rarer than any resource. As they cleared the last bodies, Li looked toward the distance. The two off-road vehicles hadn't left. They were parked nearby now. One of them honked, a clear signal to stop. After confirming the area was clear of monsters, Li told Tang Fong to halt tomorrow. He and the others rode down on the lift platform. The off-road vehicles rolled closer. Their doors opened. Several figures stepped out.
"Hey, everyone."
Li fixed his gaze and saw that 6 people had gotten off the vehicle. 5 men and 1 pretty young girl. The girl appeared to be in her early 20s, with cropped short hair, dressed in a jacket and jeans, with a dagger and handgun at her waist, exuding a capable and sharp aura. Judging from their words and actions, it seemed that this girl was the leader. Before the girl could speak, Li waved his hand and said concisely, "I saved you all. I need compensation." The men exchanged glances, while the girl simply smiled lightly. "Don't worry, we're well aware." Li nodded slightly at her words. In fact, that was exactly his purpose for saving them. He figured his request should be fulfilled, since the other party didn't just leave after escaping, but stayed to help shoot down the zombie swarm nearby. Clearly, not the ungrateful type. "I think this item should be enough to express our gratitude." The girl pulled something out of her backpack and handed it directly to Li. Li's pupils dilated the moment he saw it. Item name, Blue Heart Potato Seeds. Item level, level 1. Effect, can grow into mature crops 1 week after planting. He never expected that the girl's gift would actually be a level 1 crop. Compared to ordinary crops, level 1 crops had faster growth rates and higher yields. They were also the primary food source for mobile cities. Li clutched the bag of Blue Heart potato seeds tightly, his heart pounding uncontrollably. With this level 1 crop, the tomorrow would no longer have food supply issues. He would be able to recruit more manpower to make up for the personnel shortage. Not only him, even the people behind him were overjoyed. After carefully storing the Blue Heart potato seeds, Li began to closely observe the group. Only then did he notice with surprise that all their equipment was level 1 items. Even the 2 off-road vehicles were level 1. No wonder they could hold out so long against the zombie swarm, he thought to himself. This convoy didn't seem like a group of survivors, but rather from a mobile city, obviously out scavenging for supplies, only to be unfortunately caught by a level 1 zombie swarm on the road. Lee also couldn't help but glance longingly at the level 1 handguns strapped at their waists. In the wasteland, weapons like those were the most practical, maintaining a safe distance while delivering effective firepower. That said, if Lee had a choice, he'd rather have a level 1 heavy machine gun or level 1 cannons. We made a decent haul this time in the rotting lands, just didn't expect to run into a zombie swarm on the way back. Thank you for your help, the girl said. By the way, we're from... Before she could finish, one of the men gently patted her shoulder as a reminder. Lee wasn't surprised by this. In the post-apocalyptic world, where people were wary and cruel, they were merely passing strangers. But what surprised him was that the girl insisted on finishing her sentence. We're from Roland Fortress. I'm Lin Xia, the daughter of the Lord of Roland Fortress, she said with a bright smile. Surprised, Lee gave her a nod. I'm Li Yi, Lord of the Tomorrow. After a moment of hesitation, one of the men removed the backpack from his shoulders. If you think the compensation isn't enough, this backpack can also... Lee waved his hand and shook the level 1 crop in his hand at them. It's fine. This is already enough. With that, he turned around and left with his group. After being stunned for a moment, the man came to his senses and murmured to himself. Seems like people out here aren't as bad as we thought. At least that young man seems decent. This level 1 crop was the greatest harvest of their mission. Handing it over didn't feel as painful as imagined. After all, Roland Fortress already had level 1 crops. What they were more worried about was Li Ye's group being greedy, but the leader's response caught them off guard. Recalling their encounter with the zombie swarm, a trace of post-disaster relief flashed in the man's eyes, and he said to the girl with lingering fear, Miss, from now on, leave the field work to us. It's too dangerous for you to come out in person. Aren't you all in danger too? The girl replied softly. As she spoke, she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her eyes filled with a complicated and melancholy expression. I have to grow stronger quickly, because my father doesn't have much time left. After returning to the Tomorrow, Lee immediately had Old Joe and the others plant the blue heart potato seeds. There are farmlands on the Tomorrow, but as a level 1 mobile city, its space was limited, so there were only a few small plots of land. Due to the limited size of the fields, the food output was never enough to sustain them. Normally, they had to rely on scavenging or trading to supplement their food supply. The fields had originally been planted with ordinary crops like potatoes and corn, managed by designated slaves. Aside from collecting resources in the wild, Lee also had to take care of the fields himself. If the lords and thugs happened to pass by in a good mood, they would call him over and whip him a few times for fun. If they were in a bad mood, the whipping would be worse. After taking over the Tomorrow, Lee found a new outfit in the warehouse and changed out of his blood-stained white shirt. Since his wound hadn't healed yet, he occasionally reached behind to pull at his clothes and avoid irritating the wound. Old Joe and the others were even more excited than Lee, almost howling as they turned the soil. Lee stood at the edge, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Once the first batch of blue heart potatoes was harvested, they could be cut into segments to grow new seeds and planted again, resulting in a sustainable food source. In the apocalypse, the more food one had, the more manpower they could afford. Now, the Tomorrow would soon resolve its food shortage. As he thought about this, he felt his mood lift. With this dilemma out of the way, he could now recruit more hands. With hope in sight, this week didn't seem so hard to endure. Everyone just needed to hold on a little longer. Even though eating potatoes for all 3 meals was a bit hard to stomach, in this post-apocalyptic wasteland, being able to fill one's belly was already fortunate enough. At that moment, Lee thought of something and muttered to himself. Come to think of it, the 5th intelligence update should be ready by now, right? Over the past few days, Lee had been checking the intelligence system from time to time, eagerly looking forward to the epic grade intelligence. After all, even excellent grade intelligence was already valuable. This epic grade 1 must be extraordinary. When he opened the system panel, he saw that the epic grade intelligence had indeed been refreshed. Its contents were, 3 months from now, the wasteland zone will be completely destroyed. Li Ye's expression changed the moment he read it. He never imagined that the content would be like this. In 3 months, the entire wasteland zone would be completely destroyed. Monsters, survivor villages and towns, scavenger convoys, fortresses, and even mobile cities. None would be spared. And right now, Liu was the only one in the wasteland zone who knew this. Seeing the epic grade label in the intelligence report, he nodded with conviction. This intelligence truly lived up to its grade. Without it, he would have died unknowingly 3 months later. Immediately, a massive question rose in his heart. What exactly is the cause of the wasteland zone's destruction? When Li Yi walked into the cockpit, he found that Tang Fong was no longer operating the helm, but had retracted his hands and was resting in his seat. Tomorrow was already cruising steadily. He paused for a moment, then immediately realized something and spoke in surprise. You've already managed to activate tomorrow's autopilot? Mobile cities had an autopilot mode, but its command input wasn't as simple as pressing a button. It required entering a string of codes at the console. The direction the mobile city should travel, the speed, the distance at which to avoid obstacles. These all had to be configured. Tang Fong had only taken over as helmsman for less than half a day, yet he had already learned how to activate autopilot mode. Looks like you really have a talent for piloting. Li patted Tang Fong's shoulder with heartfelt approval. The latter, however, waved his hand with a distressed expression. No, Brother Li. I only picked this up halfway through. I'm really afraid I'll mess it up. It's best to find another helmsman. Li's expression grew melancholic. In the wasteland apocalypse, talents like helmsmen were rare and hard to come by. One might not encounter one in years. Even if he was lucky enough to find a helmsman, he wouldn't dare to grant them control over tomorrow so easily. Only by training one from scratch could he feel at ease. Looking at the sweat-soaked and exhausted Tang Fong, Li realized something, and a hint of emotion showed on his face. Ever since they overthrew the former lord's rule last night and took over tomorrow, this frail and sickly child had been tirelessly piloting the city, desperately learning how to operate it and doing his best not to make mistakes. By now, he hadn't even touched a piece of dry food, only drinking a few sips of water. You've worked hard. He patted Tang Fong's shoulder again and handed him some food. Eat quickly, then get some rest. Tang Fong took the food casually, but froze the moment he saw what it was. It was a canned meat. Tomorrow had only 3 cans of meat, and they were formerly reserved for the Lord and his closest confidants. After taking over tomorrow, in order to conserve food, Li Yi and the others only allowed themselves a single steamed bun or a boiled potato each day. Tang Fong looked at Li Yi and absent-mindedly opened the can and began eating. After a few bites, he lowered his head, wiped the corner of his eye, and muttered, "Brother Li, this stuff doesn't taste good." Li froze, then laughed and rubbed his head, both exasperated and amused. "Don't pull that on me. Piloting tomorrow is hard work. You deserve something better." Saying this, he thoughtfully glanced at the can. The canned meat's packaging looked very new, clearly produced not long ago, probably manufactured by some mobile city. To still have resources to produce canned goods in the apocalypse, this mobile city must be quite powerful, he thought to himself. At this moment, Old Joe and the others walked into the cockpit. "Li, the blue heart potatoes have been planted, and the zombie remains have been cleared," Old Joe reported. Seeing Tang Fong eating canned meat beside Li Yi, none of them showed any strange expression. Instead, it was Tang Fong who felt a little embarrassed and set the can aside. Li nodded to everyone and cleared his throat. "Since you're all here, I have something to tell you. We need to advance to a level 2 city within 3 months and leave the wasteland zone." Everyone was stunned. Why the rush? Old Joe's expression changed, and everyone looked puzzled, chattering among themselves. When they saw Li nod solemnly, the murmurs in the cockpit gradually died down. Although they didn't know the reason, they trusted Li Yi. Li's expression grew serious. Although the wasteland zone was a level 1 area, its size was comparable to that of a country, absurdly vast. The nearest region to it was the Eternal Night Zone, a level 2 area. It was far more dangerous, with even more terrifying monsters. Few people in the wasteland knew the route to the Eternal Night Zone, only that it was a long journey. This meant that tomorrow needed to have a fully equipped crew, enough supplies, and upgraded city components, preferably even become a level 2 city. After all, for a level 1 city to venture into a level 2 zone recklessly was tantamount to suicide. But upgrading a level 1 city to level 2 was far more difficult than imagined. It required consuming a vast amount of level 1 resources and preparing various rare materials. Even an ordinary level 1 city might not be able to level up in 3 years. Li made a decision on the spot. In 3 months, we need to prepare the resources, find a route to the Eternal Night Zone, and find a way to upgrade tomorrow to a level 2 city. After eating a steamed bun, Li slowly lay down on a small bed. He pulled up the system panel and silently stared at that line of epic tier intelligence, occasionally closing his eyes in contemplation. That piece of intelligence continued to leave him uneasy. Tomorrow had just set off, yet it already faced such a daunting challenge. At the same time, he glanced at another section of the system panel. Intelligence is currently being compiled. Please wait patiently. Next to that line was a constantly flickering hourglass icon. It seemed that after each round of intelligence was refreshed, the system would enter a cooldown period. About half an hour later, the hourglass icon turned into and displayed a new line. Cooldown complete. Next intelligence refresh in 7 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Number of intelligence entries, 5. The refresh is this fast this time. Li was surprised. From a system description, he learned one thing. The number and timing of intelligence refreshes were random. But there was one consistent rule. The longer it took for the intelligence to refresh, the more entries it would include, and the higher their value. If it took several days, or even a week, there was a chance of receiving intelligence of legendary value. Above even epic. Sleepiness gradually overtook him. Li yawned and closed his eyes. He hadn't rested properly since last night, and was now very tired. Hope this time the system gives me some good intel. With that thought, he drifted into a deep sleep. When Li woke up again, he found that it was already dark outside. It's night already? How long was I asleep? Without thinking too much, he opened the intelligence system with excitement. The system interface displayed 5 new pieces of intelligence. 1. This afternoon, the level 1 mobile city Azure rallied and seized a monster-occupied mine. With treatment from Azure's medical personnel, the city lord recovered consciousness, but his left arm had been amputated. Intelligence value, common. 2. 5 kilometers to the northeast lies an unpolluted freshwater lake. Intelligence value, common. 3. 100 kilometers due west is a survivor town called Field Town, with a population of 161. The town lacks cannons and heavy machine guns, and its defensive barriers are standard. Intelligence value, excellent. 4. 5 minutes ago, the level 1 mobile city Crimson Hound successfully manufactured a level 1 cannon. The city's combat forces now include 96 fighters for convoys, 2 level 1 cannons, 8 standard cannons, 14 standard heavy machine guns, and over 120 various firearms. Intelligence value, excellent. 5. At dawn the day after tomorrow, a kobold merchant caravan will appear in Thunder Canyon. The kobolds are neutral. If candles are collected and offered to them, there might be an opportunity to trade for something good. Intelligence value, rare. Li frowned slightly after quickly reading through the 5 pieces of intel in front of him. Compared to the previous round of intel, this round was clearly much worse, with the highest value being just a single rare grade piece. However, this also confirmed the rules of the system. He rubbed his eyes and refocused his attention to analyze the intel. Once again, the news was about the Azure. This mobile city had regrouped and captured a monster-occupied minefield, and its lord had survived. What interested Li Yi the most were the 4th and 5th pieces of intel. 8 standard cannons, 14 heavy machine guns, for convoys, 96 combat personnel, over 120 firearms of various types, and even 2 one-star cannons. The armament scale of the Crimson Hound was staggering. With such firepower, it could easily destroy a town. There's actually a mobile city with such combat power in the wasteland zone. Li Yi was stunned. At the same time, a suspicion gradually grew in his heart. Why did the Crimson Hound have as many as 96 combat personnel? Did they perform labor on normal days, or were they solely focused on combat? If it was the latter, just how many slaves would be needed to support their daily living? Soon, a theory surfaced in his mind. The Crimson Hound might not have as many people as it seemed. Most of its residents were likely combat personnel. Their main way of life was sustaining war with war. Killing monsters, attacking survivor towns, occupying resource points, even hunting other mobile cities. This method was much faster than farming or gathering resources. Such mobile cities were often referred to as predatory cities. For now, Li Yi could only secretly pray that they wouldn't run into the Crimson Hound. Next, he looked at the 5th piece of intel. The morning after tomorrow, a kobold caravan would appear in Thunder Canyon. Monsters in the wasteland were countless and usually hostile to humans, attacking on sight. Killing them might yield crystal coins, materials, weapons, tools, or even rare blueprints. Monster caravans were an extremely rare exception. The monsters in the caravan were neutral, and humans could freely trade and interact with them. The intelligence system had clearly stated that handing over candles to the kobold caravan could result in a good trade. Li nodded thoughtfully. This 5th piece of intel was probably the most valuable among the current batch. The warehouse on the Tomorrow happened to have 2 crates of candles. He wondered what he could get in exchange. After planning the Tomorrow's next course of action, he slowly walked toward the cockpit. According to Li Ye's arrangement, everyone took shift standing guard. Since it was nighttime, visibility was poor, and the temporary lookout at the watchtower had already gone to rest. The next shift would resume at dawn. As Li Yi descended the gangway, he glanced around, greeted only by pitch darkness. The only light came from the searchlights ahead and the few flickering lights on the Tomorrow. Inside the cockpit, Tang Fong was resting with his eyes closed, while old Zhou stayed by his side. Upon seeing Li Yi approach, they quickly stood up. Xiao Fong, turn the Tomorrow to the northeast and drive 5 kilometers, Li Yi ordered. Then we'll head to Thunder Canyon. Tang Fong and old Zhou exchanged surprised glances. In their and the other's eyes, ever since that morning, Li Yi seemed to have awakened some strange ability, able to know things in advance. But for them, who trusted Li Yi, this was not a bad thing. Not long after, under the searchlight's beam, a clean freshwater lake came into view. With a series of operations on the control panel, a hatch on the Tomorrow opened, and a massive pipe extended into the lake. On the control panel, the freshwater quantity began to slowly rise. The drawn freshwater would be stored in the Tomorrow's water tower, which currently had a capacity of 3,000 units. This was just an ordinary water tower. If it were a 1-star water tower, the storage capacity would be significantly greater. Unfortunately, Li Yi did not yet possess the blueprint for a 1-star water tower. Watching the rising water level, Tang Fong and old Zhou felt much more at ease. Li Yi, meanwhile, opened the map and carefully marked the location of the freshwater lake. Though it was called a map, it was largely blank with many unexplored areas. As the water tower filled, the 3 of them chatted idly. Then, they all turned their eyes to a particular spot on the control panel. Mobile city energy remaining, 11%. Don't worry, Li Yi reassured them. We still have a lot of 1-star iron ore. If it comes to it, we can use that as fuel. The energy supply for a mobile city was quite miraculous. By adding coal, ores, oil, burnable wood and cloth, or even trash, energy could be replenished. Trash provided very little energy, while coal and oil gave a high return. Hearing this, Tang Fong immediately frowned. Brotherly, can we not use the iron ore? He said miserably. That feels like such a waste. Li nodded in agreement. 1-star iron ore was essential for mobile city upgrades and production. Using it as fuel really was wasteful. We still have 11% energy, enough for a few more days, he said. If it really comes to it, then we'll use the iron or, as he spoke, he lightly patted the two on the shoulders. Get some good rest. We've got work to do tomorrow. When dawn broke the next day, the tomorrow arrived at Thunder Canyon. At the watchtower, Lee picked up the binoculars and soon spotted the kobold caravan mentioned in the intel. He immediately used the speaking tube on the watchtower to instruct Tang Fong to steer the tomorrow toward the kobold caravan. As the distance closed, he could finally see the full appearance of the caravan. There were over a dozen kobold merchants, riding small horses and carrying bundles on their backs. What surprised Li Yi was the group of kobold cavalry guarding the caravan. We're so lucky, Brother Li. We actually found a monster caravan. Tang Fong's excited voice came through the speaking tube. Li just smiled faintly in response. It wasn't luck. Once the tomorrow stopped, Li Yi and Old Zhou carried 2 crates of candles, along with a few companions, and slowly approached the kobold caravan. Initially wary, the kobold merchants were stunned when they saw the half crate of candles Li Yi held out. Then they gleefully jumped off their mounts and ran toward him. Li Yi pulled out 1 candle and waved it in front of them. How much is this 1 candle worth? A kobold merchant thought for a moment, then pulled out a pitch-black 1-star ore from its pack. Is this shadow ore? Li Yi was taken aback. Shadow ore was a rare resource, produced only from rare shadow or veins. A single piece could fetch a good price. He thought for a moment, then handed over the half crate of candles. How about this? Another kobold rummaged through its pack and pulled out something like a magic trick. Item name, Caravan Portable Travel Fridge. Item grade, 1 star. Bonus effect, minus 20% energy consumption. Half a crate of candles for a 1-star item? Li Yi was shocked. Although the energy-saving fridge was nice, he didn't need it for now. After thinking it over, he simply handed over both crates of candles. How about this? This time, the kobold merchants exploded with excitement, swarming around Li Yi and scrambling to pull out items from their packs for trade. Amidst the dazzling array, 1 item caught Li Yi's eye. Peregrine Falcon Assault Rifle Blueprint. Item name, Peregrine Falcon Assault Rifle. Item grade, 1 star. Bonus effects, 1. Accuracy plus 2% 2. Lethality plus 6%. Crafting requirement, 50 units of iron or 1 star. This one's great. His eyes lit up instantly. Not only Li Yi, but even Old Zhou and the others beside him instantly became excited. A level 1 weapon, and an assault rifle at that. With this, the tomorrow's combat strength would increase significantly, and facing level 1 monsters would no longer be so passive. Even after the transaction was complete, Li still hadn't come back to his senses. He hadn't expected that 2 boxes of candles could be exchanged for something so good. Then, looking at the bulging packs on the kobold merchants, he couldn't help but ponder. These monster merchants carried so many good things. If he were to rob them all at once, wouldn't he strike it rich? But as soon as he saw the kobold cavalry surrounding the guards, he immediately dismissed the idea. There were as many as 200 to 300 kobold cavalrymen, including some elite-level ones. The cavalry commander at the front was even an elite captain. Level 1 crossbows, level 1 lances, level 1 rifles, level 1 portable rocket launchers. The weapons they were equipped with made cold sweat drip down Li Yi's back. Forget it, he sighed. As he was about to leave, Li suddenly thought of something and turned to look at the kobold merchants. Can I bring more candles to trade with you again in the future? He asked tentatively. The kobold merchants shook their heads. One of them raised a finger and waved it lightly. Li Yi understood what it meant. Only 1 trade was allowed, and the more candles you offered, the better the items you received. Looking at the blueprint in his hand, Li Yi nodded slightly. Opportunities like this monster caravan were truly rare and unpredictable. Not only did you need to know when and where it would appear, but also the secrets of trading with them. Something ordinary people simply couldn't manage. After submitting the blueprint, the production workshop immediately unlocked the Peregrine Falcon Assault Rifle project. Li had been incredibly excited, but upon seeing the crafting costs, he felt a pang in his heart. Crafting a single peregrine falcon assault rifle required 50 units of level 1 iron ore. This was just too expensive. To think upgrading the city's propulsion treads only required 100 units of iron ore. That being said, the moment the assault rifle was produced, Lee gleefully picked it up, examining it lovingly. With the rifle project unlocked, its bullets were also unlocked in the production workshop. 1 unit of iron ore could produce 15 bullets. Lee used 350 iron ore to craft 5 Peregrine Falcon assault rifles and 1,500 rounds of ammunition in one go. Looking at the firearms and the heap of bullets before him, he immediately felt a great sense of security. This was a level 1 weapon, an assault rifle, no less. Its lethality against level 1 monsters would surely be tremendous. With this in hand, he would no longer be so passive when facing a zombie swarm. Then, looking at the remaining less than 50 units of iron ore, he furrowed his brow again. These resources were truly useful, but so easily spent. "Where are we headed next, Ali?" Old Joe asked. After a moment of thought, Lee pointed in a direction. "We'll head due west." Several hours later, on the watchtower, Lee slowly raised his binoculars. On the distant horizon, a small town came into view. That was his destination, Field Town. At this moment, many within Field Town had already been roused by the sounds of the tomorrow moving. Upon discovering a mobile city driving toward them, some were shocked, some full of suspicion, and others gripped by fear. After all, on the wasteland, a small town like Field Town, without heavy machine guns, without cannons, and even with barely their barriers, was at the very bottom of the food chain. "They probably think I'm here to rob them," Lee thought. He casually lowered the binoculars and instructed the nearby lookout to keep observing the town's movements, then descended from the watchtower. According to Lie's plan, Tang Fong would remain on standby in the cockpit, the lookout would continue keeping watch, and a few members would remain on the Tomorrow in case of emergencies, ready to provide support with heavy machine guns. Lee even deliberately left one person by the cannons. Although the ammunition was depleted, the people of Field Town didn't know that. It could still serve as a bluff. The rest of the team would go with him into Field Town. As the Tomorrow came to a stop, Li Yi and the others slowly descended to the ground via the lift platform. The people of Field Town poked their heads out from windows and door frames, curiously observing them. As they walked, Old Zhou even positioned himself protectively in front of Li Yi. Li paused, then chuckled softly. He appreciated Old Zhou's good intentions. However, the intelligence system had already indicated that Field Town had no cannons or firearms and posed minimal threat to them. What's more, every member of their group was armed. Field Town's mayor was an elderly man with white hair and beard. He didn't seem pleased by the arrival of Li Ye's group, his brows tightly furrowed the entire time. Only after Li Yi explained his intentions did the look of disdain on his face ease slightly, and he sighed. "All right, just move quickly and leave as soon as possible." The marketplace in Field Town was very small, just a single street, and not much was for sale. There were grains from farming, homemade dried food, and occasionally some worn-out furniture and appliances. Sometimes there were also resources mined from the wild, like iron, ore, timber, or coal. Li quickly summarized his objectives. First, to purchase supplies. He needed to buy as much fuel and coal as possible in Field Town to replenish the Tomorrow's energy reserves. In addition, he needed to purchase a batch of saltpeter. 1 unit of saltpeter could be processed into 1 unit of gunpowder in the production workshop for making cannon shells. He also needed to purchase some food. The recently planted Blue Heart potatoes would take a week to mature, and the remaining food on the Tomorrow wasn't enough to last that long. Second, to recruit personnel. If a mobile city was to function properly, at minimum, the following roles needed to be filled. The helmsman responsible for operating the vehicle. The gunner responsible for aiming and firing the cannons. The mechanic responsible for routine maintenance and component replacement. The lookout posted in the watchtower, monitoring real-time conditions in the wasteland. The combat captain responsible for maintaining internal order and leading external battles. Besides these key personnel, Li also needed to recruit at least 20 residents. These residents would be responsible for fueling, resource gathering in the wild, cleaning the tomorrow, farming, and other tasks. Third, to gather information. But as he surveyed the small town before him, Li felt it would be difficult to meet all his needs here. The market in Field Town was too small to provide all the resources he needed in one go. And with such a small population, it would be hard to find professional talent like helmsmen, gunners, or mechanics, let alone recruit 20 residents. I'll just have to gather as much manpower and material as I can, he sighed. What made Li even more helpless was that he had less than 100 crystal coins on hand. Crystal coins were the universal currency used in the wastelands, appearing as translucent pale blue coins. 1 crystal coin could buy a small bag of coarse food. 3 crystal coins could purchase an old chair. 10 crystal coins could be exchanged for a liter of gasoline or a small bag of vegetables and fruits. The crystal coins Li had were simply not enough to purchase much in the way of supplies. When he inadvertently turned his head and saw the water tower on the tomorrow, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Are you in need of fresh water? Although I don't have many crystal coins, I can trade fresh water for your supplies. To his surprise, Field Town happened to be facing a shortage of fresh water. In recent days, several people had been injured or even killed while searching for fresh water outside. The arrival of the tomorrow had alleviated Field Town's urgent crisis. Before long, a crowd had gathered in front of Li. After some bargaining, Li traded 1,000 units of fresh water and received a mountain of supplies in return. 82 units of fuel, 126 units of coal. These were the resources Li was able to trade for after visiting every corner of the market. As the fuel and coal were added one by one, the tomorrow's energy level rose from 11% to 27%. Although it hadn't reached the safe threshold of 60%, managing to gather this much was already decent. In addition, Li had acquired over 300 steam buns, 2 sacks of potatoes and corn, a bag of flour, and a dozen or so bags of homemade biscuit from the residents. As for candles, he managed to buy 2 boxes. The only regret was that Li hadn't managed to buy saltpeter and therefore couldn't make artillery shells. After instructing Old Joe and the others to bring the supplies back to the tomorrow, Li rubbed his hands together and began his plan to recruit people. As he expected, Field Town didn't have the professional personnel he was looking for, like gunners or mechanics. However, 3 people volunteered to become ordinary residents. After all, for survivors, it was safer to live in a mobile city than in a town with minimal defenses. Just this few? That's nowhere near enough. Li sighed. Then he patiently explained to the 3 what their daily tasks would be and how much supplies they would receive each day. During the conversation, one person asked curiously, "Is your tomorrow short on slaves?" Li frowned slightly upon hearing that. To someone who had experienced life as a slave and had risked his life with his brothers to rebel against that rule, the word felt a bit harsh. "No, I'm not asking you to be slaves," he said in a low voice. "I promise you that you'll become part of the tomorrow, and you won't be subjected to any inhumane treatment or servitude." The crowd stirred upon hearing this, and a few more people stepped forward. After another round of discussion, Li recruited 6 more people. As he was about to return to the tomorrow with these 9 people, a calm voice suddenly rose from the crowd. "I think I can take the position of mechanic on the tomorrow." Li turned his head in surprise and saw the speaker. It was a black-haired young man with glasses sitting in a wheelchair. His appearance was ordinary, his complexion pale and unhealthy. It seemed that he wasn't just physically disabled, he was also afflicted by illness. A little girl, around 8 or 9 years old, was pushing his wheelchair from behind. Her expression was timid. She seemed to be his younger sister. "You're a mechanic?" Li asked in surprise. The young man with glasses shook his head slightly. "No, I've never worked in a mobile city. But I've read many books about mechanics and believe that hands-on operation shouldn't be too difficult," he replied. "Besides, compared to ordinary residents, mechanics should receive better treatment, right? I hope to bring this little girl along. She needs to receive a daily quota of supplies, and she won't participate in any work on the mobile city. Additionally, I'll need you to assign someone to assist me in the daily maintenance of the mobile city." Before he could finish, Li slowly shook his head. "Sorry, I can't agree to that." In truth, even if the young man with glasses wasn't a real mechanic, Li was willing to give him a chance. After all, it was hard to find talents like mechanics in the wastelands. The Tomorrow had just started out, and the benefits it could offer were limited. Being able to recruit even a trainee was already a blessing. But the man was not only disabled and sickly, he also wanted to bring in a little girl and have someone assigned to help him. That meant Li would need to allocate food and water for 2 people every day and give up a laborer. The young man thought for a moment, then spoke again. "I can also double as a helmsman." Li was stunned when he heard that and looked at him with delight. If this young man could indeed serve as both mechanic and helmsman, then the offered treatment could be justified. Sensing Li's thoughts, the young man added, "I've never served as a helmsman either, but I've read many books on piloting mobile cities. I believe hands-on operation shouldn't be difficult either." After a long hesitation, Li nodded. After all, the Tomorrow was just getting started and was in urgent need of various talents. And with the current treatment it could offer, experienced mechanics and helmsmen might not even be willing to come. Having someone barely qualified was already fortunate. "All right then," he sighed helplessly. "By the way, what's your name?" The young man with glasses adjusted his glasses. "Lin Wu." After carefully observing Li, he spoke softly. "Mr. Li, if I'm not mistaken, were you once a slave?" Li was taken aback. "Why?" he asked. "Judging from your reaction when you heard the word slave, you seem very averse to that identity. Plus, there was the promise you made earlier. But those 2 points alone aren't enough to prove my guess. The main reason is that when you were walking just now, you kept reaching back to tug at your shirt. That's probably because, during your time as a slave, your back was often whipped by lords and thugs, leaving many scars. Although you just changed into new clothes and no marks are visible on your back, those scars likely haven't fully healed, so when your clothes touch them, they itch and hurt." Li slowly nodded. He hadn't expected Lin Wu's observation skills to be so sharp. "All right, pack your things and come with me." He waved his hand. Lin Wu nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Li." Li cut him off with a wave of his hand. "Call me Lord. You're now a member of the Tomorrow." After entering the Tomorrow via the lift platform, Lin Wu breathed a light sigh of relief, feeling more at ease. His legs were already impaired, plagued by illness, and he had a child with him, making life especially difficult. What was worse, life in Field Town offered no sense of security. The wasteland was filled with monsters, and Field Town had no heavy machine guns or cannons. The defensive structures were weak, and if a zombie swarm attacked, it would surely fall. When Li began recruiting, Lin Wu had joined with only a tentative mindset. He hadn't expected to actually succeed. This explained why so many survivors in the wasteland would rather become slaves just to enter a mobile city. At the very least, mobile cities were much safer than towns, and often equipped with cannons and machine guns. Even as slaves, some mobile cities still offered paths to promotion. "I'll meet all your conditions, but if you can't do your job, I really will throw both of you off the Tomorrow," Li said calmly from behind him. Lin Wu nodded. "Don't worry. I'll prove my worth," he said as he gently patted the little girl, pushing his wheelchair on the head. "Also, we're not siblings." "What?" "Her name is Xiao Yao, and she's my best friend's younger sister." Lin Wu spoke softly as a light breeze ruffled his bangs, making it hard to see his lowered eyes. "My best friend always took care of me, and in the end died saving me. Before he died, he entrusted his sister to me and asked me to take care of her." Lin Wu and the newcomers who had just joined the Tomorrow were each assigned their own rooms, along with fresh water and food. Seeing the rooms, joy appeared in the eyes of the newcomers. They had initially thought they were coming to the Tomorrow to be slaves and were prepared to endure. Compared to living in a poorly defended town, being a slave in a mobile city at least felt safer. But the treatment Li gave them far exceeded expectations. Not only did everyone have their own room, but they also had enough to eat and drink each day, and the assigned work wasn't overly tiring. At that moment, Li Yi was frowning in the cockpit. We still don't have enough people. This time, he had only recruited 11 newcomers. These people needed to handle farming, resource gathering, and daily cleaning of the tomorrow. Lin Wu was only responsible for maintenance, and his friend's sister didn't work at all, effectively reducing the labor force by 2. Also, what Li had said when recruiting in Field Town had been sincere. In this world, slaves were common in mobile cities, and many newcomers joined with the expectation of becoming slaves. But what he wanted to recruit were not slaves, but residents. Slaves worked mindlessly, while residents felt a sense of belonging to their mobile city and were more willing to work for it. A mobile city was like a lone boat sailing across land. Only if everyone on board worked together could it travel further. Then he opened the system and eagerly looked at the intelligence panel. This time, the system's cooldown had reset. Time until next intelligence refresh. 2 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Intelligence count, 6. This time, the refresh interval was much longer than before. It would take a full 3 days. In return, there was one more piece of intelligence this time, so its value was likely higher. There might even be an epic grade intel like the first time. Suppressing his excitement, Li rubbed his chin and thought, I can't just sit around these next few days. I still need to find ways to gather resources. With the number of people on the tomorrow increasing, the daily consumption of food and water had risen significantly. Added to the city's energy consumption, going a day without gains meant a day wasted. Just then, old Joe's voice came from outside. Ali, come out for a moment. Something's up. Li's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly hurried out of the production workshop. What is it? He asked. Are we under attack? Old Joe shook his head and quickly explained the situation. It turned out that a lookout had spotted a mine located about 800 meters northwest of the tomorrow. Li waved his hand. Let's go. We're heading up to the watchtower. There were a series of resource points in the wilderness. Lumberyards, mines or veins, lakes, and even oil fields. Among them, mines were the most common resource points. They could yield resources such as iron, ore, copper, ore, and saltpeter, all necessary for mobile cities. Upon entering the watchtower, Li immediately picked up the binoculars. He quickly spotted the mine that the lookout had mentioned. The mine was occupied by a group of serpent folk. Serpent folk were level 1 monsters with large physiques and sinister temperaments. They had limbs and often stood upright like humans, resembling lizards in appearance. There were about 40 to 50 serpent folk, most of whom were serpent folk laborers, with the remainder being overseers and guards. Serpent folk laborers were ordinary level 1 monsters. They wore filthy work vests and were currently swinging mining pickaxes with all their might. The overseers and guards were elite level. The former carried whips and blades at their waists, while the latter wore armor and were equipped with swords and shields, their builds much larger than the laborers. Li set down the binoculars. We're taking this mine. Old Joe, go gather the men. As Old Joe responded and went to call people, Li began seriously contemplating the battle strategy. For a mobile city, attacking a resource point was far from a simple affair. One needed to compare strength, prepare weapons and ammunition, gather manpower, and choose the right time to strike. Unlike zombies that blindly chase survivors, serpent folk were intelligent monsters. They knew how to use weapons, dodge bullets and artillery, and could even build defensive structures. 15 minutes later, Li Yi was ready. He mobilized 15 people from the tomorrow, including Old Joe, for would stay on the tomorrow to operate heavy machine guns for covering fire, while he led the rest to assault the mine. Li took one of the newly manufactured Peregrine Falcon assault rifles for himself and distributed the rest to Old Joe and others. The remaining people were armed with pistols. Seeing enemies approach, the serpent folk stopped working and charged out of the mine aggressively. Li squinted to aim, then opened fire. A few seconds later, he realized his earlier concerns might have been excessive. As a level 1 firearm, the Peregrine Falcon assault rifle packed considerable punch. The sturdy bodies of the serpent folk laborers were torn apart like paper in an instant. Even the elite serpent folk overseers and guards could only take 1 or 2 more bullets. After the first round of gunfire, many serpent folk had already fallen. With another round, their morale collapsed, and many turned to flee. Li captured the mine effortlessly without any casualties. Once he confirmed the mine was secure and that no serpent folk had survived, he waved toward the tomorrow. The new residents came down on the lift platform with mining pickaxes and entered the mine to begin mining. In the meantime, Li began searching the serpent folk corpses. After all, killing monsters would yield loot. The serpent folk laborers only dropped some crystal coins and scattered iron or fabric. The elite overseers and guards had better drops. Some yielded 30 crystal coins at once, while others dropped 10 units of iron ore. To Li Ye's surprise, he found a blueprint on one of the serpent folk guards. Item name, hairdryer. Item grade, common. Effect, none. Crafting requirements, 2 units of iron ore, level 1. A hairdryer? Surprised, Li also found it a bit amusing. The daily freshwater supply on the tomorrow was barely enough for drinking. Brushing teeth and washing one's face were already luxuries, let alone washing hair. Still, he didn't mind having more blueprints. By the way, the zombies that had previously invaded the tomorrow also dropped items, but the total was pitiful, just a few crystal coins. That was why lords were so desperate to avoid zombie swarms. They were not only dangerous, but also poor. To improve efficiency, Li even had the combat personnel join in on the mining. The mine was not very large. According to his estimate, it could yield 200 to 300 units of iron ore, plus a small amount of copper or in saltpeter. Just as he returned to the tomorrow's cockpit to rest and drink water, the voice of the lookout suddenly came through the speaking tube, extremely tense. Bad news, a mobile city is coming toward us. Li jumped to his feet, spilling his water instantly. Sitting beside him, Tang Fong's face also turned pale. Evacuate everyone from the mine immediately. Li ordered. Send people to man the heavy machine guns. Tang Fong, once everyone's back, pushed the tomorrow to maximum speed. After giving the orders, he sighed helplessly in his heart. He really was unlucky, just took a resource point, and now a mobile city appeared. The tomorrow's artillery shells were all used up, and the heavy machine guns could barely harm a mobile city. He had no means of attack. As much as he hated to give up this newly secured resource point, retreat was the only option. Just then, the lookout's surprised voice came through the speaking tube again. Wait, that's strange. Why did the mobile city stop 1 kilometer away? Next, Li Yi and Tang Fong heard the horn of that mobile city. 2 long blasts and 1 short. It meant they wanted to communicate. Mobile cities didn't have public communication channels. Over time, they developed a way to communicate using horn signals. It worked well. It kept a safe distance and conveyed clear intentions. In a wasteland, mobile cities were often competitors or even enemies. When 2 mobile cities encountered each other, the first thing they did was maintain a safe distance and go on high alert. After all, the fastest way for a mobile city to grow was by destroying another one. If successful, all of the other cities' resources and population would become yours. Most importantly, you could go to their production workshop and use the Lord's wristband to plunder all their production projects. That was the biggest upgrade for a mobile city. Half-doubting, Li Yi went up to the watchtower and looked at the mobile city through the binoculars. From its size, it was also a level 1 city, with multiple damaged sections. Even the water tower was broken. Recalling the intelligence he had seen before, Li Yi realized this level 1 city was the Azure, the one that had failed in attacking the glass mine. The other side repeated the 2 long, 1 short horn signal, and to show goodwill, they shut down their engines and retracted their cannons and heavy machine guns. Then, they sent an off-road vehicle toward the tomorrow. The vehicle stopped 300 meters away, and 2 people got out, waving their hands toward Li Yi and his group, seemingly wanting to communicate. Li Yi immediately sent Old Zhou with a few people to meet them. 10 minutes later, Old Zhou returned to his side with a message. That city is the Azure. Their lord wants to make a deal with us, he said. Those 2 also said that to show sincerity, their lord will personally meet you for the talks. After pondering for a moment, Li nodded. All right, let their lord come then. Not long after, the Lord of the Azure arrived in an off-road vehicle. The vehicle, as before, stopped 300 meters away from the Tomorrow. The car door opened, and a middle-aged man with a severed left arm slowly got out. Upon seeing his appearance clearly, Li prepared to take the lift platform to the ground to talk with him. Old Zhou quickly reached out to stop him. Li, that person might not be the real Lord of the Azure. It could be a trap. For safety's sake, you'd better not show yourself. We could just find someone to impersonate you. Li smiled and waved his hand, signaling him to rest assured. Perhaps old Zhou and the others didn't know, but he himself was very clear. Previous intelligence mentioned that the Lord of the Azure had lost his left arm due to serious injury, so that middle-aged man was definitely the real one. Since the other party had shown enough sincerity, it would be unreasonable not to meet him in person. Out on the plains, the two lords stood face to face, their mobile cities looming in the distance behind them. The middle-aged man was the first to extend his hand. I'm Li Jin, Lord of the Azure. Tomorrow, Li Yi. Li Yi shook his hand. Li Jin then explained his reason for coming. We want fresh water, he said. These days, we haven't found any water sources. We're almost at our limit. Originally, we had plenty of fresh water in our water tower, but a few days ago, because... He suddenly snapped back to his senses, hurriedly coughed a few times, and didn't continue. Li couldn't help but smile slightly. In fact, the other party didn't know that he was fully aware of the location of their attack, the reason for the amputation, the damage to the water tower, and the recent seizure of their resource point. We currently have enough freshwater reserves and can sell you some, he replied. It'd be best if you trade iron ore for it. Upon hearing this, Li Jin let out a sigh of relief. All right, he nodded. We recently secured a mine and have extracted quite a bit of ore from it. After a round of bargaining, Li exchanged 600 units of fresh water for 300 units of iron ore and 50 units of saltpeter. While handing over supplies, Li Jin inadvertently noticed the Peregrine Falcon assault rifles worn by Old Zhou and the others. Level 1 firearms? You guys actually have this kind of good stuff? He exclaimed in surprise. We only have regular guns. It takes a lot of effort to kill monsters. Full of envy, he hesitated and said, Could you possibly? Li couldn't help but smile slightly. We can sell them to you, 100 units of iron ore per rifle. Li Jin instantly looked dismayed. Though crafting level 1 firearms consumes a lot of iron ore, it should cost no more than 50 or 60 at most. Your price is outrageous, he said. Can't you go a little lower? 90 units of iron ore per rifle. That's the lowest I can go. After another round of haggling, and seeing that Li Yi wouldn't budge, Li Jin hesitated for a long time, sighed softly, and seemed to have made a tough decision. Will this be enough? He pulled something out from his pocket. Li Yi looked closely and was momentarily stunned. Frost Cannon, Design Blueprint. Item Name, Frost Cannon. Item Level, Level 1. Attached Effect. Applies a freezing effect on hit and makes the target more fragile. Crafting Requirements. 300 units of Frost, or Level 1. 1 Frost Crystal, Level 1. Note: Frost Cannon ammunition requires 10 units of Frost, ore, and 1 unit of gunpowder. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He hadn't expected the other party to have a Level 1 cannon design blueprint. Li Jin laid out his conditions. He would give a Level 1 cannon design blueprint to Li Yi, and in exchange, Li Yi would give him 6 assault rifles, 3,000 rounds of ammunition, and an additional 300 units of fresh water. In truth, Li Jin was also very reluctant to part with this blueprint. After all, the Azure only had regular-grade cannons. He had stumbled upon this blueprint on the body of an elite monster 3 months ago and had been overjoyed at the time. But in the past 3 months, no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find a Frost or Vein. Rather than keep waiting in vain, it was better to trade this blueprint for tangible upgrades. Li Yi agreed, almost without hesitation. After all, a Level 1 cannon was a huge boost in firepower for a mobile city. He immediately brought out 5 assault rifles and over 1,000 rounds of ammunition from his stock. then used the iron ore Li Jin had just given him to craft one more rifle and the remaining ammo to complete the trade. Although Li Jin showed a lot of sincerity, Li Yi, being cautious, deliberately removed some components before handing over the rifles. Additionally, he had old Zhou and the others stand beside the heavy machine guns and cannons during the handover. Li Jin didn't seem to mind too much. After all, this was the wilderness, and people were hard to read. He was guarding against others too. "I have to warn you," Li Jin said. "Frost ore only comes from rare frost or veins. Frost crystals only appear alongside them, and the chances are extremely low. Even if you find a frost or a vein, you may not get a frost crystal." Li nodded. He was aware, but since he had the intelligence system, locating a frost or vein should be easier. Once the deal was done, Li Jin left with his people. With a roar, the azure slowly started up and soon disappeared from Li Ye's sight. Li Yi contentedly tucked the blueprint into his chest. He was quite satisfied with this transaction. In fact, trading between mobile cities had great benefits. The two sides could trade resources and level 1 items to fulfill their needs and boost their strength. But such transactions had to be based on mutual trust or sufficient sincerity from both parties. In the following time, Li Yi arranged for people to continue mining at the mine. The mine wasn't very large, and since Li Yi had deployed additional manpower, it was fully mined in just an hour and a half. Li Yi tallied the mining results. This time, they extracted 230 units of iron ore, 49 units of saltpeter, and 23 units of copper ore. Originally, Li Jin had traded him 300 units of iron ore, but after crafting a rifle and the remaining ammunition, only a little over 100 units were left. Adding the iron ore left in the warehouse, the iron ore dropped from the serpent folk corpses, and now this new batch, he had over 400 units of iron ore. Li Yi went to the production workshop and began operations. He no longer had any Peregrine Falcon assault rifles on hand and needed to craft new ones. Now that he had saltpeter, he could turn it into gunpowder for cannon ammo. Also, the heavy machine gun ammo was almost used up and needed replenishment. Although he wanted to upgrade the tomorrow's city components, replenishing firepower was more urgent. Crafting assault rifles and their ammo, producing cannon shells, producing machine gun bullets. Before long, his iron ore was back down to single digits. Li couldn't help but sigh. This iron ore really gets used up fast. A few days later, on the watchtower, Li put down the binoculars in his hand and squinted to feel the breeze blowing against his face. It had been unexpectedly calm these past 2 days, with no encounters with any monsters. But his heart hadn't eased much because of it. The wasteland zone would be completely destroyed in 3 months. This matter was like a Damocles sword, hanging over his heart at every moment. The tomorrow urgently needed to develop, but no resources had been found in the past 2 days. Realizing that his thoughts had grown somewhat anxious, he quickly shook his head. "Don't feel too bad. This new day has only just begun." Then, he looked down from the watchtower to view the entire tomorrow. As a level 1 city, the tomorrow was about 125 meters long and 80 meters wide, with a usual speed of 10 to 30 kilometers per hour. It was divided into 3 layers: upper, middle, and lower. The upper layer was the noble district, taking up about 5% of the entire mobile city space. The noble district enjoyed the best sunlight and air, along with a small garden, observation deck, and several spacious houses. The original lord and his family and close associates lived here on regular days. Incidentally, the watchtower where Li Yi stood was also located on the upper layer. The middle layer was the residential and living district, the largest in area, occupying about 70% of the mobile city. Residential quarters, fields, the water tower, and warehouses were located here. The rooms in the middle layer were not as spacious as those on the upper layer. Each room was only 9 square meters in size. The lower layer was the power and slave district, occupying 25% of the space. This was where the city's power systems, fuel room, cockpit, production workshop, warehouses, and cranes were located. Generally speaking, a level 1 mobile city had a standard maximum capacity of 1,000 people. In fact, it could accommodate more if people squeezed in a bit. However, in practical terms, very few level 1 cities could reach a population of 1,000. After all, this was a post-apocalyptic wasteland where each day brought survival pressure. More people meant greater consumption of food and fresh water, and the resources of a mobile city were inherently limited. As he walked down the watchtower, Lee casually glanced over the upper layer. Now he and Old Joe lived on the upper layer. The rooms were spacious and even had wardrobes, desks, nightstands, and other furniture, much improved compared to when they were slaves. Lee currently lived in the Lord's room. Not only did it have a Simmons bed, but it even had a private bathroom. When his gaze swept past the small garden and the observation deck, Lee slightly furrowed his brows. To him, those two places were honestly a bit redundant. Space on a mobile city was already limited, and such a sunlit area on the upper layer would be better used for farmland to grow food than as a garden or observation deck. Following the gangway, Lee slowly walked toward the middle layer. Along the way, he passed a few busy people, newcomers who were cleaning the Tomorrow. Currently, manpower on the Tomorrow was still insufficient. The newcomers not only had to mine resources, but also had to tend the fields and perform cleaning tasks during their downtime. Lee glanced at the fields, which were now filled with pale blue leaves. Those were the blue heart potato seeds planted a few days ago. In just a few more days, he would be able to harvest them. While wandering around, Lee casually pulled a steamed bun from his pocket and started munching. Due to limited supplies, the Tomorrow had to enforce a supply distribution system. Ordinary residents received 1 unit of fresh water, 1 steamed bun, and 2 potatoes per day. Combat personnel received 2 units of fresh water and 6 buns or potatoes. Professionals such as combat captains, helmsmen, mechanics, and lookouts received even more. Among the 12 people who had risen with Li Yi, Tang Fong was the helmsman. Old Joe was not only his deputy, but also served as combat captain, and the remaining members were assigned by Li Yi as combat personnel, responsible for external combat and maintaining order aboard the Tomorrow. At that moment, Old Joe was patrolling with a few companions. Lee nodded to them lightly, then continued chewing his bun. In the apocalypse, having a trusted core team was essential for development. Soon, he arrived at the lower layer. He hadn't walked far when he heard Tang Fong's excited shout from the cockpit. "You're amazing, Brother Lin. Using your method, setting up the autopilot program became so much easier." Lee walked into the cockpit. Tang Fong was standing excitedly at the control panel, and beside him stood Lin Wu, the bespectacled young man he had just recruited. The little girl, Xiao Yao, brought by Lin Wu, was also there. She stood behind Lin Wu, holding the wheelchair. When she saw Li Yi, she timidly shrank back. She had overheard him saying, "If you can't prove useful, I really will throw you both off." Li Yi looked at Lin Wu with a surprised gaze. These past days, Lin Wu had not disappointed him and had handled the Tomorrow's maintenance in an orderly manner. What surprised him even more was that Lin Wu could actually handle the duties of a helmsman. He was thoroughly familiar with a series of operational procedures and could even teach Tang Fong how to set the navigation program. This man might become a great help in the Tomorrow's future development, if only his health weren't so poor. As he silently observed Lin Wu, a hint of regret flashed in Li Ye's eyes. Over the past few days, he had seen Lin Wu cough up blood more than once. Considering that the helmsman's role required long-term focus and high energy consumption, and Lin Wu's body was so frail, Li ultimately decided not to appoint him as helmsman. Instead, he planned to select someone else from the Tomorrow to train for the role. That way, they could alternate shifts with Tang Fong, relieving some of his burden. Although an autopilot program could be set up, to avoid mishaps, Tang Fong still needed to stay in the cockpit during autopilot. In fact, since taking on the helmsman's role, Tang Fong had never left the cockpit except to use the bathroom. He even ate and slept there. Naturally, the new helmsman would be chosen from within their own team. Although the newly recruited newcomers seemed capable, Lee didn't dare take that risk. He then summoned the teammate he had chosen into the cockpit and asked Lin Wu and Tang Fong to teach him. Additionally, The teammate assigned as lookout also approached Li Yi with a request. He preferred to be a combatant instead of a lookout, and wanted to fight alongside Old Zhou and the others. That day, watching Li Yi and Old Zhou sweeping through the serpent folk with assault rifles had left him itching to join the action from the watchtower. Li Yi agreed to his request and said he would soon find a new lookout. After completing a series of arrangements, Li Yi opened the intelligence panel. A new round of intelligence had just been refreshed. This time, it included 1 common, 1 excellent, 2 rare, 1 superior, and 1 epic-grade intelligence. The first 5 pieces were clearly listed, while the epic-grade intelligence was still being refreshed. Li Yi quickly began reading the new intelligence. 1. There is a small iron ore vein 190 kilometers southwest, estimated to yield 150 units of iron ore. Intelligence value, common. 2. In the lower district of Roland Fortress, a young man will be dismissed from the repair shop where he works. He used to be a gunner. Intelligence value, excellent. 3. The Lord of the Conqueror currently needs at least 500 units of molten spider silk and is willing to purchase at a high price. Intelligence value, rare. 4. There is a level 1 monstrous town 45 kilometers due north, inhabited by 163 boremen, equipped with 4 cannons and 8 heavy machine guns. Intelligence value, rare. 5. 1 minute from now, a thunder or vein will refresh 60 kilometers due south. The vein is medium-sized and expected to yield 482 units of Oregon intelligence value. Excellent. 6. Refreshing. Intelligence value, epic. As usual, Li Yi began analyzing the intelligence one by one. The first piece of intelligence, a small iron ore vein in the southwest. Although he currently lacked iron ore, it wasn't worth going all that way just to mine 150 units. Most likely, he would give it up. The second piece of intelligence was about a gunner in the lower district of Roland Fortress. A gunner was precisely the talent Li Yi urgently needed. Moreover, he had already replenished the shells and could put the cannons back into combat. The issue, however, was that he didn't know where Roland Fortress was. The third piece of intelligence. The Lord of the Conqueror needed 500 units of molten spider silk and was willing to buy at a high price. Once again, a new mobile city appeared in the intelligence, and its lord's needs were clearly listed. Molten spider silk was a rare level 1 material dropped by level 1 elite monsters, molten spiders. Molten spiders were extremely large, roughly the size of a table, and specialized in spraying scalding silk to attack enemies. The fourth piece of intelligence, a monstrous town located 45 kilometers due north. Monstrous towns were rare monster strongholds in the wasteland zone and often stored large quantities of iron, ore, fuel, food, freshwater, and had a higher probability of producing level 1 items. They were the most favored resource points for lords to attack. Although tempted by this juicy target, Li felt somewhat apprehensive. After all, the Tomorrow had only 24 people on board, and their cannons and machine guns were outnumbered. Launching an attack recklessly would lead to disaster. The fifth piece of intelligence gave him a pleasant surprise. A rare ore vein. It was medium-sized. Li's heart instantly pounded with excitement. If he could fully mine this vein, he'd strike it rich. He immediately became anxious. That thunder or vein would refresh in just 1 minute and was 60 kilometers away. If a nearby survival convoy or mobile city discovered it, that would be a disaster. Tang Fong, drive south at maximum speed, he waved his hand at once. Normally, a level 1 city could reach a top speed of 50 to 60 kilometers per hour. But if the city parts were upgraded, it could go even faster. Then he eagerly turned to look at the still refreshing epic intelligence. I wonder what it'll be this time. About an hour later, the Tomorrow arrived at the destination. Upon seeing the thunder or vein appearing intact in their field of vision, Li let out a sigh of relief. He immediately ordered everyone on the Tomorrow to stop whatever they were doing and grab their mining pickaxes to get to work. Old Zhou and the others were far more excited than Li. As soon as the lifting platform hit the ground, they rushed out and started digging enthusiastically. After 2 or 3 hours of hard work, the thunder or vein was finally fully mined. Once everyone returned to the tomorrow carrying the ore, Li breathed another sigh of relief. This time, he had mined a total of 483 units of thunder ore. This rare ore was dark blue all over, with flickers of electric light shimmering across its surface. Unfortunately for Li Yi, this thunder or vein didn't come with any accompanying thunder crystals. He planned to find a place to sell off this batch of rare ore and use the proceeds to purchase supplies. However, not long after the tomorrow set off again, the speaking tube in the cockpit carried the voice of the lookout. Report. 800 meters northeast, there's a forest. There's movement in the forest. Seems like something big is moving. A forest? Something big. Li Yi was stunned. He quickly realized something and rushed out of the cockpit toward the watchtower. Through his binoculars, he saw the forest. The forest was fiery red throughout, its colors so vibrant they looked like flames. Li instantly realized that this was the fire-feather forest mentioned in the intelligence. To think he'd stumble upon it while mining the thunder or vein. Then the something big mentioned by the lookout must be... In the next second, a mountain-sized silhouette emerged from the fire-feather forest. It was a gigantic spider, glowing entirely red, with dark red magma-like patterns flowing across its body. Its 8 eyes blazed like burning furnaces. Field boss, molten broodmother. Following it were a swarm of molten spiders and 4 elite captain-class spider guards. Everyone on the tomorrow was alarmed this time. Staring at the molten broodmother roaming the fire-feather forest, all were dumbfounded. Li too kept his eyes locked on the molten broodmother. This was a rare encounter, a field boss guaranteed to drop a level 2 item. But at the moment, the tomorrow's strength was nowhere near enough to challenge a field boss. He could only look away with reluctance and wave his hand at the others. Let's go. Half an hour later, Li unexpectedly encountered a group of people. It was a convoy, and leading the convoy was none other than Lin Xia, the person he had rescued from the zombie swarm earlier. Didn't expect we'd meet again. Lin Xia rolled down her window and waved at him. We just finished an exploration and are heading back. If you're looking to buy supplies, you can come to our fortress. Li's thoughts stirred. Lin Xia's suggestion wasn't bad. With her, the daughter of a lord, as a guarantor, there should be no issue entering Roland Fortress. He could sell off the freshly mined thunder or their purchase supplies and also recruit that gunner from the lower district. The fortress should have ample resources. He might even be able to acquire the frost ore and frost crystal needed to craft a frost cannon. 3 hours later, the tomorrow followed Lin Xia's convoy to Roland Fortress. Roland Fortress was located in a mining region, not far from a freshwater lake, surrounded by vast farmland. The fortress was guarded by a row of massive city walls, several dozen meters high, with rows of cannons and heavy machine guns mounted atop them. There were also numerous guards patrolling with firearms. The walls had several small gates and one enormous gate in the middle. Upon seeing this, Li couldn't help but be filled with envy. The strength of this fortress was indeed formidable. The guards inside the fortress, upon seeing Lin Xia's convoy and the tomorrow traveling together, seemed to understand and lifted their alertness. Lin Xia parked and explained the situation to the guards. They nodded and opened the giant gate to let the tomorrow enter. At first glance of the interior of Roland Fortress, Li Yi was instantly stunned. Rather than a fortress, it looked more like a mobile city that had shed its wheels and treads and settled down in place. This Roland Fortress is what's going on here. Li stared fixedly at Roland Fortress, his mind full of confusion. This is probably the fortress faction among the mobile cities. A calm voice came from behind him. Li turned his head and saw that it was Lin Wu. The fortress faction? Lin Wu adjusted his glasses, then began to explain. In this wasteland world, mobile cities are divided into 2 factions, the Wandering Faction and the Fortress Faction. As the names imply, the Wandering Faction refers to those mobile cities that roam around collecting resources, making the whole world their home. These constitute the vast majority. As for the Fortress Faction, This refers to those mobile cities that abandon mobility and hold position in one place. These kinds of mobile cities often choose to settle in a resource-rich area after they develop to a certain scale and then multiply there. Compared with the wandering faction, the fortress faction has a huge advantage. Namely, they can have far more usable space than the wandering faction. After all, once they settle in one place, they no longer have to be limited by residence or farmland constraints. They can cultivate large areas of land around them to grow crops and raise livestock, thereby obtaining more food necessary for survival. As food increases, they can feed more people, and the increased population can become more labor power, thus increasing fortress strength. The residents no longer have to live in cramped rooms. They can build spacious homes according to their preferences and even have yards. Therefore, at the same level, a fortress often has a larger population than a mobile city, and living conditions are better. But doing this also has one very obvious downside. That is, after giving up mobility, the fortress can only hold one place and can no longer go far to gather resources and develop its own strength. The vast majority of fortresses basically remain at their original level. Few can upgrade. I see. Lee nodded repeatedly. If he had to choose, he would definitely choose to be part of the wandering faction. Although living with no fixed abode and scraping by every day, at least each day's journey was worth looking forward to. After all, you don't know what you'll experience when you wake up each morning, nor what you'll gain or regret. With Lin Xia, the Lord's daughter, as their introduction, Li Yi's entourage had unhindered access to Roland Fortress. During the visit, Li Yi accidentally noticed a breach in the city wall. Seeing Li Yi's confusion, Lin Xia proceeded to explain. The Crimson Hound has long coveted Roland Fortress population and resources and has mounted several attacks. The breach in the wall was blasted out by its level 1 cannon. Lin Xia's father, the Lord of Roland Fortress, didn't greet them in person but had the steward receive them. As thanks for Li Yi rescuing his daughter, the Lord of Roland Fortress gave Li Yi a gift. Roland Fortress was now open to tomorrow. Li Yi could freely trade and recruit personnel inside the fortress. Li Yi couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised upon hearing this. In the wilderness, this meant they had found a safe dock for tomorrow to anchor and rest. The Lord of Roland Fortress also specially arranged a meal for them, with not only various vegetables, but even some fruit and meat on the table. Li immediately began to eat voraciously. Since crossing over to the present, he had basically never eaten well, subsisting every day on either potatoes or steamed buns. Old Joe and the others ate just as hungrily. Speaking of which, I wonder when tomorrow we'll have supplies like this. He ate while longing in thought. After the meal, Li Yi and his group, led by Lin Xia, headed to Roland Fortress Marketplace. Along the way, he curiously observed the interior of Roland Fortress. Roland Fortress is divided into 2 urban areas. The lower city, which contains various small shops, processing factories, and a marketplace, and the upper city, which is the residential and living area. According to Lin Xia, Roland Fortress now has more than 2,000 people. It was originally the level 1 mobile city Roland, and settled here 10 years ago. Roland Fortress scale was tens of times larger than it was as a mobile city. Its interior space was more than ample. During the visit, Li Yi also unexpectedly discovered a mobile city. This mobile city was parked near a processing factory in the lower city. Its thugs were directing slaves to unload various resources gathered from the wilderness, preparing to transport them to the market for trade. Li Yi then took a keen interest and observed closely. The exterior of this mobile city was extremely grand, its architectural style rough and bold, even painted red. It was clear its lord had poured his personal style into it. This mobile city also had a flag. The flag's base color was bright red, with crossed knives and axes as the emblem. From his observations, this mobile city had about 20 to 30 thugs or fighters and about 50 residents and slaves. It had a total of 4 cannons, 8 heavy machine guns, and seemed to have upgraded its tracks and tires. The firearms carried by the fighters were level 1 submachine guns. What surprised Li Yi most was that this mobile city even had a level 1 cannon. This level 1 cannon had an elegant, streamlined appearance, with a muzzle far larger than ordinary cannons. Item name, Wind Erosion Cannon. Item level, Level 1. Crafting requires 300 units of wind erosion or Level 1. 1 wind erosion crystal. This mobile city is indeed quite strong, Li Yi exclaimed. Oh, this is the Conqueror. Lin Xian noticed his gaze and introduced it. The Conqueror is an old partner of ours from Roland Fortress. It usually comes here to sell resources gathered in the wilderness and replenish food, vegetables, fresh water, as well as perform routine repairs and troubleshooting. You say this is the Conqueror? Li Yi asked in surprise. Isn't this the mobile city from the intel that desperately needed molten spider silk? He hadn't paid it much attention at the time, but didn't expect to run into it here. Lin Xia also pointed out one of the Conqueror's tracks with her finger. There, the one standing there, is the Conqueror's lord, Lei Jian. Li Yi looked and saw a man in his 40s. This man had an appearance reminiscent of Schwarzenegger, broad-shouldered, burly, tall, with thick arms, and wearing sunglasses. Don't be fooled by his tough appearance. He's actually very easygoing, Lin Xia added. He likes to charge ahead in everything he does, and his subordinates support him strongly. As they talked, the group arrived at the marketplace. Compared to Field Town, Roland Fortress Marketplace was noticeably livelier. It was about the size of small town and filled with all sorts of people. Scavengers, bounty hunters, fortress residents, survivors from external convoys. The items for sale were wide-ranging: grain, vegetables and fruits, iron, ore, coal, furniture, weapons and firearms, even level 1 items and level 1 blueprints. The lively, bustling scene reminded Li Yi of living in his hometown city, and his mood eased somewhat. At the same time, he felt a bit of melancholy. The first thing that caught Lin Wu's eye was a small sign hanging at the entrance of the market. This week's material prices. Wood, 2 crystal coins/unit. Freshwater, 3 crystal coins/unit. Iron ore, 5 crystal coins/unit. Coal, 8 crystal coins/unit. Fuel, 12 crystal coins/unit. Rare vein ore, 15 to 35 crystal coins/unit. Rare vein crystal, 30 to 50 crystal coins/piece. Are rare vein ores really this valuable? Li Yi was a bit surprised. Lin Xia nodded. Upon learning that Li Yi had 483 units of thunder ore on hand, she was so shocked that she instinctively covered her mouth. So many? Are you really that lucky? At this moment, perhaps because of the large crowd, the entire market had become somewhat chaotic. Lin Xia immediately stepped forward and began to organize the market order in an orderly fashion. Li Yi couldn't help but glance at Lin Xia a few more times. This girl in her early 20s was generous and efficient, lacking the pampered airs typical of other lords' children, which gave him a favorable impression. About half an hour later, Li Yi finally sold all of his thunder ore at the price of 25 crystal coins per unit. The reason it took so long was that there was no one in the market who could buy all his ore in one go. People only bought a few at a time, with the largest purchase being just 30 units. 12,075 crystal coins. Li Yi counted the money with satisfaction. Among the crystal coins were also many crystal cards. These were also a form of currency in this world, with 1 crystal card equivalent to 100 crystal coins. Only elite-level monsters had a chance to drop them. Seeing the money in front of them, Old Joe and the others also felt much more at ease. Let's go buy supplies. Li Yi waved his hand. He first bought 600 units of coal in one go. As the coal was gradually added in, tomorrow's energy level rose to 61%. Seeing this, Li Yi let out a light sigh of relief. One way or another, the energy had finally returned to the safe line. These past days out in the wild, he constantly had to worry about tomorrow running out of power and stalling. Next, he began picking out level 1 items in the market. The market in Roland Fortress did have level 1 items for sale, but the quantity was limited. Stores that had level 1 items would place them in the most prominent positions. Level 1 bed, level 1 table and chair blueprint, level 1 machete. Li weaved through the market, his gaze quickly scanning the level 1 items and blueprints in various shops. As a mobile city lord, it was better for him to build than to buy. So instead of purchasing level 1 items, he preferred to buy level 1 blueprints in order to input them into the production workshop and unlock manufacturing projects. After a round of careful selection, he finally settled on 2 items. One was a level 1 crop seed, morning wheat, priced at 1,500 crystal coins, and the other was a level 1 off-road vehicle blueprint priced at 1,000 crystal coins. Morning wheat was a level 1 crop available in Roland Fortress. It matured within a month and had a 10% yield bonus effect. It was sold at the official store of Roland Fortress, primarily targeted at residents from other towns visiting survival convoys and lords of other mobile cities. As for the level 1 off-road vehicle blueprint, it was being sold by a bounty hunter living in the upper district of Roland Fortress. According to him, it dropped after he killed an elite goblin. Building a level 1 off-road vehicle required 200 units of iron ore and 10 units of auto parts. Auto parts could also be manufactured in the production workshop, consuming 5 units of metal each. All combined, building one off-road vehicle required 250 units of iron ore. The level 1 off-road vehicle came with the added effect of fuel consumption reduced by 10%, which was a very practical function. Li did not hesitate in purchasing it. Mobile cities generally had convoys. These convoys were used for reconnaissance, scouting for supplies, and launching raids on monster-held resource points. Although with tomorrow's current resources and manpower, it wasn't yet ready to form a convoy. Acquiring this blueprint in advance was necessary. The bounty hunter counted the 10 crystal cards in his hand and left with a grin. Li quietly counted the money in his pouch. He had spent 4,800 crystal coins on coal, and with the current 2,500 spent, he now had a bit over 4,700 crystal coins left. Next, he spent 2,500 crystal coins to buy 500 units of iron ore. There was no denying that level 1 iron ore was extremely useful. It was needed to make bullets and shells, upgrade city components, manufacture items, and even serve as emergency fuel if a mobile city ran low on energy. At first, he wanted to spend all his crystal coins to buy iron ore, but after some thought, he felt it wasn't necessary. Mainly because he had the intelligence system, which made it relatively easy to find iron ore or mines in the wild. So 500 units would suffice. With the remaining 2,200 plus crystal coins, Li purchased easily storable vegetables, dried meats, flour, and some basic furniture for tomorrow. These basic furniture items weren't for his own use. The furniture in the Lord's room, where Li lived, was already complete. He bought these for the new residents who had just joined. Additionally, Li also bought several chickens and ducks and designated a small area in the middle tier for raising them. In a post-apocalyptic wasteland, the prices of poultry were far higher than normal. After a few back-and-forth trips, the crystal coins were nearly spent. After finishing the material purchases, Li began trying to recruit new residents in the fortress. However, this time, there were no takers. Because compared to a mobile city, life in the fortress was better. It was safer, more spacious, and didn't require wandering through the wilderness in fear every day. After all, people always sought a comfortable life. While transporting the purchase supplies, Old Joe casually asked Li a question. "Ali, when are we heading out into the wild?" Li rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. "We've pretty much wrapped things up here. Let's rest for the night and head out at dawn tomorrow." In the time that followed, Li left the market and went to the factory district. Since there were quite a few repair shops there, he looked around for a while. Eventually, he saw a young man squatting at the door of a repair shop. This young man looked about 23 or 24 years old, wore glasses, and had a somewhat scholarly appearance. At the moment, he was resting his chin on his hands, frowning in distress. A thought crossed Li's mind. This was probably the person mentioned in the intelligence as having been fired. After a brief conversation, Li learned the young man's name was Ningwan. He had originally been an apprentice at the repair shop, but was fired after less than 2 months. Upon learning that Li Yi was a mobile city lord, Ningwen was somewhat surprised. When he found out why Li Yi had come, he was momentarily stunned. I can't really call myself a gunner. He scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. In truth, Ningwen had worked as a trainee gunner in Roland Fortress a few years ago, but had been laid off after only a few months. Li Yi was momentarily stunned, then waved his hand. It's fine. Given the current conditions aboard the Tomorrow, it truly wasn't easy to recruit a seasoned gunner. Getting someone who had interned was already a decent result. More importantly, a gunner who was trained from the ground up would feel a stronger sense of belonging to the mobile city. Are you sure it's really okay? Ningwen asked cautiously. In the wild, the performance of the cannons is critical to the mobile city. I'm worried I might not do well when the time comes. Li simply smiled and patted him on the shoulder to reassure him. Then something came to his mind, and he asked another question. By the way, why did you want to join a mobile city? Ningwen thought for a moment and gave his answer. Me? Actually, life in the fortress isn't bad. You don't have to live in constant fear like in the wild, and the food and drink are good. He scratched his head sheepishly as he spoke. But I think a young man should go out and see the world. Li nodded. Oh, and I have to let you know, currently, the Tomorrow can only provide a limited amount of fresh water daily, and our food supply is just potatoes and steamed buns. Ningwen waved it off with a smile. No problem. On the way back with Ningwen, Li Yi witnessed a surprising scene. The massive gates slowly opened, and a mobile city drove in. It was the Azure, the one he had traded with earlier. Like the Conqueror, the Azure immediately began unloading supplies for market trading and started its repair and maintenance work. Li Yi was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected the Azure to also be a partner of Roland Fortress. So he walked over and greeted the Azure's lord, Li Jin. Your Peregrine Falcon assault rifle is really effective. It makes killing monsters easy, Li Jin said. Li nodded and then sighed with a trace of frustration. When he first arrived at Roland Fortress, he had considered outsourcing the production of Peregrine Falcon assault rifles. But Roland Fortress already had level 1 firearms. Back aboard the Tomorrow, Li had Old Joe arrange a room for the newly arrived Ningwen and told him to pick out a few pieces of the newly purchased furniture to put inside. As the new gunner, Ningwen received the same treatment as technical talents like Tang Fong and Lin Wu. After learning Ningwen was the new gunner, Old Joe happily patted him on the shoulder and gave him a strong hug, which made Ningwen a little embarrassed. With everything arranged, Li walked over to the railing of the Tomorrow and looked toward the Conqueror and the Azure inside the fortress. Only in a neutral place like Roland Fortress could 3 mobile cities coexist peacefully. At the same time, he began to ponder whether to sell the information about the molten broodmother appearing in Firefeather Forest. But thinking it over, the Azure had just recovered from the failed assault on the Gloss Mine and likely wouldn't take the risk. While the Conqueror was indeed strong, fighting a wild boss was still quite difficult. Just then, a voice sounded behind him. Are you thinking about whether to sell the wild boss intel? Li turned and saw that it was Lin Wu. If you have a good idea, feel free to share, he said. Lin Wu nodded and signaled for Xiao Yao behind him to wheel him over to Li Ye's side. Wild bosses drop rich resources. Most importantly, they drop 1 level 2 item, which is a significant boost for a level 1 city. But correspondingly, a fledgling city like the Tomorrow cannot take it down. As he spoke, he looked toward the 2 mobile cities. But what if we allied with them? Wouldn't our chances be much better? We control the information on the wild boss and are the initiators of the alliance, so we hold the leadership and the right to distribute the spoils. Lia's eyes lit up at those words. Lin Wu's suggestion indeed gave him a valuable insight. To the Azure's lord, this weakened mobile city had no power to challenge a wild boss. The 3-city alliance offered a chance, so it was very likely he'd agree. As for the Conqueror's lord, Li just happened to know he was in urgent need of molten spider silk, so he too would likely agree. As for Li, he only wanted the level 2 item dropped by the wild boss. The remaining loot could be split between the other 2. Half an hour later, Li Jin, and Lei Jian, the 3 lords, met face to face. Upon hearing news of the wild boss molten broodmother's appearance, Li Jin and Lei Jian were shocked. Then a fiery gleam appeared in their eyes. After all, they both knew the drops from a wild boss were generous. Li Yi then laid out his plan. The three mobile cities would form an alliance and attack the molten broodmother together. The Tomorrow would take only the level 2 item it dropped, and the rest of the loot would be split between the Conqueror and the Azure. Li Jin and Lei Jian both twitched at the corners of their mouths upon hearing this. Only the level 2 item. Li made it sound easy, but everyone knew how valuable a level 2 item was to a level 1 mobile city. At the same time, they secretly sighed in their hearts. After all, the Tomorrow held the crucial intel on the wild boss. That was its advantage. After thinking for a moment, Li Jin was the first to nod in agreement. Lei Jian hesitated. His Conqueror was far stronger than the Azure and the Tomorrow. Forming an alliance with them meant he'd have to do more and fight harder, while the best loot would be divided. Naturally, it was a bit frustrating. But he urgently needed molten spider silk to craft a certain level 1 item, not only from the molten spider, but also spider guards and a molten brood mother, which would drop plenty of it. If they could pull it off, he might be able to gather 500 units in one go. Eventually, he also nodded. Li smiled slightly in response. The three sides ultimately reached an agreement. The Tomorrow would take the level 2 item. Since the Conqueror was stronger than the Azure, the remaining loot would be split 60/40ths, and all molten spider silk drops would go to the Conqueror. In terms of combat, only the Conqueror had level 1 cannons, so would lead the assault on the molten brood mother. The Azure and the Tomorrow would handle the molten spiders and spider guards. To ensure everyone kept their word, the three sides would exchange hostages to be returned only after the battle ended. Lei Jian's hostage was his son. Li Ye's was his deputy, Old Zhou. And Li Jin's hostage was the doctor who had once pulled him back from death's door. That was actually his wife. I originally planned to set out tomorrow, Li Yi said. But since your mobile cities are still under maintenance, that's no problem. We can rush the work tonight, the other two said as they waved it off, eyes glowing with excitement. This is a wild boss, after all. We haven't caught one in years. In early morning, accompanied by a heavy rumble, the massive gates of Roland Fortress slowly opened. The Tomorrow started up and drove towards the wilderness. Behind it, the Conqueror and the Azure followed closely. Li stood by the railing, gazing in the direction of the Firefeather Forest. It wouldn't be long before a great battle erupted. Hope everything goes smoothly, he thought silently. At that moment, everyone on the Tomorrow was nervously preparing. When they heard the news that the three mobile cities were aligned to attack a wild boss, they were all stunned. In their stupor, feelings of anxiety, fear, and excitement surged. Beside the cannons, the newly appointed Gunner Ning was nervously adjusting it, occasionally raising his thumb to gauge the distance. He needed to quickly get into the zone before the battle started. There was a noise nearby. Li turned his head and saw Lin Wu. After learning the details of the agreement, Lin Wu nodded and lightly adjusted his glasses. The terms of the deal are acceptable. Only mutually beneficial alliances have a chance to last. The three mobile cities departed, while in the upper district of Roland Fortress, a man leaned against a sickbed, silently watching them through the window. It was a middle-aged man. His face was pale and weak, his figure thin, and he coughed into his hand from time to time. He was the Lord of Roland Fortress. Li Yi and the others didn't know that the reason the Lord of Roland Fortress didn't receive them in person was because he had long been bettered by illness. And Roland Fortress wasn't as indestructible as imagined. After years of mining, the mineral zone it sat on was nearly exhausted, and the freshwater lake was almost depleted. Outside, the Crimson Hound posed a serious threat, and inside, factions struggled for power. There were mainly two factions within Roland Fortress. The radical faction believed resources were nearly depleted and couldn't support so many people. They thought Roland Fortress should revert to a mobile city and set off again in search of resources. Due to the current resource limits, they could only bring 500 people at most. So they planned to select 500 people and abandon the rest. The conservative faction felt that method was too cruel and heartless. Even putting aside the fairness of the selection, it could very well spark conflict ahead of time. The current resources could still last for a while. Maybe a solution could be found. The only reason conflict hadn't erupted yet was that the Lord's prestige still held both factions in check. But his time was also running out. The Lord of Roland Fortress quietly watched the 3 mobile cities, occasionally rubbing his forehead, seemingly deep in thought. With a soft sound, the door slowly opened, and the steward entered with a tray of medicine. "It's time for your medication," he said, looking at the Lord he had served for more than 10 years, his gaze gentle. "Come to think of it, you always watch like this every time a mobile city departs." The Lord gave a few light coughs. "Old Lee, sometimes I can't help but wonder." He spoke slowly. If Roland hadn't become a fortress back then, would it have traveled farther by now? After reaching the destination, Li Yi in the cockpit touched his face and took a deep breath. Everyone aboard the Tomorrow was in position. Since old Zhou, the combat captain, had been sent as a hostage, the combat on the Tomorrow would be under his command. As the 3 mobile cities slowly advanced towards the forest, the wild boss Molten Broodmother had already tensed up, letting out a vigilant hiss. The molten spiders and spider guard around it surged like a tide. At Lie's order, the Tomorrow sounded 3 long horn blasts. These blasts meant the attack had begun. In an instant, cannons from all 3 mobile cities fired simultaneously, and the Molten Broodmother was engulfed in explosions. "Awesome. It hit." Ningwen's lips curled into a delighted smile. Even in his joy, his hands trembled slightly. As a newly appointed gunner on the Tomorrow, he had expected his first battle to be against monsters occupying a mine or forest, not a wild boss. The Tomorrow's 2 cannons were operated by him and another combatant. Before firing, Ningwen had nervously calculated wind speed, distance, and humidity. But just a few seconds later, his smile vanished. After the smoke cleared, the molten spiders and spider guards had suffered minimal casualties, and the Molten Broodmother was nearly unscathed. Leah's expression grew serious. This had actually been within his expectations. This round of regular cannon fire couldn't achieve much, at most providing suppressive fire. After all, these monsters were elite captains and wild boss level. To truly deal damage, they'd need level 1 firearms, level 1 heavy machine guns, or level 1 cannons. The spider swarm, enraged by the shelling, surged forward like a tidal wave. 1,000 meters, 900 meters, 800 meters. The distance between both sides rapidly shrank. Suddenly, the Molten Broodmother crouched and leapt, its massive body sweeping through the air and instantly covering more than 500 meters. No one had expected such a move. At that moment, the Molten Broodmother was less than 300 meters away. Everyone could clearly see its terrifying, grotesque compound eyes. Countless machine gun bullets and shells rained down on it. But the effect of these standard weapons was minimal. The Molten Broodmother charged forward under fire, the distance shrinking fast. Just then, the level 1 cannon on the Conqueror fired. A fierce explosion erupted on the Molten Broodmother, blasting off one of its side limbs. At the same time, its movement slowed down. So this is the power of a level 1 cannon. In that moment, Li felt both shock and relief, mixed with envy. Among the firepower of the 3 mobile cities, only the level 1 cannon on the Conqueror could suppress the wild boss Molten Broodmother. Li Jin shared the same emotion. As lords of mobile cities, the 2 of them deeply wished to possess a level 1 cannon. Just then, the Molten Broodmother suddenly made an unexpected move. It sprayed webs like a launch projectile, quickly wrapping around the wheels and treads of the 3 mobile cities. The sudden change stunned everyone. At the same time, the spider swarm surged up in dense waves. "Open fire. Everyone, fire on the spider swarm." Li shouted. The Tomorrow immediately poured firepower onto the spider swarm. The Azure joined in. Their joint mission was to eliminate the spider swarm, while the Molten Broodmother would be handled by the Conqueror with its level 1 cannon. Meanwhile, The mechanical arms of the three mobile cities activated and began clearing the webs wrapped around their wheels and treads. "Hurry, hurry up!" In the cockpit, Tang Fong spoke nervously. At this moment, he was sweating profusely as he operated the mechanical arm to clear away the spider silk. On the deck of the Tomorrow, Li Yi led the others in a frenzied barrage of gunfire with their Peregrine Falcon assault rifles at the swarm of spiders. As a level 1 rifle, the Peregrine Falcon assault rifle's lethality far surpassed ordinary heavy machine guns and cannons, and the molten spiders at the front were annihilated in moments. At this moment, everyone was madly pulling the trigger, firing nonstop. Under the cover of the spider swarm, several elite captain-level spider guards charged in. Their massive bodies were the size of trucks, extremely terrifying. One of the spider guards suddenly leapt up and landed straight onto the deck of the Azure. It spewed lava-like venom toward a nearby cannon. The unsuspecting gunner, along with the cannon, melted completely. This scene made Li Yi's heart jolt in horror. Fortunately, the combatants on Azure's deck reacted quickly and gunned it down with fierce firepower. The weapon used was the very Peregrine Falcon assault rifle Li Yi had previously traded to them. "It's done!" With Tang Fong's delighted shout, the Tomorrow regained power and was able to move again. Among the three mobile cities, the spider silk entangling the treads and tires of the Tomorrow was the least. But Li Yi did not order a retreat, because the Azure had yet to regain mobility, and he could not abandon his allies. Looking to the other side, the Conqueror was fiercely engaging the Molten Broodmother. The Molten Broodmother had already identified this mobile city as its primary enemy and began frantically spewing spider silk. By now, the entire Conqueror was wrapped in silk. Even the mechanical arms used to remove the silk were tightly bound. Several of its cannons and heavy machine guns were entangled and couldn't fire. Worse still, many combatants were also trapped in the web and couldn't move. Fortunately, its level 1 cannon was still firing continuously, and the Molten Broodmother's body was heavily damaged, its movements significantly slowed. Li suddenly saw hope. "Hold on, we can win." At this moment, all three mobile cities were going all out. At a time like this, no one could afford to be selfish. Bullets and shells were being fired as if they were free. After who knows how long, the spider swarm was finally cleared. Just as the Tomorrow and Azure got free, they immediately went to support the Conqueror. Seeing this, Lei Jin finally breathed a sigh of relief. But his gunner looked grim. "Lord, we only have 3 shells left for this level 1 cannon." Lei Jin's face darkened immediately. As a level 1 cannon, the wind erosion cannon could not use level 1 iron or to make its shells. It required level 1 wind erosion ore. Each shell required 10 units of wind erosion ore and 1 unit of gunpowder. Being a rare ore, wind erosion ore was hard to come by, and sometimes couldn't be bought even with a high price. The Conqueror had a total of just 11 wind erosion shells. "Sigh, we've really lost a lot this time." He thought for a moment, then sighed. "Don't hold back. Fire the remaining 3 shells. Taking down this wild boss is the priority. We can't afford any mistakes at the last moment." In an instant, all heavy machine guns, cannons, and level 1 firearm holders across the 3 mobile cities fired together, saturating the sky with firepower, completely covering the Molten Broodmother. Despite being heavily injured, this wild boss still held on against the combined firepower of 3 mobile cities for several minutes. Only after the Conqueror fired its final wind erosion shell did it let out a mournful cry and collapse to the ground. "Phew, we finally got it." Li Yi, Li Jin, and Lei Jin all breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. At the same time, a trace of lingering fear flashed in their eyes. Without any one of them, they wouldn't have been able to take down this wild boss. Through this battle, they had gained a clear understanding of a wild boss's combat strength. The rumors were true. Even a fully equipped level 1 mobile city had less than a 30% chance of defeating a wild boss. With its super leaps, spider silk spraying, and the surrounding spider swarm, a single level 1 mobile city really couldn't hold out. From the start of the battle until now, everyone had been on edge. If defeated, everyone would perish with their mobile city. This was the nature of wilderness battles. Once they calmed down, everyone turned their gaze to the molten broodmother's corpse. Now was the time to open the spoils of war. 4874 crystal coins. 1256 units of level 1 iron ore, 976 units of level 1 coal, 412 units of level 1 fuel. 325 units of molten spider silk. Level 1 city component, molten shell. Level 1 weapon, molten spider fang. Faced with the mountain of loot, everyone was stunned. They knew wild boss drops were generous, but they hadn't expected this much. Just the crystal coins, coal, iron, ore, and fuel alone would take forever to gather in the wild. As for that level 1 city component, molten shell, it was a type of city armor that looked like flowing magma and had a 10% defense boost, an excellent defensive city component. The level 1 weapon looked extremely cool, with the added effect of inflicting burn damage on hit targets. The three lords all looked on with some envy. Finally, there was the dropped level 2 item. This level 2 item type was completely random. It could be level 2 crop seeds, level 2 firearms, level 2 city components, or even level 2 heavy machine guns and cannons. In fact, at the moment the molten broodmother was killed, Li Jin and Lei Jin both looked at Li Yi with a complicated and subtle expression. As allies, they feared for Li Ye's suffering, but also feared him getting too lucky. Li Yi, meanwhile, stared fervently at the level 2 item. From the outside, the level 2 item resembled a radio, with a shell faintly glowing with fluorescence. Item name, City Camouflage. Item level, level 2. Bonus effect, activates a camouflage that covers the entire mobile city, allowing it to fully blend into the surrounding environment. Note, activating city camouflage consumes 5% energy, with ongoing maintenance consuming 6% energy per hour. This city camouflage can only be maintained while stationary. A great item. Full of envy, Li Jin and Lei Jin couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Thank you both. Li Yi shook hands with them one by one, then unceremoniously took the level 2 item. According to the original agreement, this level 2 item belonged to him, and the rest of the loot had nothing to do with him. As the strongest among the 3-city alliance, and the one who contributed the most in battle, seeing the best loot taken still left Lei Jin feeling a bit bitter. But the haul of molten spider silk eased his regrets a little. Molten spiders had a chance to drop 1 to 3 units of molten spider silk, while spider guards dropped 10 to 20 units. The molten broodmother dropped a whopping 325 units at once. In total, 536 units of molten spider silk were dropped. Not bad at all. Lei Jin couldn't help but nod. By the way, what do you want so much molten spider silk for? Li asked curiously. Just like him, Li Jin also looked over with curiosity. Lei Jin pondered for a moment, then displayed a design blueprint. Level 1 city accessory, molten tread design blueprint. Item name, molten tread. Item level, level 1. Attached effects. 1. Increases mobile city traction by 10%. 2. Grants the mobile city climbing capability with a maximum climbing angle of 30 degrees. Crafting requirements. 500 units of molten spider silk, 100 units of iron ore. According to Lei Jin, he obtained this during an attack on a monstrous town. That's quite a decent city accessory, Li nodded to himself. Compared to the standard level 1 treads upgraded in the production workshop, this molten tread was far more effective, even granting climbing ability to the mobile city. 30 degrees. Now, that was quite a steep slope. Before his eyes, a vivid scene appeared, a mountain-sized mobile city flexibly climbing through the mountains using its base treads. According to the previous agreement, the remaining spoils were to be divided between the Conqueror and Azure in a 6-to-4 ratio. The division of iron, ore, and crystal coins went smoothly, but when it came to the molten armor, some disagreements arose. As the strongest and most contributive, the Conqueror had greater say, so Lei Jin held more authority. After a round of negotiation, the Conqueror obtained the city accessory, while Azure received 300 units of iron ore and 300 units of coal as compensation. Although the compensation was substantial, Li Jin still felt a little regret. His Azure had just regained momentum and urgently needed to boost its strength. But to be fair, Azure had the weakest standing in the three-city alliance this time. After all, Tomorrow had the wild boss intel and initiated the alliance, and Conqueror was the most powerful. All in all, he still came out with a gain this time and secured a fair amount of resources. The only thing that made Li Jin feel some heartache was the loss of a gunner on Azure, an old member who had been around for a long time. Now, they would have to train a new one. After the loot was divided, Lei Jian made a request. Due to taking on the Molten Broodmother solo during the battle, the Conqueror was now entangled in spider silk and completely immobilized, requiring cleanup. In the wilderness, an immobile mobile city was extremely dangerous, so Lei Jian asked Azure and Tomorrow to escort the Conqueror during this period. Li Yi and Li Jin agreed without hesitation. After this battle, the three parties had developed some level of camaraderie. Out of gratitude, Lei Jian glanced at the Peregrine Falcon assault rifle in Li Ye's hand. Your level 1 firearm is quite good. Why not help me process a few more of them too? His Conqueror also had level 1 firearms, but only submachine guns, which were not as lethal as assault rifles. Li nodded and, out of goodwill, did not charge any processing fee this time. In the time that followed, he brought the city camouflage back to the Tomorrow and had Lin Wu install it, while also conducting a brief tally of their own consumption. During the battle, many molten spiders had crawled onto the deck, including one spider guard. Multiple parts of the Tomorrow's deck were damaged, but fortunately, there were no casualties, though several combat personnel were injured. As for the consumed shells, machine gun bullets, handgun bullets, and Peregrine Falcon assault rifle bullets, from the start of the battle, ammunition had been poured out as if it were free. Rough calculations showed that over 400 units of iron ore were effectively spent in that battle. Li couldn't help but click his tongue. War truly was expensive. The saying, "One cannon blast costs 10,000 taels of gold," was no exaggeration. During this time, he glanced at the corpse of the Molten Broodmother and was lost in thought. The drops from this wild boss were incredibly rich and could feed 3 mobile cities. If the Tomorrow had taken it down alone, it would have been a massive haul. But recalling the course of the battle, he gently shook his head and gave up the idea. "Sigh, better not get too greedy." Over an hour later, the Conqueror finished clearing the spider silk and regained mobility. The 3 parties exchanged hostages, bid farewell to each other, and set off. The 3 mobile cities headed in different directions. In the wilderness, mobile cities rarely traveled together. The reason was simple. Resources found in the wild were limited. 2 cities together were already hard to divide, let alone 3. Li opened the system panel, and at this time, the Epic Intelligence had been refreshed. Its content was, as of now, the Wasteland Zone's human survivor data is as follows. Number of level 1 mobile cities, 119. Number of level 2 mobile cities, 3. Number of level 1 fortresses, 16. Number of survivor towns, 152. Number of survival caravans, 63. Number of survival squads, 421. Total population, 173, 531. This time's Epic Intelligence is this kind of content. Stunned, a glimmer of joy appeared in Li Ye's eyes. What great intel! Now he had a clear and intuitive understanding of the entire Wasteland Zone. He hadn't expected there to be as many as 119 level 1 mobile cities in the Wasteland Zone, and there were actually 3 level 2 cities as well. What surprised him the most was that the survivor population in the Wasteland Zone still exceeded 170,000, far more than he had anticipated. After the surprise, he sighed. In 3 months, the entire Wasteland Zone would be destroyed. How many people would still survive by then? After assigning personnel for the night watch, Li Yi went back to his room to sleep. When he woke up again, it was already evening. The sky had completely darkened, and the Tomorrow's searchlights were already on. As he stepped out of the room, Li suddenly thought of something and opened the system panel. At this point, the system cooldown had reset. Time until next intelligence refresh. 15 hours, 32 minutes, 52 seconds. Number of intelligence items. 5. Lee couldn't help but shake his head lightly. This refresh time was less than a day. The intel was likely low value, just crumbs. Since it was night, most of the crew on the Tomorrow had gone to rest, leaving only a few combat personnel on night duty. The lookout had also stepped down. Feeling refreshed after waking up, Lee decided to wander casually around the Tomorrow. Just then, he suddenly heard a faint rumbling sound from the distance. That sound seems like it's coming from a mobile city, he muttered in confusion. The next second, a searchlight shone onto the Tomorrow. Lee paused, then looked toward the direction the searchlight had come from. From a silhouette, it was clearly a mobile city. Tang Fong, turn on the searchlight. Shine it toward that mobile city. Shouting this, he immediately rushed toward the watchtower. Once inside, Lee quickly picked up the binoculars and looked toward the mobile city. On the flag of that mobile city was an unmistakable image of a crimson-fanged hound. He realized it in an instant. That's the Crimson Hound. At the same time, the other party let out a horn signal. 2 short blasts, 2 long blasts. That meant, you have become prey. A sharp roar echoed, and the Crimson Hound began accelerating in pursuit. With several piercing whistles, a number of shells landed around the Tomorrow, triggering violent explosions. Most people aboard the Tomorrow were jolted awake and quickly picked up their weapons to assemble. Ali, should we prepare to fight back? Old Joe's voice came through the voice tube. Lee thought it over carefully, then quickly shook his head. No, we can't fight it. Have Tang Fong accelerate, and once we've widened the distance, activate the city camouflage. He was thoroughly familiar with the Crimson Hound's strength. 96 combat personnel for convoys, 8 standard cannons, 14 standard heavy machine guns, and over 120 various firearms. And there were also 2 level 1 cannons. Moreover, he had only recently witnessed the power of a level 1 cannon. With a dull whistle, a shell exploded not far to the left of the Tomorrow. Fierce flames shot skyward, and the violent shock wave swept across the entire Tomorrow, even making it tremble slightly. Leah's expression changed slightly. That level of power was undoubtedly from a level 1 cannon. If the Tomorrow were hit head-on, the consequences would be unimaginable. Under Tang Fong's series of maneuvers, the Tomorrow began gradually accelerating, while the Crimson Hound followed closely behind, and the 2 mobile cities launched into a chase across the wasteland. During the pursuit, the Crimson Hound fired multiple times, with shells narrowly missing the Tomorrow. Suddenly, Lee had a flash of inspiration. Tang Fong, after memorizing and planning the route ahead, turn off all the lights. A few seconds later, all lights on the Tomorrow went out. With a sharp turn, it disappeared under the searchlights of the Crimson Hound. A few minutes later, the Crimson Hound completely lost sight of the Tomorrow. It swept its searchlights continuously across the surroundings, but never spotted its target. Unwilling to give up, the predatory city even came to a slow halt and deployed 4 convoys to search in all directions. It couldn't believe that this juicy prey had escaped right under its nose. About half an hour later, the convoys returned from all directions and reported that they had found nothing. They had hoped to track the Tomorrow via its tire tracks, but this was a border zone regularly traversed by many mobile cities, leaving behind numerous crisscrossing wheel and tread marks. The Tomorrow's tracks had blended in, making them impossible to follow. After retrieving its convoys, the Crimson Hound had no choice but to start up again and slowly leave. It's finally gone. Lee breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, the Tomorrow had already blended perfectly with the wasteland landscape. To be safe, Lee waited half an hour after the Crimson Hound left before disabling the city camouflage. Thank goodness for this level 2 item. Otherwise, the Tomorrow would have been done for, he thought sincerely. He had to admit, this level 2 item was incredibly useful, whether for ambushes or escapes. If there was one downside, it was its high energy consumption. From instant activation to 1 hour of continuous use, It had already consumed 11% of their energy, enough to power the tomorrow for 2 full days. No wonder all level 1 cities are so obsessed with wild bosses, he thought. After all, everyone wants that level 2 item they drop. A new day soon arrived. People aboard the Tomorrow began their daily work. Lin Wu led a few people to conduct inspections from top to bottom. Old Zhou took a few companions to patrol. At that moment, Li Yi stood at the edge of the field. Today, the blue heart potatoes were ripe and ready for harvest. Several residents were busy harvesting potatoes in the fields. Li Yi casually picked one up to examine it. Blue heart potatoes were about the same size as regular potatoes, but their skin and flesh were light blue. He took a bite and found it slightly sweet. This time, the Tomorrow had harvested a total of 1,563 units of blue heart potatoes. After the harvest, Li had everyone plant a new round of blue heart potatoes and also sowed the newly obtained morning wheat. Morning wheat took longer to mature than blue heart potatoes. It needed 1 month. But compared to normal crops, that was already fast. Once the morning wheat matured, the Tomorrow could produce flour, and with flour, they could make biscuits, bread, steamed buns, noodles. All in all, the Tomorrow's food supply had become basically self-sufficient. But Li stroked his chin and gently shook his head. At present, the Tomorrow's food supply was still too limited, only wheat and potatoes. He planned to acquire more level 1 crops to diversify their meals. Not only that, once the Tomorrow had the capacity, they would also grow fruit and raise fish. Incidentally, Li had previously communicated with the Conqueror and the Azure, hoping to trade level 1 crops. But to his surprise, everyone's level 1 crops turned out to be morning wheat sold by Roland Fortress. Generally speaking, the price of ordinary level 1 crops ranged from 500 to 1,000 crystal coins. Morning wheat was much more expensive because it was a staple crop and could support more people than vegetables and fruit. Both Li Jin and Lei Jian expressed interest in the blue heart potatoes aboard the Tomorrow and wanted to purchase them. After all, potatoes were rich in starch and protein, making them a very filling food. But since all the seeds had just been sown, Li couldn't meet their request. So he promised to sell them a batch of seeds next time they met. By evening, a new round of intelligence had refreshed. 1. 15 kilometers southwest lies a temporarily parked survival caravan with 17 people. Supplies are currently sufficient. No level 1 blueprints, crops, or weapons. Intelligence value, common. 2. West of the wasteland zone lies a level 1 region, large basin zone. Travel time to the area is 1 month. Intelligence value, excellent. 3. After several days of pursuit, the level 1 mobile city Vanguard successfully defeated 2 hunting level 1 mobile cities and absorbed their population, resources, and all project from their production workshops. Intelligence value, excellent. 4. Roland Fortress is currently riddled with internal conflict. With resources nearly depleted, the radical faction has decided to consolidate all remaining resources and abandon 3/4 of the fortress's population, reverting Roland Fortress back into mobile city mode. The conservative faction strongly opposes this, insisting that a solution can be found. The Lord of Roland Fortress commands immense authority, allowing him to suppress both sides, but his condition is now too critical for him to even get out of bed. Intelligence value, rare. 5. By tomorrow morning, a spore town will appear southeast of the rotting lands. This monstrous town is neutral. Any survivor can visit to interact with its residents and obtain unique level 1 items. Intelligence value, rare. Li quickly skimmed through the intelligence. Although there was no news about mines or logging camps, the amount of information this time was unexpectedly high. As usual, Li quickly analyzed the intelligence. First was the first piece of information. There was a temporarily stationed survivor caravan 15 kilometers away. For a mobile city the size of the Tomorrow, the resources of a caravan were hardly worth noticing. The difference between the two was like that of a whale and tiny fish in the ocean. Moreover, the caravan didn't have any level 1 blueprints or level 1 weapons, resources Li Yi needed, so he only glanced over it and then skipped this ordinary level intel. The second piece of information, however, was quite interesting. To the west of the wasteland zone lay the level 1 zone known as the Large Basin Zone. It would take a month to travel there. This was a new area Li had learned about after the Eternal Night Zone. But overall, Li had no plans to head to the Basin Zone at present. After all, in terms of development, the Wasteland Zone was sufficient. There was no need to go to another level 1 zone, especially when it required a month-long journey. His primary target was still the Eternal Night Zone. The Basin Zone could, at best, serve as a backup option. The third piece of intelligence took him by surprise. Once again, a new level 1 mobile city appeared in the report. This mobile city had defeated 2 others in combat. In the wild, battles between mobile cities were intense, even when it was one-on-one. A 1 versus 2 battle put one at a complete disadvantage. It meant facing double the cannons, heavy machine guns, and raiding squads. Yet the vanguard managed to win. This meant that the mobile city undoubtedly had an excellent lord, outstanding combat personnel, and precise coordination. So many monsters out there. Li couldn't help but sigh. The Crimson Hound alone, with 2 level 1 cannons and nearly 100 fighters, had already astonished him. Now another city, the Vanguard, had shown up. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel envious. This time, the Vanguard had swallowed the resources of 2 mobile cities, which meant its strength would skyrocket significantly. The fourth piece of intel was about Roland Fortress. Li Yi was surprised to learn that Roland Fortress wasn't as united as he had imagined. It was rife with internal conflict. The fifth piece of information piqued his interest. There's actually a neutral monstrous town in the Rotting Lands. He was astonished. The previous encounter with the Kobold caravan had already given him a taste of the benefits. He immediately set the tomorrow's destination to the Rotting Lands. Just as he was about to head to the cockpit to issue the command, Li Yi's gaze unintentionally fell back on the first piece of intel. A new idea suddenly came to his mind. This caravan might not have what he needed, but he could sell something to them. He still had Peregrine Falcon assault rifles, after all. These level 1 weapons were highly sought after. With his mind made up, he ordered the Tomorrow to head southwest. When the caravan saw a mobile city heading toward them, they were dumbfounded. Seated by the campfire, they all put down their food and quickly retreated toward their vehicles. Just then, the Tomorrow emitted 2 long whistles and 1 short one. The caravan leader paused and said, half believingly, "That's a request for communication. Let's see what they want." A few minutes later, the 2 sides met. Li Yi observed the caravan and found that it had 4 off-road vehicles, 2 buses, and 2 trucks, a fairly sizable setup. He promptly displayed the Peregrine Falcon assault rifles he had brought. The caravan members' eyes lit up at once. To them, level 1 firearms were undoubtedly rare and valuable. Though the caravan didn't have many crystal coins, they did have over 700 units of iron ore, more than 300 units of coal, and over 100 units of fuel in the trucks. They had gathered these not long ago and had planned to sell them in a town. After some bargaining, Li Yi agreed to process 6 Peregrine Falcon assault rifles for them at a rate of 50 units of iron ore per rifle. As for the bullets, he processed them for free. In just a few exchanges, he easily earned 300 units of iron ore. Not only that, Li also planned to sell the caravan Blue Heart potato seeds. After harvesting Blue Heart potatoes, he had used potato chunking to create over a dozen bags of seeds. However, the caravan leader shook his head and refused. Li was puzzled at first, but quickly figured it out. Unlike mobile cities, caravans had no land for farming. Their main food supply came from town trade. For caravans, 2 things were most important. One was fuel to keep them moving at all times in the wild. The other was weapons to efficiently kill monsters. In the wasteland, caravans, fortresses, mobile cities, survival squads, and bounty hunters all had their own ways of surviving. After the trade, the 2 sides parted ways. On the road, Li passed by a freshwater lake marked on the map and refilled his water supply. By noon the next day, the Tomorrow arrived at the Rotting Lands. The Rotting Lands were far larger than Li Yi had imagined. After searching southwest for quite a while, he finally found Spore Town. This small town sat in a sunken area illuminated by bioluminescent ferns. Its buildings were giant mushrooms with hollowed-out centers, and the ground was covered in a springy, fungal mesh. The residents of Spore Town were mushroom people of various shapes and colors, all busy with their respective tasks. When Li saw the two massive figures on the outskirts of Spore Town, his heart sank. There were already 2 level 1 mobile cities here. These 2 cities were parked on either side of Spore Town and didn't appear to be allies. Better go check it out first, he thought. Through the bulletin board at the entrance of Spore Town, Li and his team learned the following intel. First, Spore Town would be open for only 3 days, after which all contact with the outside world would cease. Second, as a neutral monstrous town, all factions were forbidden from engaging in combat within a 1-kilometer radius of Spore Town. If anyone broke this rule, they would become enemies of all Spore Town residents. Additionally, Spore Town was hostile toward the Ant-Men who occupied the rotting lands. Third, the town's magistrate would offer a variety of rare items for sale. To purchase these, one needed to accumulate contribution points. The ways to earn contribution points were as follows. Kill a normal grade Ant-Man, 5 points. Kill an elite grade Ant-Man, 20 points. Kill an elite Captain grade Ant-Man, 100 points. Kill a wild boss grade Ant-Man, 2,000 points. Capture an Ant-Man stronghold, 50 points. Capture an Ant-Man controlled mine/forest/quarry, 200 points. Capture an Ant-Man town, 500 points. After carefully reading the bulletin board, Li led Old Zhou and the others toward the center of Spore Town. A few minutes later, the Spore Town administrative officer appeared. It was a tall red mushroom person dressed in formal attire, walking with graceful posture, with a feather pen pinned to its chest. Welcome to Spore Town, human. I hope you can make outstanding contributions to Spore Town, it said. Of course, I won't let you suffer any losses either. As it spoke, it displayed the resources that could be exchanged in Spore Town. Upon seeing the resource list clearly, everyone present was stunned. Level 1 crop, sunshine apple tree seeds, 1,000 contribution points, purchase limit. 1. Level 1 city accessory, mushroom wheels design blueprint, 700 contribution points, purchase limit. 1. Level 1 rocket launcher design blueprint, 800 contribution points, purchase limit. 1. Level 1 city accessory, spore armor design blueprint, 900 contribution points, purchase limit. 1. Level 1 city accessory, mycelium treads design blueprint, 500 contribution points, purchase limit. 1. Level 1 firearm, spore submachine gun, 600 contribution points, purchase limit. 1. Level 1 frost ore, 10 contribution points, purchase limit. 450. Level 1 frost crystal, 2,000 contribution points, purchase limit. 1. Level 2 city accessory, repair mechanical arm, 8,000 contribution points, purchase limit. 1. In addition, the administrative officer also sold blueprints for everyday items like electric fans, motorcycles, and robotic vacuum cleaners, with prices ranging from 50 to 200 points. There were also food and drinks such as spore biscuits, mushroom stew, and Spore Town special honey brew. Resources like iron, ore, coal, and fuel were also available, priced at 1 to 5 contribution points per unit, with a purchase cap of 1,000 units. Li stared intently at the items listed in front of him. Spore armor, mushroom wheels, level 1 rocket launcher. These were all undeniably good stuff. What surprised him most was that there were actually frost ore and frost crystal, resources he urgently needed to craft a frost cannon. What was even more unbelievable was that there was even a level 2 item. The level 2 city accessory, repair mechanical arm, could fully automate maintenance of a mobile city and provided an additional 15% kinetic energy. It only consumed iron ore during repairs. Having it was akin to owning a professional mechanic team. And it wasn't a blueprint, but a finished product, which meant that lords didn't have to go through the hassle of gathering resources to build it. They could use it immediately as long as they had enough contribution points to exchange for it. Even so, as he kept looking, Li furrowed his brows. For a level 1 city, the most useful level 2 items were undoubtedly heavy machine guns, cannons, city armor, or level 2 vehicles. The mechanical repair arm was good, but still fell just a bit short. The mushroom person administrative officer then handed a commissioning badge to Li Yi. Whenever Li Yi and his group killed ant folk or captured strongholds in the wild, the badge would automatically tally contribution points. When Li Yi received the commissioning badge, he turned his head to glance at the other two lords. The two of them were staring straight at that level 2 mechanical arm. Clearly both wanted it. After thinking for a moment, Li Yi made a decision. Rather than exhausting himself competing with the other two for 8,000 points to get the level 2 mechanical arm, it was better to prioritize exchanging for resources to build a level 1 cannon and also get the level 1 crop, level 1 city armor, and level 1 rocket launcher. After all, a level 1 cannon provided a tremendous upgrade for a mobile city. The highest priority for exchange, however, was still that frost crystal, since frost or veins didn't necessarily produce crystals. That said, Li still couldn't help glancing longingly at that mechanical arm. After all, it was a level 2 item, a rare treasure. The more level 2 items a level 1 city had, the greater the advantage it had in the wild. He then launched an emergency mobilization on the tomorrow. The entire mobile city had 25 people, excluding the 2 helmsmen, Mechanic Lin Wu and his friend's younger sister, and the lookout. Li called upon all the rest, including the injured. All the iron or stored on the tomorrow was used by Li Yi to craft bullets and shells, with the majority being made into Peregrine Falcon assault rifles. Including himself, Li divided the remaining 20 people into 3 shifts and began frantically hunting antfolk in the rotting lands. Before long, Li spotted a group of antfolk. They were about the same size as humans, with sharp limbs, tall builds, and hard carapaces. At that moment, this group of antfolk was resting around a campfire. With a wave of Li Ye's hand, a shell exploded among the antfolk with a sharp whistling sound. Since it was a regular shell, its lethality against level 1 monsters like the antfolk was limited, so they only sustained minor injuries. However, after a round of shooting with the Peregrine Falcon assault rifles, the antfolk were turned into ashes. The tomorrow rolled over their campfire and sped forward. By evening, the tomorrow returned to Spore Town. Li Yi, up on the watchtower, set down his gun and wiped the sweat from his forehead in exhaustion. Since morning, he had led a team in a relentless sweep of antfolk and their small strongholds within 10 kilometers of Spore Town, like a spinning top that never stopped. As of now, he had accumulated a total of 3,080 contribution points. Li immediately exchanged them for that frost crystal and the level 1 rocket launcher blueprint. During that time, he quietly looked around Spore Town with a thoughtful expression. Spore Town had so many good things that even a city like the Tomorrow couldn't exhaust its resources alone, if he could successfully rob it. That said, Spore Town's armed forces were no joke. This town had around 500 mushroom people residents, all starting at elite level. Some were even elite captain grade, all armed with level 1 weapons. Worse still, the town was equipped with level 1 heavy machine guns and level 1 cannons. This was a clear sign that if you dared to rob them, you wouldn't live to regret it. Unless you were strong enough to rob them. Forget it, better to just earn contribution points honestly. Li scratched his head. A new day arrived. Upon waking, Li immediately grabbed the Peregrine Falcon assault rifle next to his bed. Last night's haul was meager, only 350 points. There were 2 main reasons. First, the antfolk and their strongholds within dozens of kilometers around Spore Town had been swept clean by the 3 mobile cities. Now, they had to venture deeper into the rotting lands, which was more time-consuming and labor-intensive. Second, fewer antfolk roamed at night, and it was hard to find them since mobile cities only had spotlights at night. As he got up, Li also brought up the system panel for a glance. At that moment, the system cooldown had just refreshed. Time until next intelligence refresh. 4 days, 23 hours, 55 seconds. Number of intelligence entries, 7. Li only gave it a brief look before closing it. His current focus was on killing monsters and capturing strongholds to earn contribution points. For the people aboard the Tomorrow, every time they encountered a group of ant folk, it was like picking up money off the ground. They would all surge forward at once. At this moment, the Tomorrow had gradually ventured deep into the rotting lands. Outposts, fortresses, small strongholds. Antfolk strongholds were appearing more frequently, and most were elite level. These elite antfolk were much tougher than ordinary ones, quicker and more savage, even carrying level 1 weapons like muskets and repeating crossbows. Some antfolk strongholds were even equipped with cannons. The contribution points began to rise significantly, but so did the danger. By the time evening arrived, Lee glanced at the contribution points he had accumulated. Over the course of a day, he had amassed another 2,800 contribution points. After a brief moment of thought, he ordered the Tomorrow to set course back to Spore Town. Due to the long distance, the Tomorrow didn't arrive at its destination until late at night. At this moment, the entire Spore Town was bathed in a soft blue phosphorescent glow, appearing exceptionally tranquil and beautiful. But Li Yi and his crew had no intention of admiring the view. Instead, they hurried straight toward the town center. The items on the exchange list had hardly changed. It was clear that the two unfamiliar mobile cities were still hoarding their contribution points to exchange for that level 2 item requiring 8,000 points. Out in the wild, an unspoken agreement had been formed. Antfolk and resource strongholds were claimed on a first-come, first-served basis. Li Yi, therefore, exchanged for the spore armor and sunshine apple tree seeds with peace of mind, and used the remaining contribution points to trade for frost ore. Only one day remained, and with a bit more effort, he could finish exchanging for all the frost ore. Due to the large number of antfolk he had taken down over the past 2 days, he had unexpectedly accumulated several thousand crystal coins. The corpses of antfolk would also drop some iron, ore, coal, common items, and even design blueprints. The most surprising thing he found was a blueprint for cola. Item name, cola. Item grade, common. Attached effect, none. Crafting requirements, 1 unit of fresh water. Cola, huh? His eyes lit up. Li Yi immediately entered the cola blueprint into the production workshop and manufactured a batch of cola, handing out a bottle to everyone. After cracking one open and taking a big gulp, he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. He had to admit, having carbonated drinks on the wasteland felt really good. Even better if it was chilled. A drink like this should be popular on the wasteland, right? Maybe I can even make some profit off it, he couldn't help thinking. By the end of the 3rd day, Lee had successfully gathered enough contribution points to trade for the remaining frost ore in one go. He immediately used the production workshop to craft the frost cannon and its shells. The frost cannon had a crystal-clear appearance, exuding a faint chill. As the gunner, Ningwen was instantly enamored, running his hands repeatedly over its barrel. Li Yi let out a relaxed breath. All things considered, he had finally managed to build this level 1 cannon. The Tomorrow had gained an extra layer of security in the wild. We finally have a level 1 cannon, old Joe said, caressing the frost cannon with satisfaction in his eyes. By the way, Ollie, it's about time we set off again, right? Lee nodded. Considering that the Tomorrow had nearly exhausted its resources and the crew was physically and mentally fatigued from several days of high-intensity combat, he ordered the ship to set off for Roland Fortress for repairs, resupply, and recruitment. As the Tomorrow slowly left Spore Town, the corners of Lie's lips curled upward slightly. He couldn't care less about which level 1 city had acquired the level 2 mechanical arm. Everything the Tomorrow was meant to get, it had gotten. At the same time, he glanced at the system panel. There were still more than 2 days left until the next intelligence refresh. This time, the refresh interval was unexpectedly long, and there would be as many as 7 new entries. There's bound to be epic intelligence, maybe even legendary intelligence, he thought. By the time the Tomorrow returned to Roland Fortress for rest, the intelligence would almost be refreshed. It would be the perfect opportunity to plan the Tomorrow's next course of action based on the new intel. By evening, the Tomorrow arrived at Roland Fortress. At the moment of entering the fortress, Li let out a quiet sigh of relief. Although the gains from this expedition were plentiful, the Tomorrow had also nearly run out of standard bullets, cannon shells, iron, ore, and fuel. The crew was utterly exhausted, with many wounded during the 3 days of combat, and the Tomorrow had sustained multiple damages. This time, Li intended to let everyone rest for a few days at Roland Fortress, prepare for the next expedition, and try to recruit more personnel. Thank goodness for the safe harbor of Roland Fortress, he thought. After all, resting in the wild was a dangerous thing. What surprised him was that the Conqueror and the Azure had just returned as well. The three lords met up and briefly exchanged stories of the past few days. It wasn't just the Tomorrow. Both the Conqueror and the Azure had made gains this time. The Conqueror had successfully captured a monstrous town after several days of attacks, gaining a lot of resources and a blueprint for a city accessory. The Azure also had good luck. While attacking a mine, an elite monster unexpectedly dropped a level 1 heavy machine gun blueprint. A monstrous town? Leah's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Then he quickly asked, "Was it a Boorman town?" Seeing Lei Jian nod in surprise, he sighed silently. He had originally planned to attack it once the Tomorrow finished resting, but the Conqueror had gotten there first. That was normal. He couldn't expect all the good fortune to fall into his lap. What surprised him more was the Azure's luck. To think they managed to get a level 1 heavy machine gun blueprint. That was arguably the most powerful weapon after level 1 cannons. And against a zombie swarm, it could be even more effective than cannons. Upon learning about Li Ye's experiences, both Li Jin and Lei Jian were stunned. "You actually got a level 1 cannon too?" Lei Jian exclaimed. "I didn't expect the Rotting Lands to have a neutral monstrous town," Li Jin murmured. "Not only did it have frost, ore, and crystals, it even had a level 2 item. Why can't I ever be that lucky?" After speaking, the two of them looked at Li Yi with eyes full of complex envy. Now, the Tomorrow not only had city camouflage, but also a frost cannon, rare level 1 crops, and 2 excellent design blueprints. The development speed of this level 1 city was just too fast. It was like riding a rocket. They couldn't help but sigh. Li simply waved and smiled. After saying goodbye to the two, he returned to the Tomorrow to get back to his own business. Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted outside. "What's going on now?" he wondered. Could it be an enemy attack? No way. This is a fortress. When Li stepped out of the room in confusion and saw the scene clearly, he was stunned. In the distant sky, a massive figure had appeared. A mobile city in steampunk style, shaped like a giant hot air balloon. This mobile city floated above the dense cloud layer, its chimneys spewing grayish-white smoke, and the roar of its propellers echoed through the sea of clouds. Li was dumbfounded. That mobile city can actually fly in the sky. He swiftly rushed up to the watchtower and grabbed a telescope. The exterior of this mobile city was covered by thick, enormous canvas like sails in all manner of colors, giving it a fairy tale appearance. And these canvases converged to form a hot air balloon shape. Through the gaps in the canvas, Li could clearly see its internal structure. Its main body was built from multiple layered metal platforms, with armored plates riveted together and numerous steam pipes winding through, transporting high-pressure steam. The bottom of the city was suspended with dozens of giant gas bags. The rear was fitted with huge propellers, and the wings had strikingly large mechanical fins, enabling the city to remain balanced amid storms and air currents. Its vehicles consisted of various sizes of hot air balloons and some small-scale airships. Li squinted and stared, trying to take in more detail. What intrigued him most was how the city's inhabitants lived up here. As the telescope slowly moved, he saw exactly what he had wondered. This mobile city was divided into over a dozen layers from bottom to top. The reason it had far more layers than a normal level 1 mobile city was because, floating in the air, it was no longer constrained by height. The arrangement of its layers was completely reversed compared to a level 1 city. The top was the boiler and power zone, the middle was the living area, and the lower part was the noble district. Li could see the giant steam reactors in the upper levels in operation, with mechanics and apprentices bustling about. The middle-level streets were made of interwoven iron mesh and riveted steel plates, with roads of various sizes intersecting. Along each road were gear-driven elevators and conveyor belts. The city's residents hustled back and forth on the streets, busy with their tasks. Some leaned casually against the railings, waving down at the people on the ground. The noble district on the lower level was quite small, only about half the size of a soccer field. The layout there surprised Li. Only a single old-fashioned small house with rustic decoration, beside which was a patch of grass, surrounded by a wooden fence. The mobile city drifted slowly and leisurely, under the admiring gazes of everyone in the fortress. As Li looked on, the corner of his mouth involuntarily lifted. How wonderful! He couldn't help but sigh. The sky was always humanity's most desired form of romance. From Chang'e flying to the moon, the Greek gods residing on Olympus, to Van Gogh's Starry Night igniting the night sky with swirling brushstrokes, then to hot air balloons, airplanes, rockets, and scientific and technological advances. Humans always, clumsily yet persistently, sought to reach the sky in myriad ways. Li put away the telescope, closed his eyes, and began to ponder life on this airborne mobile city. Upon waking in the morning, opening the window revealed the flowing sea of clouds. The morning breeze, wrapped in a thin mist, rushed in, and the rising sun cast the giant propeller's silhouette onto the cloud wall, reflecting as a beautiful inverted image. Beneath their feet flowed the land, mountains, lakes, plains, and towns unfolding in full view. Workers in the boiler zone shoveled coal while chatting idly, occasionally brushing off black ash fragments from their clothes. Residents pushed open their windows, allowing the air mixed with coal smoke and morning dew to flow in. They donned goggles and wind hoods before stepping outside. On the crisscrossed aerial walkways, children gleefully ran while holding onto the railings. Since the moment of his crossing into this world, Li had been on edge every day just to survive. Now, quietly, his mind had relaxed much more. In a wasteland apocalypse where order had utterly collapsed and survival was paramount, living on a flying mobile city must feel absolutely amazing. He suddenly thought that if the tomorrow could be transformed into an airborne mobile city, that would be pretty great too. But he could only sigh in longing. Converting a mobile city into an airborne mode was incredibly difficult. It required gathering a whole set of aerial flight components, and the entire mobile city needed a major facelift. Whether in terms of resources or manpower and materials, it was a tremendous investment. Among 100 cities, it was rare to find even one airborne city. That was how scarce they were. And it was precisely for this reason that when an airborne mobile city appeared before everyone's eyes, it felt as wondrous as a fairy tale. At that moment, everyone in the fortress paused their tasks and all looked upward toward the airborne city. The airborne city gradually slowed down, began to descend, and emitted 2 long blasts and 1 short blast on its steam whistle. This means they want to communicate. They want to stop at Roland Fortress for a rest. As this realization dawned, Li became excited. Lin Wu, who was currently repairing the Tomorrow, seemed to sense Li Ye's thoughts and spoke up. "Lord, this airborne city is quite enviable, isn't it? Do you wish to go aboard for a tour?" "Yes." Li nodded, his eyes full of emotion. "Even if it's just for a few minutes, to see the ground scenery while it's flying, that would be nice." "Really? Just thinking about that is wonderful. May I go with you?" "No, you must continue your work." When Lin Wu, disappointed, adjusted his glasses, Li rubbed his hands in excitement and took the elevator platform back down to the ground. At this moment, the airborne city had arrived above Roland Fortress and began descending slowly. Its helmsman had carefully selected the landing point and communicated the landing operation via megaphone. The airborne city gradually ceased heating its burners, opened about 50 to 70% of its exhaust valves, and maintained that opening as it slowly descended toward Roland Fortress. When it was 40 to 50 meters above the ground, it briefly ignited to slow the descent, allowing itself to hover with the gondola level above the fortress. People from the airborne city descended to the ground in hot air balloons. Lee looked closely and realized they all had blonde hair and blue eyes, Western features. Leading them was the butler of the airborne city's lord, a man in his 50s, displaying a calm and restrained expression, standing upright like a ruler, his brow always slightly furrowed, much like the solemn homeroom teacher by the window who had watched over students in high school. He immediately opened his notebook and said to everyone, "Then, according to my previous plan, purchase 2,000 units of iron or 1,000 units of coal, 500 units of fuel." When he snapped back to reality, he found that a crowd had already gathered around him. Almost everyone in the fortress had gathered here. The butler then introduced himself. This airborne city was called Adventurer, and it was a level 1 city. He was named Gray, and he was the butler to the lord of this city. It came from a distant basin region. According to him, the Adventurer was approximately 300 meters tall, about 700 meters in diameter, with a main structure thickness of about 120 meters. Its total area across a dozen or so levels was 12 square kilometers, and it could accommodate more than 500 people. Under normal circumstances, the Adventurer's flight altitude was between 300 and 1,500 meters, and it could ascend higher in emergencies. Its speed was generally between 20 and 50 kilometers per hour, and it could sustain flight for 1 to 2 weeks. However, everyone was completely uninterested in these figures the butler had presented. "Sir, may we go aboard for a visit?" A child raised their hand to ask. The Lord is, of course, very happy to invite everyone, especially children. Gray replied with the same calm expression. "But I dislike children because when they make noise they resemble out-of-control wind-up toys and often emit terrible noises above 140 decibels. But Mr. Butler, you were also a child when you were young." A little girl timidly spoke up. Gray slowly and firmly shook his head. "No, I have been calm and self-possessed since I was small, and almost never made a fuss. Because of that, people often said I was an uninteresting little adult." Before he finished speaking, a long queue instantly formed in front of him. Seeing this, Gray helplessly lifted his eyebrows and then added a sentence. "Lords of mobile cities have priority." Lee immediately displayed his lord's wristband. At that moment, he was surprised to see 2 other hands raised high wearing lord's wristbands. They were none other than Li Jin and Lei Jian. "You're still childlike at your age?" he said in surprise. The 2 of them looked at the adventurer above and spoke excitedly. Of course, no matter how old a man is, seeing this would make his heart race. Under the arrangement of Butler Gray, the 3 lords boarded the adventurer in hot air balloons. They arrived at the mid-level area of the adventurer, first stepping into the Rivet Plaza, the core position of the mid-level. This was both a market and a social hub. Repair shop mechanics hammered parts of their stalls. Sparks splashed onto the iron plate road, emitting tiny, sizzling sounds. The windows of the small pharmacy displayed glass bottles labeled high-altitude sickness relief and dizziness nourishment. Street vendors were selling uniquely themed gear kebab, meat chunks skewered on small propeller shafts, roasted by residual heat as they rotated. On the window sills, residents tended cold-tolerant steam greenhouse plants whose roots were entwined in metal mesh. A few street performers played a steam-powered organ, and the notes rose and fell with the changing low-altitude airflow. The steam oven in the bakery emitted its first aroma of toast, and in the low-pressure environment, the fresh bread's crust was especially crisp while the inside remained fluffy like cotton. "How wonderful!" Lei Jian said upon seeing these scenes, unable to help but express his heartfelt amazement. "If I could live here every day, how great that would be." Li Jin also nodded, but, still harboring concerns, spoke up. "What if we encounter strong winds, or storms, or thunderstorms?" Ahem, saying that now is a bit of a party pooper. Don't ruin the atmosphere. While the 2 chatted idly, Li walked down the walkway toward a certain place. What interested him most was the lower level that had the old small house, grass, and fence. He soon arrived at the lower level and looked toward that old small house. No matter how one looked at it, it was merely an ordinary wooden cabin. A pointed roof, a chimney, creamy exterior walls, like a gingerbread house stuck with rainbow candies. The cabin's door was open, and from inside one could catch glimpses of some scenes. Above the fireplace in the living room, there was a framed photo of a young couple embracing in front of a small repair shop, and the wooden frame edges were polished smooth from use. The faded floral sofa had indentations left by two people, and the left armrest bore fine scratches from when someone had been knitting. On the old mini-fridge sat a yellowing recipe card with a series of health-warning dietary notes. At the door lay two pairs of slippers, their plush worn flat. One pair lay scattered haphazardly, while the other was neatly placed aside, seemingly still waiting for someone to return. Lee silently observed all this, quietly sensing the passage of time within the house. Just as he hesitated whether to knock and alert the owner, a noise suddenly came from inside. Lee looked toward the sound in surprise and saw an old man frozen in place, secretly stuffing a cake into his mouth. The old man was roughly 80 years old, his silver hair as messy as dandelions, yet his eyes still shone like a child who had stolen candy. "Oh, I thought it was Gray coming," he sighed in relief. "Welcome, stranger. If you have time, come in and sit. I'm actually here." Gray appeared motionless behind Li Yi, nearly startling the old man off his feet. His figure moved like lightning as he snatched the cake and put it back on the plate. It was hard to imagine a butler in his 50s could move so fast. "Please give up on sweets. The state of your health can no longer handle them." The old man clasped his hands, looking sheepish like a child who had done something wrong. This airborne city was named Adventurer, and it was a level 1 city. He was called Claude, and he was the lord of the Adventurer. He seated Li Yi on the sofa as he introduced himself. Speaking, he pressed his hand to his forehead in exasperation. Although he was already 87 years old, he still behaved like a child who had never grown up, causing trouble every day. "Don't always use that resigned adult tone, Gray. You're more than 20 years younger than me," Claude muttered. This old lord tried to sneak a fingertip of cake cream during the pause, but Gray swiftly tapped his hand with his notebook. "Ouch! Go easy," he complained in annoyance. "You must stop eating sweets. Your health can no longer handle them." Alice wouldn't care. She was such a gentle person. The old lord reluctantly withdrew his hand. "I wish I could see her every day now. Even being scolded would be fine." Upon hearing this, Gray paused, and a trace of tenderness appeared in his usually stern eyes. Li Yi listened silently nearby, smiling quietly. Claude then noticed the lord's wristband on his hand. "Oh, so you're a lord too." He rubbed his hands together and leaned forward. "I wonder how your mobile city is doing, and whether you've had any memorable experiences." Just as Li Yi prepared to respond, the old man suddenly smiled and gently patted his shoulder. "Before we speak, perhaps you should first hear my story." Claude had been an orphan since childhood and grew up in a fortress. A kind repair shop owner adopted him and trained him from an early age to be a mechanic. When Claude timidly and awkwardly entered the repair shop, a little girl wildly screamed and ran out, accidentally slapping the thick book in her hand against his face. That little girl was the owner's daughter, Alice, and the book she held was a lord's written log of airborne city adventures. The two same-aged children thus met. There was always endless work in the repair shop. Young Claude squatted in a corner, patiently repairing customers' items, while Alice laughed mischievously beside him, occasionally helping, though often causing trouble. After closing time, they would read that adventure log under kerosene lamps, and in their free time, they would lie on the rainy window sill and fantasize about life in an airborne city. More than 10 years later, the repair shop owner passed away, and Claude as an adult had already become a capable mechanic, even gaining a reputation. He inherited his foster father's shop and the responsibility to care for Alice. She had grown up too, transforming from a mischievous little girl into a gentle young woman. She no longer meddled as before, but diligently helped with work. One time, Claude lost his footing while changing a light bulb, and Alice quickly helped steady it. Their fingers accidentally touched the bulb at the same time, and when their eyes met, they felt a spark, whether from electricity or something else. There were no grand gestures or dramatic events. The two young people fell in love in a perfectly ordinary way. They ran the shop and raised children together. As a couple, they supported each other through more than a decade. By chance, they lost their pair of children in an unexpected accident. Claude managed to carry on, but Alice began to crumble. Seeing his wife grow thinner and more haggard, Claude felt heartbroken but helpless. One day, while tidying the house, he discovered the adventure log from their childhood. It brought back their old dreams. When Claude appeared before Alice, magically presenting the picture of an airborne city from the log, Alice's eyes brightened, a rare expression. The couple regained their spirits and ran the repair shop diligently every day. While Claude was busy in the shop, he saw Alice bringing in a drifting orphan boy from the fortress. The boy, though ragged, held his head high. Claude waved a wrench, intending to tease or scare him, but the boy unexpectedly stepped on his foot, causing an ouch to escape. Yet even though Claude was a renowned mechanic and had been working diligently for over a decade, he still lacked the money to buy a mobile city, let alone convert it into an airborne city. The couple grew old, their hair turning gray with time. One night, watching his dying wife and the adventure log in her hand, Claude looked at her, eyes filled with guilt. But Alice gently shook her head with a smile, closed the log, and softly held his hand. Her gentle gaze seemed to smile, as if wanting to say something. When Claude asked, she gave him a sly smile and shook her head. Claude sat despondently in front of the closed repair shop, unsure what to do next. At that moment, he heard a sound. Looking up, he saw Gray handing him the adventure log. That uninteresting little boy had already grown into an uninteresting adult, his expression still impassive as he handed over the book. Claude slowly opened the adventure log and discovered new content inside. It was decades of his wife's recorded details of their shared life. From their meeting, growing closer, supporting each other, to falling in love. Unconsciously, Claude's eyes had become moist. When he turned to the final page, he saw a sentence written in bold. "You are the greatest adventure of my life." After a long while, Claude finally calmed his heart. He closed the adventure log and stood up, gathering strength as he looked at Gray. They exchanged a glance and nodded gently. The repair shop reopened, and the old and young continued to work diligently together. Claude and Alice's story gradually spread throughout the Basin region. One day, when Claude was closing his shop, he saw several residents from the fortress approaching him. They handed him a few units of iron or a wrench, a small piece of metal plate. Day after day, more and more people came to visit the repair shop. Steam pipes, chimneys, mechanical parts, various items appeared in front of the shop, gradually piling up into a small mountain. Bounty hunters, survivor caravans, mobile city lords, with collective effort from the entire Basin region. Over more than a decade, they managed to assemble an airborne mobile city. Claude thus became a lord, and Gray became his butler. He then named this airborne mobile city Adventurer, and moved the small house where he and his wife lived down to the lower level, setting sail anew. How wonderful! Lee couldn't help but express genuine emotion when he heard this. Claude gently stroked the adventure log, his eyes full of nostalgia. As you can see, I will continue adventuring in this world until I return to my Alice. With a roar, the adventurer slowly started its engines and began circling around the fortress. Lee stood by the railing, his hair tousled by the breeze, his eyes shining brightly. The plains, lakes, mountains, forests. At this moment, everything on the land lay before his eyes, breathtakingly beautiful. Claude stood beside him, the elderly lord gripping the railing with both hands, gazing at the scenery below. "Hey, young man, I've finished my story. What about yours?" he called out loudly. Lee thought for a moment, and then gave the old lord a gentle smile. "It's only just beginning." Until he returned to the tomorrow, Lee still hadn't quite returned to reality. "Don't brood over it, Lord. You should get back to work," Lin Wu teased. "Sigh, I know." Lee sighed. "I finally got to immerse myself in the atmosphere once. Don't interrupt it so abruptly. It's a rare moment." He then gave a simple recap of what he'd gained from this trip to the rotting lands. A level 1 cannon, frost cannon. A level 1 city accessory, spore armor blueprint. A level 1 fruit tree seed, sunshine apple. A level 1 rocket launcher blueprint. The level 1 light armor on the production workshop was basic with low defense, while creating spore armor required 600 units of iron or double the cost. But correspondingly, the spore armor's defense was much stronger. From a blueprint's appearance, spore armor looked like a mushroom cap, pale yellow in color. Its accompanying effect was absorbs 15% of bullet and shell impact, reducing the chance of armor damage. The level 1 fruit tree seed was even better than the ordinary apple tree. A regular apple tree takes 3 to 6 years from planting to fruiting, while a sunshine apple tree takes just 1 month. After that, it can be harvested every 2 weeks. Lee had gotten 30 seeds in that bag, and he planned to plant them in the upper level garden since it gets the most sunlight. Besides that, he also had to arrange personnel to tend to the apple trees. Finally, and most pleasantly surprising, item name, individual rocket launcher Gale. Item level, level 1. Effect, 1. Plus 10% damage to structures and vehicles 2. Plus 100 M range. Crafting requirements, 80 units of level 1 iron ore. A level 1 rocket launcher's power was second only to a level 1 cannon, a true killer weapon in a mobile city. Its attached effects were also excellent, not just useful for assaults, but also against mobile cities. The extra 100 M range was the icing on the cake. The only drawback was that crafting 1 Gale rocket launcher consumed a hefty 80 units of iron ore, far more costly than the Peregrine Falcon assault rifle. And each rocket it needed consumed 10 units of iron ore and 2 units of gunpowder. Lee couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. This level 1 rocket launcher was truly excellent, but how could ordinary households afford to use it? Just crafting a few plus making ammo would easily burn through hundreds of iron ore. Looks like I'll have to find a way to get more iron ore. Third, from the spoils dropped by the ant folk over these 3 days. More than 6,300 crystal coins, 235 units of iron ore, 158 units of coal, for 132 units of cloth. Daggers, machetes, crossbows, 35 ordinary grade weapons, and 5 ordinary blueprints. Among them, 1 elite antfolk had also dropped a bag of level 1 crop seeds. Item name, Yunming Cotton Seed, Superscript 1. Item level, level 1. Effect, 1. Grows in 2 weeks when planted 2. Plus 3% yield. When Li Yi picked up that pack of level 1 crop seeds, he still found it hard to believe. This is really good stuff. He knew how useful cotton could be. It was a natural fiber crop, which could be made into gauze cloth, used for clothing, towels, bedding, and other daily necessities. Or it could be made into canvas, ropes, gauze bandages, and so on. Provided, of course, that you could obtain the design blueprint for those items. More importantly, cotton seeds could also be pressed for oil, and the cottonseed cake leftover after pressing could be used as feed or fertilizer. Although it was slightly inferior to lard or canola oil, having it was still better than nothing. Considering that cotton required sufficient sunlight and water to grow, Li Yi decided to plant the cotton seeds along with the apple tree seeds in the upper level area. Besides the cotton seeds, the most valuable item among these spoils was probably that ordinary cola blueprint. After taking stock of the spoils, Li Yi began making arrangements. First, he needed to repair the Tomorrow. Naturally, this job was handed over to the mechanic Linwu. Over the past days of combat, the Tomorrow had become battered and bruised. Its hull and armored treads were riddled with antfolk arrows and bullet holes. Yes, some antfolk were armed with guns. The Tomorrow had even taken shelling from the antfolk. Linwu laid out his requirements. This time, he needed Li Yi to assign him 10 people and give him 2,000 crystal coins to purchase repair parts from the market. Li Yi nodded in agreement without hesitation. How long will it take to finish the repairs? Cleaning the tire treads, disassembling, and replacing the damaged outer hull parts, plus regular obstacle clearing. Lin Wu stroked his chin and pondered for a while before answering. Probably about a week. Li thought for a moment and then shook his head. No, that's way too long, he said. Try to get it done within 3 days. We need to depart as soon as possible. It wasn't that Li Yi was overly impatient. That epic intelligence had mentioned the wasteland zone would be destroyed in 3 months. In that kind of situation, spending a whole week just on repairs was far too luxurious. Li Yi immediately assigned personnel to Lin Wu. In truth, the battles of the past few days had bin quite intense. The personnel of the Tomorrow had been working in 3 shifts, constantly seeking out antfolk and attacking their strongholds. By the end of it, everyone was physically and mentally exhausted, with half the people injured, 3 of them seriously. Upon returning to Roland Fortress, the first thing Li Yi did was rush to the market to purchase medical supplies and bandages. In the wastelands, medical supplies were far more expensive than one might imagine. Li Yi spent over 1,500 crystal coins in just a few trips. He assigned 1 person to care for the injured and handed over the remaining personnel to Lin Wu for redeployment. Even helmsman Tang Fong and combat captain Old Zhou were assigned to him. While the Tomorrow was busy with its repairs, Li slowly walked toward the market, planning to open a shop and make some money. Originally, he had over 6,000 crystal coins on hand. But after spending more than 1,500 on medicine and another 2,000 for Lin Wu's repair budget, half of it was already gone. The remaining funds were far from enough to restock supplies. As he passed by the market bulletin board, he noticed that everything had gone up in price. Fresh water had increased from 3 crystal coins to 5, and iron ore had risen from 5 to 8 crystal coins. Resources like coal and fuel had also seen modest price hikes. He quickly figured out the reason. The intelligence had mentioned that Roland Fortress's mining area was nearly depleted and a nearby freshwater lake was almost dry. Looking around at the Roland Fortress before him, he couldn't help but gently shake his head. No one had expected this fortress, standing proud in the wasteland, to be far from united. It was full of internal strife. Li Yi had originally planned to sell some fresh water to supplement his household budget. After all, the Tomorrow still had over 2,300 units of fresh water in storage. But after making a round of the market, he realized that ordinary merchants were not allowed to sell it. Only the Roland Fortress authorities could sell fresh water. A little digging revealed that the ownership of the lake belonged to Roland Fortress. Li Yi wasn't particularly surprised. After all, operating a fortress of over 2,000 people required an enormous amount of money. Paying the combat personnel who guarded the fortress, hiring people to keep the fortress running, investing in care for the elderly and children with no support, producing cannons, firearms, bullets, shells to defend the fortress. Each item on this list cost money. Monopolizing freshwater sales was a pretty good source of revenue. The residents of Roland Fortress had no objections either, and even actively supported the measure. After all, Roland Fortress provided them with a safe living environment and access to vegetables, grains, fruits. That was already quite impressive in the wastelands. Though he couldn't sell freshwater, Li Yi could sell cola. Items like Blue Heart potato seeds, Peregrine Falcon assault rifles, Gale rocket launchers, and Level 1 off-road vehicles could all be sold too. At the Roland Fortress market, if you were a freelancer like a bounty hunter or lone wolf and only sold a few things, there were no requirements. But if you wanted to sell a large quantity of goods, you needed to apply for a storefront at the market. Also, regardless of whether you were a freelancer or shop owner, you had to pay a 10% tax, which was fair. Roland Fortress provided a safe environment for material transactions. Setting up a shop required a 2,000 crystal coin deposit and a minimum 3-month rental period at 500 crystal coins per month. Just as Li Yi was hesitating, Lin Xia, who was leading a patrol of the market, happened to walk by. After understanding the situation, she arranged for Li Yi to take the best-located shop in the market and waived his deposit and rent. "Thanks, you really saved me this time." Li Yi sincerely expressed his gratitude. Lin Xia gently waved and gave a faint smile. "No problem." After preparing the shop, Li Yi returned to the Tomorrow and used the production workshop to produce 100 bottles of cola. He drove the cola to the shop and launched his main line of business. Cola, 8 crystal coins per bottle. Peregrine Falcon Assault Rifle, 500 crystal coins per unit, or 60 iron, or for custom crafting. Gale Rocket Launcher, 700 crystal coins per unit, or 100 iron, or for custom crafting. Blue Heart Potato Seeds, 500 crystal coins per pack. Level 1 Off-Road Vehicle, 2,000 crystal coins per vehicle. After finishing up all this work, he unintentionally glanced toward the distant tomorrow and saw that everyone was hard at work on the repairs. As he looked on, Lee suddenly had a thought. How about I let old Joe watch the shop and go experience some repair work myself? Of course, you're very welcome. Upon hearing Li Ye's idea, Lin Wu adjusted his glasses. So, Lord, what kind of repair work do you plan to do? He asked with keen interest. Li thought for a moment, then gave his answer. Best to experience everything from top to bottom. All right. Lin Wu nodded repeatedly and led him to the warehouse. Lord, you're not doing this on a whim, are you? He asked, half jokingly on the way. Li Yi shook his head. Don't worry, I won't give up halfway. A few minutes later, he received a set of equipment in the warehouse. First was a protective work suit made of thick canvas and fire-resistant fiber, reinforced with metal rivets at key points. The suit was primarily dark gray, dirt-resistant yet conspicuous, and had fluorescent markings on the chest and back, designed to help mechanics locate each other in dim environments. It was designed with multiple pockets, tool slots, and bell hooks for carrying wrenches and screwdrivers. Its sleeves were also detachable for convenience in various tasks. Next was a pair of fully enclosed oil-resistant rubber gloves, along with alloy knee pads and elbow pads. Finally, there was a welding mask resistant to strong light and sparks, and high-top work boots with anti-slip serrated soles. The entire set was filthy. The Tomorrow hadn't purchased new mechanic gear. What Lin Wu and the others used had been left behind by the former lord. Though dirty, the gear was sturdy and durable. Under Lin Wu's guidance, Li Yi began his first task, repairing the Tomorrow's tire treads. Monsters in the wasteland were quite hardcore. They knew how to use knives and firearms, and even employed tactics. While fighting in the rotting lands, the Antfolk had fired wildly at the Tomorrow with guns, even using rocket launchers and cannons. Most ridiculously, they even planted landmines. Fortunately, they only used standard-level weapons. Otherwise, the Tomorrow might not have held up. Li Ye's task was to replace the broken tread plate in front of him. As a giant beast roaming the plains, a mobile city's tread plates were as large as blackboards. He picked up a wrench and strained to loosen bolts the size of cups, while hydraulic oil sprayed from broken pipelines in the treads. It carried a burnt smell mixed with the scent of vulcanized rubber. After removing all the bolts, the job of dismantling and replacing the tread plate was left to the deck's mechanical arm. After all, it was far too heavy for Li Yi to move on his own. With a rumble, Lin Wu activated the mechanical arm, which, under Li Ye's direction, removed the damaged tread plate. Li Yi then received a new pipeline from a teammate and began replacing it. As each tread plate was replaced, Lin Wu activated the auxiliary engine to conduct a pressure test. The chassis of the Tomorrow let out a deep hum like a whale's song. Only when the tachometer's needle stabilized in the green zone did Lin Wu nod to everyone. It's good to go. Li exchanged glances with several companions and collapsed onto the ground, relieved. Tired already, Lord? This is just the beginning. Lin Wu adjusted his glasses. He then put on oil-stained gloves and drew a check mark on the inner side of the tread. That symbolized a successful repair. On closer inspection, the inner side of the tread was full of dense check marks and crosses. Next, Li Yi and the others took the lift platform back to the deck to begin their second task, dismantling the city's armor plates. The Tomorrow was equipped with standard city armor, which the former lord had never replaced. Now, most of the armor plates were severely damaged, with rusted dark red edges, as if gnawed by some beast. Since the Tomorrow was about to be fitted with level 1 city armor, spore armor, all the existing plates had to be dismantled. There was no need for manual labor. Mechanical arms and cranes could easily handle the job. If done by hand, it would take forever. Approaching a section of armor, the mechanical arm deployed tools like a thermal drill and brass welding torch. The thermal drill pierced the armor plate, while the brass torch sprayed blue-white flames, heating the rusted bolts until they turned white-hot. After waiting for the temperature to drop, Lee put on thick leather gloves and began forcefully removing them with a wrench. Broken bolt heads dropped like spent shells from a gun, clattering softly onto the deck. When the old armor plates were removed, the crane lifted them down to the lower levels for smelting and recycling into iron ore. Though the amount of iron ore recovered wasn't much, for a newly established Level 1 city like the Tomorrow, every bit counted. After Li Yi had worked at it for a while, Lin Wu assigned him the next task: inspecting steam pipelines. If steel was the muscles and tendons of a mobile city, then steam pipelines were its veins and nerves. These pipelines ran throughout the city, transporting a constant supply of high-pressure steam through mechanical drive, powering the daily operations of the mobile city. The condition of the steam pipes determined the very breadth of this iron behemoth. To help with this, Lin Wu gave Li Yi a retractable steam stethoscope. Li Yi's task was simple: press it against each pipe and listen to the sound. A ding-ding meant the pipe was healthy. A ka-chi meant there was a leak somewhere, and he would need to sweat it out with repairs. Besides that, Li Yi also had to carefully check the pipe joints and bolt rust to judge whether they needed replacement, that if the pipes were too dirty, they needed cleaning. After inspecting over a dozen steam pipelines, Li Yi was already drenched in sweat. "Isn't that enough?" he turned and asked Lin Wu. The latter shook his head. "You've only inspected all the pipes in this section. A mobile city has hundreds or even thousands of pipelines," he replied. "Since we're taking this chance to rest and repair, we naturally need to check from top to bottom." Fortunately, Lin Wu didn't continue to torment his lord, and instead took him to experience the final task: inspecting and troubleshooting the lower power engine zone. As the steel heart of the mobile city, this area housed the boiler chamber, steam overpressure chamber, emergency power cabin, main drive shaft, differential gear matrix, and condensation recovery system. If any one of these failed or stopped, the entire mobile city would be in trouble. This time, Li couldn't handle it personally. The sea of gauges and valves before him left him clueless. He obediently followed behind Lin Wu and began inspecting under his guidance. By the end of the day, after changing back into his clothes, he was utterly exhausted. "I get it now," he panted as he spoke. "I'd rather run a store than do repairs and troubleshooting." Lin Wu nodded slightly. "You're far more persistent than other lords. You actually stuck it through." "Actually, I feel like you gave me all the hardest work," Li Yi added between gasps. "Are you holding a grudge for not taking you to the airborne city?" Lin Wu shook his head lightly and adjusted his glasses. How could that be? Old Joe, who had been tending the shop, had just returned, bringing with him 20 new people. When opening the shop, Li Yi had posted a recruitment notice at the same time. Naturally, the interview process was entrusted to Old Joe. The Level 1 items sold in the shop indirectly showcased the current strength of the Tomorrow. Plus, while the Tomorrow was docked for repairs, quite a few residents had seen the frost cannon installed on the deck. So many people signed up for interviews. Very soon, the first task for these 20 newcomers was to assist Mechanic Lin Wu with the repairs on the Tomorrow. To Li Yi's surprise, Li Jin and Lei Jian also showed up. Upon asking, he learned that they had also set up stalls in the market and had even purchased one of his Level 1 rocket launchers. Li Yi then handed them 2 packs of Blue Heart potato seeds, which he had promised earlier. When Lei Jian and Li Jin prepared to pay, he waved them off, indicating no payment was needed. To him, producing a pack of Blue Heart potato seeds cost no more than a single potato. Rather than taking money, he preferred to do someone a favor. After thanking him and stowing the seeds, Li Jin and Lei Jian didn't rush off but stayed around, chatting casually with Li Yi. During that time, their eyes flickered, as if they had something on their minds but were hesitant to speak. "What's up? Is there something else?" Li Yi asked in confusion. After probing a bit, he was suddenly caught between amusement and exasperation. It turned out those two were interested in his fruit tree and cotton seeds. As lords, they naturally understood the value of Level 1 crops. These meant one more fruit to eat on their future mobile cities. and cotton needed not to be mentioned. Li Yi thought it over, then nodded. He had 30 sunshine apple seeds in total. Giving away a few wasn't a big deal. He had even more cotton seeds, hundreds, in fact. After some negotiation, he sold both types of seeds to them for 2,000 crystal coins each. That price had Li Jin and Lei Jian grinning sheepishly. The price was enough to buy 3 or 4 bags of level 1 crop seeds. But to be fair, level 1 fruit tree seeds were indeed rare. Once they matured and bore fruit, they produced seeds to replant or sell. And cotton seeds were also high-value crops. Overall, it was acceptable. With 20 extra newcomers helping out, the repair of the tomorrow sped up significantly, finishing within 3 days. Li Yi then did a quick tally of the shop's earnings over those 3 days. Over 16,000 crystal coins and more than 1,900 units of iron ore. On the shop's first day, earnings reached more than half of the total. Customer flow dropped sharply during the next 2 days. During that time, Li Yi spent 600 units of iron or crafting spore armor, then spent another combined 500 units upgrading the propulsion treads and power wheel sets. The installation and replacement work was naturally entrusted to Lin Wu. With more hands, it proceeded rapidly and is now complete. Li Yi also crafted 6 gale wind rocket launchers and 30 rockets. Then he realized his once ample iron or stock was suddenly depleted. "This is just the beginning," he exclaimed in surprise. According to Li Ye's plan, he still intended to craft 10 Peregrine Falcon assault rifles and 4 off-road vehicles. He also needed to stock enough bullets, shells, and rockets. Plus, keep some iron ore in reserve for emergencies. Roughly calculated, he still needed at least 2,500 units of iron ore. At the market in Roland Fortress, at current prices, that would cost 20,000 crystal coins. Li shook his head as he thought. At current prices, buying large amounts of iron ore was impractical. After all, he had the intelligence system. It was easy to find iron ore in mines in the wasteland. So he only bought 500 units of iron ore for emergencies. What disappointed Li Yi was that the Roland Fortress market didn't sell any frost ore. He had originally planned to make more frost shells, and if he could get frost crystal, even build another frost cannon. After all, he had already experienced the power of a level 1 cannon. In the following days, Li purchased a large amount of coal and filled it into the tomorrow, bringing its energy back up to a safe 60%. Next, as usual, he bought some fruits and vegetables and procured daily necessities and furniture for the new residents moving onto the tomorrow. Seeing the tomorrow before him, he felt a surge of pride. There were already 4 or 50 people aboard the tomorrow, equipped with Peregrine Falcon assault rifles, gale wind rocket launchers, for kinds of level 1 crops, level 1 off-road vehicles, 3 upgraded level 1 city accessories, and a level 1 cannon. And it now even had a level 2 item, city camouflage. To think all this had developed in just about half a month. After reflecting, Li began assigning roles to the newcomers. He gave them 2 options: either become ordinary residents, helping repair the tomorrow, tending fields or fruit trees and cotton, working in the lower deck power room, or cleaning the tomorrow. Or become combat personnel, receiving better treatment than ordinary residents, responsible for dangerous external fights and maintaining daily order. The newcomers made their choices. The vast majority chose to become ordinary residents, no danger and lighter work, though with lower pay. After finishing the assignments, Li furrowed his brow slightly. The growth in strength and increased personnel on the tomorrow was good, but its supply of materials remained at prior levels. Although the warehouse stored fruits and vegetables, they became scarce once divided among 4 or 50 people, and their shelf life was short, usually needing consumption within a week. Li Yi wanted the tomorrow to be self-sufficient in vegetables, fruits, meat, and eggs, ideally using level 1 crops. But gathering level 1 crops wasn't as easy as imagined. He had to take it step by step. As for supplying meat and eggs via ordinary livestock, Roland Fortress did sell them, but at extremely high prices. Li had purchased before. Ordinary livestock takes a long time to raise, needs fresh water and feed, and occupies space. All right, this is fine for now. Let's check the intelligence and plan the next route. After repairs and troubleshooting were complete, the Tomorrow needed to set sail again. After all, there were less than 3 months remaining. Now, the new intelligence had been refreshed. This time, there was 1 common, 1 excellent, 2 rare, 2 outstanding, and 1 epic-level intelligence. As always, he carefully read through the set of reports. 1. 20 kilometers southwest of Roland Fortress, a pack of Steelblade Hyenas is wandering in search of food. Intelligence value, common. 2. On the northeastern edge of the rotting lands, an undiscovered small oil field has been located. Intelligence value, excellent. 3. Last night, the Vanguard easily crushed a predatory city and obtained its population, resources, and project from production workshops. Among the spoils was even a level 2 item. Intelligence value, rare. 4. In the wasteland zone, a monster civilization has gradually arisen and is becoming a huge threat to humanity. Intelligence value, rare. 5. Deep in Thunder Canyon, a bounty hunter unexpectedly obtained a piece of loot, a level 1 flying vehicle. At this moment, he is troubled because he can't bring it out. Intelligence value, outstanding. 6. In 3 days, the wild boss, level 1, Foreman Jeremy, will descend upon Gloss Mine. This boss will drop a key to the mine's storage room, and inside will be a set of level 1 mobile city promotion blueprints. Collecting the materials required by that blueprint will allow promotion of a mobile city to level 2. Intelligence value, outstanding. 7. Currently being refreshed. Intelligence value, epic. Lee rubbed his chin and began analyzing. First was the first piece of intelligence. 20 kilometers southwest of Roland Fortress, a pack of Steelblade Hyenas is prowling. Steelblade Hyenas are level 1 elite monsters, with incredibly tough bodies and several long, twisted steel blades sprouting from them. These monsters like to charge at targets in packs, slicing them with their steel blades, and their charge speed is extremely fast. They are a nightmare in the wasteland. Even a mobile city fears these things, because their jumping power is extraordinary. If the cannon and machine guns can't deal with them, they'll leap onto the deck, and then, although it's common, it still has some value. Lee nodded softly. When the Tomorrow leaves the fortress, it must avoid heading southwest. He then looked at the second piece of intelligence, a small oil field that hadn't been discovered. Oil fields are rare resources in the wilderness, and the petroleum they produce can be processed into fuel in a production workshop, which is the most vital energy source for a mobile city. Additionally, if oil can be processed into plastic, the premise is that you must have the blueprint for plastic. The third piece of intelligence surprised Lee a bit. This Vanguard once defeated 2 mobile cities in a 1-on-2 fight, and now it's easily beaten a predatory city. Their strength must have surged again, he murmured. Even more unexpected to him was that the Vanguard had captured a Tier 2 item. For a Tier 1 mobile city, acquiring a Tier 2 item meant a tremendous upgrade. Lee was intensely curious what that Tier 2 item was. The fourth piece of intelligence. A monster civilization had already emerged. Countless monsters roam the wasteland. Some live together in human form, and some even form entire monster civilizations. Typically, the strength of a monster civilization is terrifying. However, Lee didn't care much about this. After all, his Tomorrow was only just getting started and he had no capacity to deal with a monster civilization. He then read the fifth piece of intelligence. Deep in Thunder Canyon, a bounty hunter accidentally obtained a Tier 1 flying vehicle. A Tier 1 flying vehicle. A flash of fanatic excitement appeared in Lie's eyes. A flying vehicle is hugely useful. It can scout ahead, carry machine guns and bombs, and fire fiercely during combat. As for the sixth piece of intelligence, it made his heart pound wildly. He didn't expect yet another wild boss to appear. Gloss Mine, the same place where Azure had once fallen. More importantly, there was a Tier 1 city promotion blueprint in the storage room of Gloss Mine. A heavy seriousness appeared in Lie's eyes. No matter what, he had to seize it. But with Tomorrow's current strength, a large resource point defended by monsters plus a wild boss. It was impossible to take it alone. They could only, as before, form a united assault with Azure and Conqueror. The Tier 2 item dropped by this wild boss wasn't of interest to Li Yi, but the storage room key it dropped was something he absolutely needed. After all, the benefits of upgrading to a Tier 2 city were immense. First, a Tier 2 mobile city has 5 times the space of a Tier 1, meaning far more living space and farmland, and can support a larger population. It can also store much more resources and sustain itself longer. Second, while a Tier 1 mobile city can hold and use Tier 2 items, its production workshop cannot unlock or produce them. It must upgrade to Tier 2 to gain production rights for Tier 2 items. It's much like a prestige upgrade in a game. As for the 7th piece, the epic grade intel, it would still require waiting, as always. Li nodded involuntarily, acknowledging the value of such epic intelligence. It truly was very useful. He soon made his decision. First, he would rush to Thunder Canyon to claim that Tier 1 flying vehicle from the bounty hunter. Then he would head to the rotting lands to mine the small oil field. After that, he'd join Azure and Conqueror in a combined assault on Gloss Mine. A dozen minutes later, Tomorrow roared to life, passed through the open, giant gates of Roland Fortress, and headed toward Thunder Canyon. Finally found it. Li set aside his binoculars atop the lookout tower and wiped sweat from his forehead. By now, Tomorrow had reached the deep parts of Thunder Canyon and had been searching for some time. The target they were looking for lay just ahead. The bounty hunter, his off-road vehicle, and that Tier 1 flying vehicle parked beside it. Li focused his gaze and realized it was a rather retro-styled small combat helicopter. Judging by its appearance, it didn't look very advanced. Its body was pieced together from wood and metal plates, with only the main rotor and tail rotor made of pure metal. The combat helicopter was equipped with 2 machine guns and a bomb bay. With limited space, it could only carry 2 people. Though its structure was crude, it was still remarkably impressive in the wasteland. When the bounty hunter saw a mobile city approaching, he too was astonished. "Damn, I don't know if I'm lucky or unlucky," he murmured to himself. Li then led personnel down the lift onto the ground to speak with the bounty hunter. In the wasteland, some capable lone survivors choose to become bounty hunters. They purchase vehicles equipped Tier 1 weapons, even machine guns, and roam hunting monsters for kills. The advantage of solo action is that all monster drops belong to them. If they find Tier 1 crop seeds or plus blueprints, it's huge profit. Hence, many people rush into this line of work eagerly. Li glanced at the combat helicopter. He thought for a moment, then asked the question that most interested him. "How exactly did you get this loot?" The bounty hunter answered. According to him, this time he ventured deep into Thunder Canyon, hoping to hunt elite monsters and collect their drops. While he drove in search of prey, he suddenly heard noise from the sky. When he rolled down the window to peek, he saw a helicopter wobbling in the air and suspected it had malfunctioned mid-reconnaissance. Soon after, the helicopter was forced to land. The bounty hunter secretly followed it, and when he saw the cockpit open, he froze. There stood, shocking to behold, the pilot was a goblin. When this goblin pilot furrowed its brows and took out a wrench to begin repairs, the bounty hunter shot and killed it. Although acquiring a flying vehicle thrilled him, he now faced a significant problem. He was only driving an off-roader. There was no way to transport this helicopter back to town for sale. And waiting around wasn't an option, as this was deep in Thunder Canyon, where monsters roamed and might attack in groups at any moment. And coincidentally, Tomorrow arrived at just the right time. A goblin pilot? Li was astonished. He knew that monsters in the wasteland had intelligence, but piloting a helicopter? That was surreal. Seeing his disbelief, the bounty hunter led him to the goblin's corpse. In view of the pilot uniform and helmet on the goblin, Li finally believed it. Amid his bewilderment, he suddenly recalled something and his heart skipped a beat. This intel report had mentioned that a monster civilization had risen in the wasteland zone. Could this goblin and its helicopter be from that monster civilization? How terrifying is that civilization's power to be able to make helicopters? Just thinking about it gave him goosebumps. The bounty hunter looked at Li Yi. Do you want a Rolls Royce? He said. Eh. Li Yi stared in surprise as the bounty hunter pulled a blueprint from his pouch. It was the blueprint dropped by the goblin pilot. Rolls-Royce Phantom Blueprint. Item name, Rolls-Royce Phantom. Item tier, common. Attached effects, none. Crafting requirements, 150 units of iron or tier 1, 10 units of auto parts. Lee couldn't help but freeze. Even killing a single goblin can drop a luxury car blueprint. What kind of luck do you have? The bounty hunter scratched his head. I don't know, I just always seem to be lucky. Lee took the Rolls-Royce blueprint from his hand and fell in a deep thought. Crossing into a post-apocalyptic wasteland and getting to drive a Rolls-Royce. Life's really looking up for me. But thinking carefully, such a luxury car wasn't practical on the wasteland. It consumed too much fuel and required constant maintenance. With just 50 more units of iron, or he could build a level 1 off-road vehicle. He immediately shook his head. No. Then, he looked at the Goblin helicopter. Item name, Goblin Combat Helicopter. Item level, Level 1. Bonus effect, speed plus 10%. Requirements to build, 150 units of iron or Level 1. 10 units of flying vehicle accessories, Level 1. Note, the production workshop does not have the blueprint for this item, so it cannot be manufactured. For a mobile city, a flying vehicle was extremely valuable. It could perform missions such as forward reconnaissance and aerial fire support for the mobile city. Moreover, the mobile city's deck could serve as a landing pad for refueling. The mutual assistance between them would be immensely beneficial. In the end, the bounty hunter packaged the helicopter along with its blueprint and sold them to Li Yi for 3,000 crystal coins. Earning 3,000 crystal coins from a single trip was quite a haul, and he planned to relax for a while afterward. In fact, Li Yi could have chosen to rob and kill. But with tomorrow's current strength, there was no need to stoop to that level. If he were to make a move, at the very least, it would need to be for a whole row of helicopters. Pleasure doing business. He shook hands with the bounty hunter and prepared to leave. The other man hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Wait, you seem like a decent person. Out here in the wild, you didn't try to rob me. Let me give you this blueprint I found in the canyon, too. Lee turned back in surprise. He saw the bounty hunter pull out another blueprint from his coat. Item name, Streamlined Diving Suit. Item level, common. Bonus effect, none. Requirements to build, 50 units of fabric, level 1. Oh, his eyes immediately lit up. To the bounty hunter, it was just a common blueprint that didn't add much to his own strength and would probably only sell for a few hundred crystal coins. But for a mobile city, this held significant value. It would definitely come in handy for future sea expeditions. Sometimes it was hard to find even if one wanted to. He thanked the man and accepted the blueprint. After returning to the deck, Lee took out the 2 blueprints and examined them. The diving suit blueprint, though only common, was already a decent functional item. As for the Rolls-Royce blueprint, although it wasn't practical, he could upload it into the production workshop for collection. In fact, he quite enjoyed the feeling of collecting blueprints, just like players in online games collecting diagrams of various equipment and items. The most crucial part was you could actually build the items listed in the illustrated handbook. Lee thus made a decision. If he had spare money in the future, he would collect more blueprints. Even if they weren't used, just having them lined up in the production workshop looked pleasing to the eye. Then he touched his pocket with some melancholy. After that round of spending, he was nearly out of crystal coins again. Next, he used the elevator platform to transport the goblin helicopter onto tomorrow's deck and arranged for Lin Wu to inspect it. After a thorough check, Lin Wu found that the only issue was a loose bolt on the rotor, and tightening it was all it took to make it operational. After some careful study, the two of them discovered that the goblin helicopter was surprisingly easy to operate. Its dashboard was far more straightforward than human ones, clear and easy to understand at a glance. The controls were limited to the collective lever, cyclic stick, rudder pedals, and throttle. Lee even found a goblin idiot's manual tucked inside the helicopter. Under his cautious operation, the helicopter actually managed to take off. However, due to its crude construction, it looked like it might fall apart at any moment during flight. Li flew it low and close to the ground in several loops, then returned it to the upper deck. During the flight, he specifically checked its firepower. The left and right wings each carried a machine gun, and the bomb bay held 6 bombs. As a level 1 vehicle, it was quite fast, but its build was fragile. It could easily be pierced by bullets, causing a fuel tank fire and explosion. However, for goblins, this already counted as fairly decent aerial combat power. Afterward, Li ordered Tomorrow to head toward the rotting lands to collect oil from a small oil field. Because the oil field was underground and completely invisible from the surface, he could only send Lin Wu out with the old petroleum survey equipment from storage to search the area. Once the location was confirmed, Tomorrow opened a hatch at the bottom, extending an old automated drilling rig which slowly rotated and bored into the ground. The hydraulic drill head roared as it tore through the rock layers, eventually reaching the oil reservoir. An oil pipeline extended from the rig and began siphoning the oil, which was pumped into the mobile city's oil tanks. Because the oil field was small, the entire process only took half an hour. Li took inventory of the gains from this operation. A total of 231 units of oil. Oil could be processed into fuel in the production workshop, and fuel was the best resource to replenish the mobile city's energy. Not only that, but off-road vehicles and the Goblin helicopter also required fuel. Considering that Tomorrow might unlock plastic manufacturing in the future, and that producing plastic needed oil, and that the city's energy was still within the safe zone, Li decided not to process the oil, but to store it instead. Next, he set off back to Roland Fortress to prepare for the most urgent matter at hand, attacking the Gloss Mine. Azure and Conqueror were still undergoing repairs and maintenance at the fortress, and Li quickly found both Li Jin and Lei Jian to inform them. Upon hearing that another wild boss had appeared, both Li Jin and Lei Jian were visibly shocked, their eyes quickly turning fervent. They had already witnessed the loot dropped by a wild boss before. This time, we'll still need to work together, just like last time, Li Yi said. Seeing both Li Jin and Lei Jian nod, a hint of relief flickered in his eyes. Thankfully, Azure and Conqueror were both around, and they had fought together before, so there was still some mutual trust. Otherwise, Tomorrow alone wouldn't stand a chance of taking Gloss Mine, let alone obtaining that mobile city promotion blueprint. By the way, where's Gloss Mine? Do either of you have intel on it? Lei Jian asked. Li immediately looked at Li Jin. The intelligence only reported the appearance of a wild boss. It did not mention the location of Gloss Mine. The location of Gloss Mine and the monster station there were only known to Azure, which had once suffered a defeat there. And the moment Gloss Mine was mentioned, a look of someone being chased by a pack of vicious dogs appeared on Li Jin's face. According to what he said, Gloss Mine was located 180 kilometers northwest of Roland Fortress. It was a mountain of considerable scale, rich in mineral resources, and the monsters guarding Gloss Mine were goblins. Goblins? Li Yi was surprised. In the wasteland, goblins were considered the most common level 1 monsters. They were short in stature, sinister and cowardly by nature, had green skin all over, and a pair of narrow, red eyes. They were among the weakest monsters and could be killed easily. Moreover, the drop rate for these level 1 monsters was extremely poor. Most of the time only 1 or 2 crystal coins or even none at all. With luck, they might drop some iron or fabric. Just goblins did that much damage to your Azure? Lei Jian was skeptical. Li Jin quickly shook his head. You don't understand just how absurd the goblins there are, he said. Listen to me carefully. When they first discovered Gloss Mine, Li Jin and the people of Azure were ecstatic. You had to know that the resources from a mine could be several times greater than those from a mining site. There was even a chance of producing a series of rare or veins, along with more valuable crystals. Especially after discovering that the monsters guarding the mine were only goblins, they were overjoyed. Compared to serpent folk or boar men, these monsters were practically negligible. Considering the unpredictable dangers of the wild and the chance that another mobile city might discover the mine, Azure quickly mobilized their combat personnel and launched an assault on Gloss Mine. But the moment the battle began, they sensed that something was wrong. The goblins at Gloss Mine quickly regrouped and began counterattacking with cannons and heavy machine guns. What they had built on the mine was not just tunnels, but also a large number of trenches, fortresses, and other defensive structures. The goblins were well-trained and numerous, with countless cannons and heavy machine guns. The dense firepower instantly engulfed Azure. They even dispatched rows of helicopters to strafe and bomb Azure's deck. When a helicopter was shot down, a goblin would bravely steer it to crash into Azure. For a moment, it felt like the entire mountain was firing at them. The damage caused by Azure's heavy machine guns and cannons was limited, as most goblins were hiding in trenches and fortresses with their heavy firepower set up at high positions. What terrified them even more was that the goblins brought out 2 level 1 cannons. Li Jin immediately ordered Azure to retreat. But even then, one of the level 1 cannons hit Azure, shaking the entire mobile city. Azure almost didn't make it out alive. Afterward, the damage assessment showed the mobile city was heavily damaged, with significant casualties. Li Jin himself had even been seriously wounded and fell unconscious. Even now, though recovered, Li Jin still spoke of it with lingering fear. Li Yi and Lei Jian looked at each other, a heavy look appearing in their eyes. They hadn't expected Gloss Mine's defenses to be so outrageous. Looks like we'll have to plan this out carefully, Lei Jian sighed. So the goblin helicopter came from Gloss Mine? Li Yi suddenly understood. He thought for a moment, then spoke. Tomorrow has a helicopter. I can send it to scout the mine, determine the deployment of their fortresses and cannons, and participate in the battle, he suggested. Li Jin and Lei Jian were instantly shocked when they heard this. What? You actually have a helicopter? Li Jin and Lei Jian couldn't help but exchange glances, their eyes flickering. Having once allied with Li Yi, they now felt uneasy. They feared Li Yi's suffering hardships, and they also feared Li Yi starting up the Land Rover. At present, the Tomorrow had already been equipped with a level 1 cannon, a level 1 rocket launcher, a level 1 assault rifle, plus level 2 city camouflage. The crew had been expanded, and 2 more city accessories had been upgraded. Its strength had grown by leaps and bounds. Unknowingly, it had also become the strongest of the 3-city alliance. On top of that, it had initiated the alliance this time, and it was the provider of the wild field boss intel. It enjoyed far too many advantages. If only. Li obviously saw through their thoughts and immediately added a remark. Don't worry, I won't monopolize the level 2 item dropped by the wild field boss this time. We'll all bid on it with crystal coins. On hearing this, Li Jin and Lei Jian both let out a sigh of relief. But Li Yi soon added another sentence. However, I do have the priority to choose any other dropped items. Agreed, Lei Jian answered without hesitation. Li Jin hesitated for a moment, then nodded his head as well. From Li Ye's perspective, he could give up this level 2 item this time, but he absolutely had to get that storage room key. If the 3-city alliance were to break over fighting for that level 2 item, making it impossible to kill the wild field boss and obtain the key, then he would truly lose much more than he gained. After some thought, Li added another sentence. Also, if any frost or is mine in the mountain, it all belongs to me. This time Li Jin and Lei Jian both nodded together. This concession was nothing compared to the level 2 item. They discussed their plan, prepared supplies, and organized combat personnel. After a round of intense preparations, the 3 mobile cities set sail together at dawn. To enhance firepower, Li spent an additional 400 iron ore to build 2 ordinary cannons. With a might as well reap the wool if it's their mindset, he and Lei Jian also had Li Jin help subcontract the manufacturing of 2 level 1 heavy machine guns. Upon departure, Li glanced back at the Roland fortress behind him. Last night, he had unintentionally learned some news. The Lord of Roland Fortress had fallen into a coma as his illness worsened. The 2 factions that he had been suppressing were beginning to stir. The entire fortress was already rife with hidden currents, and even the ordinary residents sensed the ominous atmosphere. Each person was wary of the other. Lost in thought, Li looked up at the sky overhead. The sky was unnaturally dark, Lead gray clouds hung unusually low, almost suspended over the fortress, making it seem even more gloomy. He couldn't help but sigh from his heart. Alas, truly a storm is brewing. Arrived. Seeing the gloss mine in his view, Li Yi on the lookout tower gently nodded. In fact, as a lord, he climbed the lookout tower far more often than the lookouts did. This was mainly because the lookout tower was the spot with the best view on the tomorrow. Once he took up his binoculars, the scenery within a few kilometers was laid out in full view. And occasionally, he could even enjoy the gentle breeze blowing by. Looking out, the entire gloss mine was sparsely vegetated. The gullies were filled with scattered rubble and mining debris. The mountain was riddled with numerous, complex mine shafts of various sizes, and transportation tracks, like vines, crawled up the slopes. At this moment, many goblins were busy at work. They wore safety helmets, white undershirts, and waved mining picks in their hands. After detecting the commotion from afar, the goblins all perked up their ears warily. When they saw that it was 3 mobile cities, they quickly reacted, dropping their mining pickaxes and grabbing their weapons. "My God, those damn bastards are here again," one of the goblins couldn't help but mutter. Fortresses, trenches, cannon, and machine gun points. One goblin after another took their positions, and the entire mine began sounding a shrill alarm. As the tomorrow sounded 3 long blasts of its steam whistle, the battle officially began. The cannons of all 3 mobile cities fired at once, and an overwhelming barrage instantly engulfed the gloss mine. A shell howled as it smashed into a trench, bursting into flames and scattering dust in all directions. However, the goblins in the trench suffered few casualties. At that moment, they were all down on their elbows and knees, heads protected by their hands, mouths wide open. This was the standard prone position for artillery defense. One of the goblin sub-leaders shouted hoarsely, "Counterattack! Fight back against those damned humans!" In an instant, all the cannons on Gloss Mine fired at once. Inside the cockpit, Tang Fong continuously turned the helm, maneuvering the Tomorrow to dodge the enemy's artillery. With a loud boom, the frost cannon on the Tomorrow fired. A large fortress was struck and instantly turned into an ice sculpture. Then another regular shell hit, and the massive fortress was shattered into countless shards of ice. "Very good," Lee nodded. This frost cannon was indeed powerful. The only downside was the limited number of shells. At that moment, the Conqueror and the Azure also opened fire simultaneously. Relying on its molten treads, the Conqueror climbed up the mountainside with agility, firing down into the goblins in the trenches below. Although the Azure didn't have level 1 cannons, it did possess level 1 heavy machine guns. Now that it had closed in on the mine, it began a frenzied barrage. The goblins' fortresses, built from ordinary bricks, were pierced as if made of paper. Despite this, the goblins' resistance remained fierce. Bullets and shells rained down like a storm upon the 3 mobile cities. The Tomorrow and the Conqueror both had level 1 city armor, so they could still withstand it. But the Azure was beginning to struggle. After multiple city parts were damaged, it had no choice but to retreat temporarily. Rows of goblin helicopters also approached aggressively, but they were quickly shot down by heavy machine guns and rocket launchers, crashing down in flames and exploding into fiery balls. To regain the advantage, the goblins brought out the level 1 cannons from the mine. Li Yi was startled upon seeing this. Judging by the shells the goblins were loading, they appeared to be armor-piercing cannons. Distance measurement, wind speed calculation, ballistic angle adjustment. The goblin gunners swiftly completed a series of actions and lit the fuse. This shell directly penetrated the Conqueror's side city armor. Concentrate firepower. Prioritize taking out the level 1 cannons. Lee snapped back to his senses and issued the order immediately. At the same time, he couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. These goblins, with helicopters and level 1 cannons, were absolutely outrageous. The battle continued for several hours before it finally ended. After retreating to a safe distance, the 3 lords met up. Overall, the results were acceptable. Most of the fortresses on the mine had been eliminated, and both level 1 cannons were also taken out. Once the 3 mobile cities resupplied their shells and bullets, they could flatten it in one go. For now, the casualties among the mobile cities' personnel remained within acceptable limits. Just as Lei Jian and Li Jin breathed a sigh of relief, Li Yi furrowed his brows deeply. Things might not be as smooth as they seemed. The wild boss hadn't appeared yet. Just then, a sharp scream suddenly came from Gloss Mine. "No one will take Gloss Mine." Li picked up the telescope and looked, seeing a goblin charging out from a mine tunnel. The goblin was about the same size as an ordinary goblin, wearing a large safety helmet, a white undershirt, holding a coarse, heavy mining pickaxe with a wrench at its waist. It was slightly hunched over with small, fierce eyes. From its aura, this was clearly Foreman Jeremy, who had descended upon the Gloss Mine. "Don't play dead on me. Get up and work, you lazy bum." Foreman Jeremy angrily kicked a goblin lying nearby. Then, the foreman looked at the fortress and trenches on the mountain that were blasted to pieces and frowned. "Damn, how did it get destroyed like this? Time to fix it." He picked up his wrench and began repairs at a speed that left everyone dumbfounded. This field boss darted across the mine like lightning, repairing trenches, fortresses, blown-out mine tunnels. Wherever Foreman Jeremy went, it was like magic. Everything was rebuilt anew, even gleaming. Before long, the mine's defensive works were restored to their original state. The 3 of them were left gawking. He seemed to take only about 3 minutes. Li Jin spoke. "You even timed it," Lei Jian sighed. Li wiped the sweat from his forehead. That meant the efforts of the 3 mobile cities fighting for hours were completely undone. This field boss didn't seem to have much combat power, but was clearly functional type. In Gloss Mine were symbiotic, making it extremely tricky. "If we want to win, maybe we have to seize the Gloss Mine in one go." Li Jin asked. Li thought for a moment, then shook his head. "Hard." The first wave of the 3 mobile cities was the strongest, best prepared, and most high-spirited wave, but only knocked out most of the mine's defenses, not even breaching the interior. At present, a positional slog against the mine was clearly impossible. Just then, Li Yi suddenly had a flash of insight. This field boss might repair defenses quickly, but it can't heal or revive the fallen. Li Jin and Lei Jian exchanged a glance, their eyes lighting up. "You mean, we focus on killing goblins, and once their manpower is depleted, they can't hold the mine?" An hour later, the 3 mobile cities launched another attack. This time, their target wasn't forts and walls, but goblins, especially those in large numbers in trenches and fortresses. As companions fell one by one, the goblins quickly realized their intentions. Damn humans, always resorting to dirty tricks. Foreman Jeremy trembled with rage. Soon, the goblins retaliated. They spread their forces into every trench and fortress. This time, it was Li Yi and the others who had a headache. Bombarding trenches and fortresses needed shells. Each shell required 3 units of iron, ore, and 1 unit of gunpowder. Continuing this might drain their reserves. But the war was underway. To pull out would be too costly at this point. Thus, the 3 mobile cities entered a war of attrition with the goblins. After 2 days and 2 nights, with few goblins remaining, the 3 cities launched a final assault together. Although most defensive works on a mine weren't intact, the goblins lacked the manpower to hold them and were pushed back relentlessly. Foreman Jeremy waved his wrench and pickaxe and angrily joined the fight. As Li Yi predicted, this field boss had virtually no combat prowess, and its weapons weren't deadly. But it was surprisingly tough. After being bombarded by a level 1 cannon, it still stood unscathed, brushing dust from its knees. "So we'll just grind it down slowly," Li Yi sighed. Under the siege of the 3 mobile cities, Foreman Jeremy gradually could no longer stand and fell to the ground. When the group cautiously approached, they saw the goblin speak softly. "I have fought until the last moment," it murmured with dazed eyes. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty the King. I couldn't complete your plan of expansion." "Your Majesty the King?" Li Yi and the others were stunned. This goblin had a king? Could there really be a goblin kingdom? If a single gloss mine was this difficult, what unimaginable power would the Goblin Kingdom hold? Among the three, Lei Jian was the most pragmatic. Whatever, we're just a Tier 1 city. If the sky falls, it won't land on us, he scratched his head. Let's just see what this field boss dropped. Li Jin nodded, while Li Ye's expression was complex. Could this refer to monstrous civilizations in the intel? He wondered. Then, they inspected Foreman Jeremy's drops. As a field boss, Foreman Jeremy's loot was far better than the molten broodmothers. 5,174 crystal coins, 1,556 units of Tier 1 iron ore, 976 units of Tier 1 coal, 512 units of Tier 1 fuel, 851 units of Tier 1 cloth. Tier 1 item, Foreman's reliable work vest. Tier 1 item, universal wrench. Tier 1 item, Goblet travel water flask. Tier 1 food blueprint, instant cup noodles. Mine storage room, key. Tier 2 weapon, Goblin All-Stars baseball bat. Li Ye's gaze locked firmly on the key. If they could open the storage room, they'd get the city upgrade blueprint. According to our previous rules, I have priority for non-Tier 2 drops, he said without hesitation, picking up the key. So this key is mine. Li Jin and Lei Jian nodded, offering no objection. They then examined the 4 Tier 1 items. Foreman's reliable work vest, Tier 1. Effect: reduces damage taken by wearer by 70%, though this does not apply against damage above Tier 1. Universal wrench, Tier 1. Effect: increases repair efficiency by 50% when repairing Tier 1 and common-level structures and vehicles. Goblin travel water flask, Tier 1. Effect: refreshes a flask of fresh water every morning at 6 a.m. Instant cup noodles, blueprint, Tier 1. Effect: increases satiety by 10%. Crafting requires 0.2 units of flour. These are all great items, Li exclaimed. The vest would let someone walk through the wasteland zone freely. The universal wrench would boost repair speed. The water flask was quite magical, refreshing a flask of water daily at a fixed time, popular among bounty hunters and lone survivalists, even selling for high prices. The cup noodle blueprint was also excellent. 0.2 flour made 5 cups of noodles. Plus, its satiety effect was good and easy to store in the warehouse. I still have to choose this first. Li didn't hesitate and grabbed the instant cup noodles blueprint outright. Seeing him smile and tuck the blueprint into his chest, Li Jin and Lei Jian couldn't help but sigh simultaneously in their hearts. This kid's taste is really sharp. Next, the three looked at that Tier 2 item. Item name, Goblin All-Star Baseball Bat. Item level, Tier 2. Bonus effect, stuns the target for 3 seconds on hit. All three looked at this Tier 2 item with complex expressions. For lone wolves and bounty hunters, this was a powerful, single-soldier weapon in the wilderness. But for an entity the size of a mobile city, its effect was negligible. This Tier 2 item dropped by the wasteland boss clearly had pros and cons, and today everyone's luck wasn't great. After a round of bidding, Lei Jian eventually won the Tier 2 item for 2,000 crystal coins. He was willing to bid because he wanted to fulfill his dream of owning a Tier 2 item. The remaining 3 items were also auctioned off by the three. Li Yi won the Foreman's Universal Wrench, while Lei Jian got the Foreman's Vest and Goblin Water Bottle. The auction funds and the boss drop loot, crystal coins, coal, etc., were divided equally among the three. All three parties were quite satisfied with the outcome. As the city lord, Lei Jian enjoyed collecting a series of Tier 1 items with magical functions, especially combat types. In his words, equipping a full set of Tier 1 items while hunting monsters in the wild felt amazing. This Tier 2 weapon was pretty good for him. As for the travel water bottle, he was so fond of this magically functional item that he absolutely refused to sell it. And there was no need to say more about Li Yi. On the surface, it seemed like he lost out, but he was actually making a fortune in silence. As long as he could collect enough resources, he could upgrade to a Tier 2 city. That universal wrench from the foreman naturally went to Lin Wu. After dividing the loot, the three parties exchanged back their hostages. I hope next time we cooperate, We won't have to exchange hostages again, Lei Jian said sincerely. Li nodded. Having gone through these two cooperations, the three parties had gradually built trust among themselves. That was a rare thing in a lawless wasteland where hearts were unpredictable. Li Jin gave them both a strong hug. After that defeat, the Azure was in a bit of a difficult situation. But after these two cooperations, its fortunes had slowly begun to improve. It wasn't just the loot. There were still leftover mineral resources in this glass mine. After cleaning out the remaining goblins, the three factions divided up their respective mining areas. Li briefly took stock of the personnel currently available. This time, no one died on the tomorrow, but 15 people were injured. Counting those still recovering from before, casualties had reached as many as 22. That accounted for half of the tomorrow's current manpower, mainly because the monsters in the wasteland were all too hardcore. Even goblins were no exception. If it were just the tomorrow, they wouldn't have been able to take Gloss Mine at all. By contrast, the Conqueror had a staggering 79 people thanks to slaves, while the Azure, though lacking slaves, had 62 personnel. While chatting with Lei Jian, Li Yi inadvertently learned that newcomers to the Conqueror became slaves. But after completing a set amount of work, they could become ordinary residents. Although being a slave was harsh, at least there was a promotion path, giving people a bit of hope. In the following period, Li Yi came to the storage room of Gloss Mine. What he hadn't expected was that in the storage room, besides that city upgrade drawing, there were precious ores stored by the goblins. 320 units of copper ore, 164 units of silver ore, and 75 units of gold ore. This already amounted to more than 10,000 crystal coins. He quickly called for people to transport the minerals back to the tomorrow and deployed manpower for mining. Except for Tang Fong, who stayed on standby in the cockpit, and the lookout stationed in the watchtower, everyone else entered the mine to extract ores. As for him, he returned to his room and slowly opened the Mobile City promotion blueprint. Promotion to Level 1 Mobile City requires the following Level 1 resources. Iron ore, 2,000 units. Wood, 2,000 units. Fuel, 2,000 units. Saltpeter, 2,000 units. City alloy, 1,000 units. City structural blueprint, 1 copy. City crystal, 1 piece. These conditions are too harsh. Li couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Iron, ore, wood, fuel, and saltpeter. These level 1 resources were still manageable, and with a few weeks of thrift, they could be gathered. As for city alloy, crafting 1 unit required 1 unit of iron ore, 1 unit of copper ore, and 1 unit of any rare or vein. Shadow, thunder, light, frost, wind erosion, any rare or would suffice. But 1,000 units? That was simply outrageous, enough to build 3 frost cannons. As for the city structural blueprint, it was a resource only obtainable from elite grade or higher monsters, and even then, it had an extremely low drop rate. Back at Roland Fortress, Li once heard a bounty hunter mention that a fortress had auctioned off such a blueprint for 57,000 crystal coins. As for the city crystal, it was even more precious, practically unobtainable in the market. The number of such crystals in the entire region could be counted on one hand. Better take it slow. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although it's tough, at least there's some hope. Then he began a new task. That was to search the corpses of the goblins. At this moment, the Gloss Mine was strewn with goblin corpses. The 3 lords had divided the area and began searching the corpses within their respective zones. For Mobile City, monster corpses also counted as a type of resource. They could drop crystal coins, cloth, iron, ore, and sometimes even finished weapons and blueprints. Li began rummaging through the goblin corpses. This time, he unexpectedly had patience. After all, every search was like drawing a lottery. However, goblins seemed just as poor as zombies. Their corpses usually dropped cloth and crystal coins, and with luck, maybe 1 to 2 units of iron ore. Elite goblins dropped slightly better loot, some bladed weapons, firearms, and ordinary furniture. Just as Li Yi was sighing repeatedly, he unintentionally found something on an elite goblin. Green Source Poultry Feed Blueprint. Item name, Green source poultry feed. Item level. Level 1. Effects. 1. Increases growth rate of fed poultry and livestock by 10%. 2. Reduces disease incidence in poultry by 20%. Crafting requirement. 1 unit of grain. Note: the higher the grade of grain used, the better the result. Level 1 poultry feed. Leah's eyes instantly lit up. This was a very nice find. On the tomorrow, they already raised a few pairs of chickens and ducks and had planned a morning wheat. Once the morning wheat matured, a batch could be used to make feed for the poultry. Li Jin and Lei Jian had only found ordinary blueprints from the goblin corpses, mostly for furniture and daily items. Upon learning that Li Yi had stumbled upon something so valuable, both of them immediately became envious. The Azure and the Conqueror also cultivated morning wheat and had just harvested a batch. So they asked Li Yi to help process a batch of green source poultry feed. Li Yi took the opportunity to shear some wool off them, taking a portion of the feed in return. He casually grabbed a handful of feed to examine. This level 1 feed was smooth in texture, uniform in color, moderately hard, and even gave off a faint fragrance. Li Yi nodded sincerely as he looked at it. With this level 1 feed, the poultry raised on the tomorrow would grow much faster, and soon they'd have a steady supply of meat and eggs. This time's harvest wasn't bad at all. Looking at the inventory list, Li Yi felt genuinely gratified. This time, he had mined a total of 1,021 units of iron, or 103 units of copper, or 33 units of silver, and 15 units of gold, or from the glass mine. As for the frost, he had been yearning for, none was produced. Adding the over 500 units of iron, ore from the wild boss, and over 100 units from goblin corpse drops, he had collected over 1,700 units of iron ore in total. The goblin corpse drops mainly consisted of crystal coins and cloth, with occasional ordinary-grade weapons and furniture. The most valuable loot, without question, was that level 1 feed blueprint. At this point, both the Azure and the Conqueror had finished mining, and the 3 mobile cities set off together to return to Roland Fortress for routine rest and to process the spoils. On the deck, Li Yi opened the intelligence system. During the days spent attacking the glass mine, that epic intelligence had already refreshed, and even the cooldown had reset. Time until next intelligence refresh. 1 day, 19 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Number of intelligence entries, 5. This refresh took a full 2 days. The value should be decent, Li Yi mused. Never mind that for now. Let's see what the epic intelligence is. To his surprise, this time's epic intelligence was quite special. 5. Wasteland Zone Map has been fully drawn. Intelligence value, epic. Click here to view. Intelligence can even be displayed in map form. Li Yi was astonished. As he clicked it with a mix of skepticism and curiosity, a map appeared before him. From a map, the southern part of the Wasteland Zone contained Firefeather Forest, Thunder Canyon, and the Rotting Lands, where Li Yi and his group currently were. The central area was a vast city ruin combined with a giant forest. The eastern region was a massive mobile labyrinth. The western region was a stretch of continuous mountain ranges. As for the northern region, it was a large freshwater lake called Serene Lake. Li held his breath and focused intently on the map in front of him. His current southern region was average in size, accounting for just 19% of the total wasteland area. The eastern mobile maze covered 17%, the western mountain range 21%, and the central city ruins plus giant forest together made up 23%. Meanwhile, the large freshwater lake in the north occupied a full 20%, which was quite sizable for a lake. One must admit, this epic-level intelligence was quite valuable. It was like Li Yi had unlocked a full map cheat. Previously, he had been fumbling in the dark, completely unaware of the wasteland's true scale. Now that I know the layout of the wasteland area, I should start thinking where the tomorrow will go next, he thought to himself. At present, it was known that the western wasteland was a level 1 zone called the Basin Region. But to reach the Basin Region, one must cross the endless mountain range, which was obviously very difficult. However, for the Conqueror, equipped with Molten Spider Track, that was no problem at all. As for the large freshwater lake to the north, a mobile city could actually travel across water. The production workshop already contained a range of common city parts, like propellers, sails, thrusters, hull plating, and so on. In fact, if a mobile city had enough nautical accessories, it could even sail out to sea. The Western Mountains and Eastern Maze weren't options that Li Yi considered. He now had to choose whether to head north or south. If he went north, he would first cross the central city ruins and giant forest, then traverse the entire lake. That would mean crossing half the wasteland area. Going south would be much easier, quickly leading to a new region. Li stroked his chin, lost in thought. While resting in Roland Fortress, he had tried to gather intelligence from the bounty hunters, lone wolves, and visiting caravans. The vast majority had said that the Eternal Night Zone lay in the northern wasteland, and that the monsters there were terrifying. In fact, after studying the map, Li also wanted to head north. He was extremely curious about that freshwater lake and wanted to see it with his own eyes. Let's rest at Roland Fortress for a day or two, sell another round of items in the market, gather enough supplies, then head north, he mentally resolved. But to Li Ye's absolute shock, when he arrived at the destination, he saw the entire Roland Fortress engulfed in flames. The walls had been destroyed, zombie swarms ran rampant, and the survivors' cries and screams never ceased. Last night, the Lord of Roland Fortress had died of illness. Within the fortress, two factions utterly clashed. The radicals first seized control of Lin Xia, the Lord's daughter, planning to use her name as the successor to forcibly launch their roaming city agenda. But the conservatives reacted even more fiercely. They chose outright war. With the fortress plunged into chaos, the Crimson Hound arrived. That predatory city rammed the gate open with level 1 cannons, using its own convoy as bait to lure the zombie swarm into the fortress. Li learned the details from a survivor he had just rescued. At that moment, a roar sounded in the distance. He turned to find the Crimson Hound departing with its convoy. Seizing the fortress's complete collapse, that predatory city looted every resource it could before fleeing. Through gritted teeth, Li slowly calmed himself and stared in the direction it had fled. With the combined efforts of the Tomorrow, Conqueror, and Azure, the chaos in Roland Fortress finally ended. At this moment, the once prosperous fortress lay in ruins, its grounds strewn with corpses. Once home to over 2,000 people, the fortress now had just over 100 survivors. Lin Xia was among them. When the gates were breached and the zombie horde poured in, she seized the chance to kill the radical guards restraining her and escaped. Once free, her first thought wasn't escape. It was to gather people and save as many residents as possible. Of these 100-plus survivors, a third were saved by her efforts. After securing safety, the young girl dropped her facade and covered her face. "Sorry, father," she choked, tears streaming down her face. "I failed to protect our home." Li's eyes flickered. Though he knew the apocalypse was merciless, watching a survivor community's home destroyed nonetheless stirred sadness in him. With their home gone, Lin Xia and the rest of the survivors had only two choices: either wander aimlessly or join a mobile city like the Tomorrow. Almost everyone chose the latter. In this monster-ridden wasteland, survival in the wild was nearly impossible. A mobile city provided stable food, clean water, and sufficient security. Among the three mobile cities, the one everyone most wanted to join was the Tomorrow. Peregrine Falcon assault rifles, Gale High Wind rocket launchers, frost cannons, city camouflage, Sunshine Apples, instant noodles, and even cola. Among the three, the Tomorrow had the best resources. Li found himself in a dilemma. The Tomorrow urgently needed more hands, but couldn't take in everyone at once. After considering it, he decided to recruit only 40 people this time and would select the best candidates. Freelancers, young people, and able-bodied adults would be prioritized, and specialists like gunners or mechanics would receive better treatment. Even they could bring their own teams. The remaining 60-odd people would have to join the Azure or the Conqueror. Li Jin had no objections. The Azure had just revived, and having more people was not a problem. Lei Jin solemnly reminded those wishing to join the conqueror, that newcomers would serve as slaves and must complete a set amount of work before becoming ordinary residents. Each of the 60-odd individuals made their own choice. They buried corpses, cleared debris, scavenged supplies, packed their belongings. After completing those tasks, Lin Xia led 39 survivors aboard the Tomorrow. Most of them exhaled a sigh of relief. Once aboard, eyes filled with gratitude. When the fortress gates were breached and the zombie horde poured in, they thought they were done for. Even after surviving, they knew they wouldn't manage alone in the wild. Now, they were able to join the Tomorrow, a reasonably capable mobile city, and their future life and safety were somewhat secured. Those who boarded the other 2 mobile cities felt much the same. The leaders of the 3 mobile cities remained on the ground, discussing matters. "Where will you all go next?" Li asked. With the cooperation over, the 3 mobile cities had to make their own decisions now. Traveling together further was impossible. Wild resources were limited and couldn't support 2 mobile cities at once, though exceptions existed for wild bosses or gloss mine. Li Jin and Lei Jian both nodded thoughtfully. "According to our plan, there's no need to rush leaving." Li Jin spoke first. "Yes, let's develop slowly for a few months first." Lei Jian followed. Li Yi, however, shook his head firmly. "No, the entire wasteland zone will be completely destroyed in 3 months. No, the remaining time is less than 3 months." The 2 were startled instantly. Seeing Li Ye's unusually serious attitude, they chose to believe him. Ruined cities, mobile labyrinths, freshwater lakes, mountain ranges. Li Yi recounted the general situation of the wasteland zone to them. West of the wasteland zone is also a level 1 area. Lei Jian pondered. "Then I'll head west." For the conqueror, equipped with molten lava treads, crossing mountains was no problem. As for Li Jin, his azure lacked tracks like the conqueror's, so it couldn't traverse mountains. The western option was ruled out first. "If we go north, we can travel together, crossing the city ruins as a group," Li Yi proposed. Li Jin thought carefully, then made his decision. He thanked Li Yi for the offer, but ultimately decided to develop here for a month and then head south. After all, this is the southern part of the wasteland zone, and traveling south to a new area would take less than a week. Suppose that area is a level 2 zone, or even a higher level zone. Then the Azure would be doomed, he chuckled, scratching his head. Before leaving, Lei Jian asked Li Yi to custom build a Rolls-Royce. The burly man then drove it around once. "Although making it is a bit extravagant, it sure is fun to drive," he laughed heartily. Li Jin watched enviously and had Li Yi custom build one for him too. Finally, the time to part came. The 3 shared a glance and nodded. Boarding their respective mobile cities, the 3 lords waved gently at one another from afar. Parting is always sad. They didn't know when they would meet again. Maybe an exciting reunion embrace, or perhaps everything and everyone had changed. Li Yi watched the 2 mobile cities depart in their directions, then waved to those behind him. "Let's go. We head north all the way." The new route is set, all parameters configured. Over the next 5 or 6 hours, we can leisurely enjoy tea and chat. In the cockpit, Tang Fong reclined in his chair, hands behind his head. The other helmsman nodded slowly. This helmsman, a Bai, like old Zhou, had been a slave who supported Li Ye's uprising. Bai was a few years older than Tang Fong, but seemed junior to him, because Tang Fong's piloting skills on the Tomorrow were much more advanced, and he often patiently taught Bai various driving techniques. Over time, the 2 had developed tacit cooperation. During these days, Tang Fong had become increasingly familiar with piloting the Tomorrow, becoming quite adept. "I told you, you can become an excellent helmsman." A leisurely voice came from outside the cockpit. Li stepped in and tossed 2 bottles of cola to Tang Fong and Bai. "You're here, brother Li," Tang Fong said in surprise. Li smiled and patted his head, then nodded toward Bai. "I heard you've even learned evasive maneuvers?" he asked. Tang Fong nodded. "Yes, but I'm not sure how the real thing will go." While the 3 were chatting, old Zhou quickly walked in. "Ali, the new people's rooms are arranged too." Li nodded. "Good." The Tomorrow had originally 84 people, but during this time, 6 wounded died from heavy injuries, leaving 78 people. Li felt extreme pain and regret. At the same time, he was even more eager to recruit a doctor. But finding a doctor in the wasteland was very difficult. In fact, doctors, this kind of professional talent, were even scarcer than mechanics or helmsmen. Training a doctor requires a good environment like a medical school and abundant medical resources for practice and growth. On the wasteland, where everyone's primary goal is survival, no one thought from childhood about becoming a doctor. Mobile City lords want to cultivate them, but they can't build hospitals or find enough medical resources. After clearing Gloss Mine, the Tomorrow suffered some additional casualties, and the newly recruited 40 people helped fill the labor gap. To Li Ye's surprise, one of them had applied to be a lookout. That person was Lin Xia. After careful assessment, Li Yi nodded in surprise. Your skill is pretty good. When did you practice? Lin Xia smiled slightly and gently tucked her short hair behind her ear. This is what I learned from Mom since childhood. When I was little, Roland Fortress was only a level 1 mobile city. Lin Xia gazed into the distance and softly said, My father was the lord of the Roland, and my mother was the lookout of the Roland. I often snuck over to her in childhood, on the watchtower watching distant scenery, and she taught me a lot of lookout knowledge. At that time, I stood on the watchtower, squinting at the gentle breeze, occasionally watching the adults below bustling about. That feeling was really beautiful. As she spoke, bitterness appeared at the corner of her mouth. Only later, Li gently patted her shoulder without saying more. After Lin Xia left, Li seemed to realize something, and his eyes showed surprise and emotion. Helmsman, gunner, mechanic, lookout, combat captain. Before he knew it, he had gathered them all. Currently, the Tomorrow had 78 people, growing stronger and gradually becoming regular. Therefore, it could no longer operate like a makeshift troop of a dozen people. Among them, Li Yi was the lord, Old Zhou was his deputy and combat captain. Helmsman Tang Fong and A Bai, mechanic Lin Wu, gunner Ning Wen, lookout Lin Xia. Originally, there were 20 combat personnel, the rest were ordinary residents. Li Yi thought and decided to expand combat personnel to 30. After assigning a person to assist Lin Wu and his friend's sister Xiao Yao, there were 39 people available. Li Yi quickly made arrangements. 15 people responsible for mining, logging, and other tasks. 10 people responsible for tending fields and managing sunshine fruit trees on the upper deck. 5 people responsible for daily cleaning of the Tomorrow. 5 people working downstairs in the fuel room and engine room. The remaining 4 served as logistics personnel, filling gaps wherever needed. Li Yi arranged tasks for everyone. After all, a mobile city couldn't have idle people. At the same time, he set up a tiered system. Treatment of levels from low to high were Level 3 resident, Level 2 resident, Level 1 resident. Combat personnel, professional talents, combat captain, helmsman, lookout, gunner, mechanic. Deputy/management. Lord. With each higher level, daily allocation of fresh water, mantu, and potatoes increased. That was a bit ridiculous, but resources on the Tomorrow were limited. But besides that, there was also cola, instant noodles, and future mature sunshine apples to allocate. The warehouse stored some vegetables and fruits, also to distribute to higher level personnel. Implementing a hierarchy in a mobile city was necessary. It could motivate residents to work actively. Soon, Li gathered everyone and announced his arrangements and this tiered system. To his surprise, people didn't have much demands regarding food supplies. That wasn't unusual. After all, in the wasteland, survival and safety were the first priorities. When Li reopened his eyes, a new day had already arrived. He remained lying on his side, squinting as he felt the faint tremors in the room. These tremors came from the motion of the Tomorrow as it traveled, its power engine operating steadily. The vibrations transmitted through brass pipes that delivered steam and vapor, coursing along the veins of the steel behemoth to the entire city. Li was still accustomed to this sensation. It meant the city was moving steadily through the wilderness, which was reassuring. He dressed, folded his bedding, and washed up simply. When Li stepped out of his room, he saw the wilderness awakening under the pale gray dawn. The last lone star still lingered on the horizon, and the night, dew clinging to the blades of grass, glistened like its reluctant tears, as if the whole plain had been sprinkled with fine shards of glass. A hazy crimson hue began to seep through the sky, flowing across the small river and the land, gradually awakening the entire field. Birds poked their heads out of nests nestled in the branches, and sand rats emerged from their burrows with rustling sounds, their whiskers still speckled with fresh dirt. Before long, the sun finally leapt above the horizon, and the golden sunlight gently poured over the gears and pipes of the mobile city, warming and brightening it just like the land below. At this moment, the people aboard the Tomorrow had already begun their daily labors. In the lower power engine zone, the mechanic Lin Wu pressed his ear against a hydraulic pipe, listening intently with his eyes closed. He had yet to change out of the leather apron from last night's repairs, which was now covered in oil and cold dust. On the freshly cultivated fields of the upper level, residents were carefully tending the newly planted sunshine apple trees and yunmen cotton. On the outer edge of the mid-level city shell, several residents, hanging from ropes, had begun aerial cleaning operations. On the decks and corridors, a few residents leaned on railings, gazing out at the scenery. These were often those assigned to external resource extraction or combat personnel on break. After finishing breakfast, Li Yi, as usual, walked into the upper-level watchtower. The lookout Lin Xia was steadfastly at her post. This young girl clearly had not recovered from the pain of losing her father and her home. When Li Yi approached, she looked at him in surprise, then seemed to realize something and handed him the binoculars. Li Yi nodded slightly to her, then took the binoculars and looked out at the distant landscape. The morning breeze swept past the copper railing of the watchtower, gently lifting the hems of their clothes before letting them fall again. The entire mobile city slowly turned beneath their feet, and the deep clunking of meshing gears sounded like the heartbeat of some massive creature. Lin Xia leaned on the railing, her fingertips lightly tapping it absent-mindedly. "When you miss home, how does it feel?" she asked softly. Li Yi turned to look at her, surprised. Out of consideration for her emotional state, he hadn't said much and even handled the binoculars with care. Yet she had taken the initiative to speak. "Miss home, huh?" He slowly savored the word. His thoughts like a small box suddenly opened in a forgotten corner, releasing a flood of memories. He was 25 this year, an ordinary white-collar worker in a big city, living a typical 9-to-5 life like most office workers. He rented a small apartment in the suburbs, and each day's commute was long. His family was ordinary too. His father worked at a state-owned enterprise, his mother was a middle school teacher, and his younger sister was in college. His life path had originally been long, but predictable. Work hard for a few years to save money, find someone passable through a blind date, buy a car and a house, get married, and have kids. But the sudden transmigration had disrupted all his plans. Rather than being overwhelmed by melancholy over never returning home, Li felt more full of ambition. This was an exciting world. The surviving humans relied on mobile cities to wander and fight while running their roving homes. Along the way, one could meet so many people and see so many sights. As he gazed out at the distant scenery, his brows gradually relaxed. "Dad, Mom, and little sister, if you knew I had arrived in such a colorful and marvelous world, I believe you'd be happy for me. This place is both strange and dazzling, with so many beautiful things to long for. I'll live a wonderful life here and leave behind many stories." When he returned to his senses, Li found Lin Xia still watching him, waiting for his answer. Probably a mix of melancholy, sadness, and eventual relief, he replied slowly. Lin Xia gently nodded and brushed the short hair near her ear. "So that's how it is." The two leaned against the railing, gazing at the scenery, chatting idly from time to time. Half an hour later, something in the distance suddenly caught their attention. They saw, a few kilometers away, more than a dozen uniquely styled mobile cities approaching from all directions and gathering together. To Lie's surprise, these mobile cities were all very tiny, each only dozens of square meters in size. They were often a few small cabins pieced together, equipped with miniature mechanical arms and cranes, and came with awnings, observation decks, gardens, warehouses, small water towers, and other configurations. As one of the mobile cities let out a whistle, the others began linking together. Retractable bridges with hinged joints extended from beneath the armored plates, snaking outward. The rivets on the bridge surfaces were old but reliable. The central mobile city had a device that unfolded during ascent, automatically assembling into several floating platforms, with toothed edges that locked precisely with the retractable bridges. People from the mobile cities walked across the bridges onto the platforms to meet. They shared snacks, drinks, and food they had brought, and chatted happily. They were all elderly people with gray hair, seemingly long-time acquaintances. The mobile cities also began their own displays. The first was a flower-covered city that emitted fragrant steam through its pipes, enveloping the scene in a festive mood of reunion. Another mobile city, fitted with large barrels on its exterior, provided fine liquor. A third city, half of which was farmland, offered fresh vegetables and fruits. The last city provided music. Its appearance was the most distinctive, with sides shaped like organ pipes, dozens of metal tubes stacked and spreading out. The lord of this city was an old lady in a light yellow formal dress with silver hair, currently seated before a piano. As she pressed the keys, a graceful, melodious tune echoed forth. The sound transmitted through the pipes and finally played through large speakers mounted atop the city. Really amazing. Lee couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Even without a massive body, a longing for a free life could still set the tiniest gears in motion. These are 0.5 level mobile cities. Lin Xia turned to look at him. From the daughter of a fortress lord, Li learned what a 0.5 level mobile city truly was. Not all mobile cities started at level 1. Some lords had a poor start, possessing only a steam engine, boiler room, production workshop, a few cabins, and crawler wheels. That was a level 0.5 city. They toiled diligently in the wilderness, gathering resources and slowly developing into a level 1 city. But some 0.5 level city lords were exceptions. Unlike most who focused on upgrading their cities, they focused on living well in the moment, carefully building their 0.5 level cities with dedication. They built observation decks, small gardens, plots, and melon sheds to their liking and planted flowers and grass in every gap. A 0.5 level city had limited space, typically accommodating only a dozen people. Often, these cities housed a single family. The father drove the city, the mother handled repairs, and the children took care of the fields and gardens. There was no need to worry much about their safety. Because of their small size, 0.5 level cities could move very quickly, reaching speeds over 200 kilometers per hour in the wild. Some even camouflaged their outer shells with plants for concealment. Due to their small scale and population, 0.5 level cities required very little fuel, food, and fresh water. They rarely sought blueprints or level 1 items, so predatory cities didn't bother targeting them, making survival in the wild easier. That's how it is. Li nodded slowly. Then this gathering of theirs is... Lin Xia rested her chin on her hand and tilted her head with a smile. These 0.5 level cities in the wasteland zone have an organization called the Captain's Club. They gather at predetermined locations from time to time. Captain's Club, huh? Li was first surprised, then nodded gently. Thinking about it, these 0.5 level cities did resemble little boats, so the name made sense. By now, more and more people on the deck had noticed these 0.5 level mobile cities. Everyone crowded near the railing, holding on and chatting excitedly. Li thought for a moment and turned to Lin Xia. Should we go take a look? Lin Xia shook her head with a hint of melancholy. For cities like ours, level 1 cities, the Captain's Club isn't welcoming. You saw it too. Their lords are all elderly grandpas and grandmas. Don't go upsetting them. Despite her words, Li still didn't want to give up. He had Tang Fong's sound too long and one short whistle. After a long silence, one of the zero point 0.5 level cities returned the same whistle. They agreed. Li exclaimed excitedly. Although Lin Xia was surprised too, she looked at him with concern. Aren't we supposed to be heading toward the central region? Won't this delay cause trouble? Li smiled and gently shook his head. Being on the road every day can be exhausting. Sometimes it's nice to stop and enjoy the view. As he spoke, he extended his hand toward Lin Xia. I'm guessing you want to take a look too? Lin Xia nodded, and a rare smile appeared on her face. The two of them rode an off-road vehicle and slowly headed toward the 0.5 level cities. Upon arriving nearby and getting off, Li Yi saw that all the lords of the 0.5 level cities were looking at them. They were all elderly, at least in their 50s, with the oldest nearing 80. The floating platform seemed to be a tea party reserved for these lords, while their families were busy on their own mobile cities. Damn it, old Li, you never park your city properly. This time your outer wine barrels knocked off my rose bushes again, shouted a neatly dressed old man angry. The mentioned old Li, a bearded, beer-bellied old man in a white vest, laughed heartily. I say, good liquor is far better than your precious flower arrangement art. What about the music? Why did it stop playing? Asked another old man who was baking cookies. The lord of the music city, the well-dressed elderly lady, slowly sipped her tea. I only play one piece each time. If you don't listen carefully, you'll have to wait until next time. As they spoke, all the old lords turned their gaze toward Li Yi and Lin Xia. Such a young lord, the neat old man exclaimed. You must have taken over this city not long ago, and yet it's developed so well. I hate these level 1 cities the most, muttered the cookie-baking old man without even turning his head. They rush around the wild like locusts, extracting resources and stirring up trouble. Don't be so prejudiced, laughed the white-vested old man, patting his belly. Seeing young people always lifts your spirits, just like when we were young. How long have you known each other? Li asked curiously. Almost 40 years now, one of the old lords replied. He waved to Li Yi and Lin Xia. Come, young ones, join us old folks for tea and chat. The early morning wilderness was especially tranquil. The 0.5 level cities gathered together, while the tomorrows stood guard in the distance. Li Yi chatted and drank tea with the old lords, gradually relaxing. You've seen it now. This is our life, said the neatly dressed old man. No hunting, no fighting, just migrating with our families and occasionally meeting up with old friends. He put down the teapot and looked around at the mobile cities of his friends, sighing sincerely. We believe that true freedom doesn't come from how much space you have, but from fitting your entire world into these dozens of square meters of romance. Li nodded earnestly. He felt this kind of life was pretty good too, but soon he realized something and quickly put down his teacup to remind them. By the way, the wasteland zone will be destroyed in less than 3 months. You must hurry and leave. The elders exchanged glances and smiled. In fact, we're preparing for a race to see who can reach the Western Basin region first. But isn't the West blocked by sprawling mountains? Li Yi was surprised. The cookie-baking old man waved his hand lightly. It's fine. Old Li is an excellent mechanic. He can help everyone modify climbing treads. The white-vested old man placed his hands on his hips, huffing. Sounds like you're all trying to work this old guy to death. The lords looked at each other and burst out laughing. The tea party ended quickly, and the old lords returned to their respective 0.5 level cities, retracting the floating platforms and extendable bridges. At this point, Li Yi and Lin Xia were already back on the deck of the Tomorrow, gazing at the distant scene. The 0.5 level mobile cities lined up one by one across the wilderness, their chimneys puffing steam, seemingly ready to go. With a whistle, they all surged forward like race participants heading west. How wonderful! Lin Xia's eyes lit up as she watched. These grandpas and grandmas don't seem to have aged at all. Li nodded, also filled with admiration. Soon he waved his hand. Let's go, we move on. At noon, Li stood on the watchtower and gazed into the distance. I didn't expect to reach the central zone so quickly, he murmured. As they drew nearer, Li gradually made out the ruined city before him. It was a true post-apocalyptic scene. Buildings had collapsed, and weeds and vines clung to the decaying walls. Here and there on the streets lay rusted, abandoned vehicles. In the distance, skyscraper skeletons still stood, but their outer shells were heavily worn away. Steel rebar frames stabbed skyward from the concrete rubble like the ribs of a fallen beast. The expanse of this city ruin was immense, stretching from left to right until the eye could no longer see its end. By Li Ye's estimation, the city once had a population on the order of 1 million people. He rubbed his hands together in excitement. Within the ruins of the city, he could send people to extract steel rebar from the concrete, collect pots, pans, discarded appliances, metal of all kinds, and feed it into the Conqueror's furnace aboard the Tomorrow, smelting it anew into iron ore. However, the Tomorrow's current mechanical arms were only of ordinary grade, with low efficiency in breaking concrete. Relying solely on manual dismantling would be even more cumbersome. Furniture inside the city buildings could also be disassembled and repurposed as timber. Better to salvage as much as possible, he thought. Compared to steel rebar, the city was least short of concrete. But once concrete had hardened, it couldn't be dismantled for reuse. Li planned to stay in the city ruins for about a week, collecting as many resources as possible. More important than that, though, was understanding the situation here. This was the heart of the wasteland zone, a crossing point for survivors, caravans, mobile cities, and more. Because it was a ruined city with abundant resources to scavenge, many factions were bound to swarm here. How many survivors? How many caravans? How many mobile cities? Were there zombie swarms? Monsters? Or even powerful wild bosses? Li asked himself huge question marks in his mind. As a level 1 city, Tomorrow could drive along a main urban road, but it would occupy all lanes and would inevitably scrape nearby buildings from time to time. The outskirts of the city were relatively manageable, fewer buildings, wider roads. But the city center would be trouble. With several hours left before new intelligence refresh, Li had no intention of idling. He selected a fairly decent spot on the outskirts and parked Tomorrow there. He proceeded to issue a series of orders. Helmsman Tang Fong and A Bai took their posts in the cockpit. Lookout Lin Xia was assigned to the watchtower, and Gunner Ningwen stood by next to the frost cannon. These days, Ningwen had been very busy, mainly because he had to train the combat crew to operate the cannons. After all, he was only one person and couldn't man all the artillery himself. Though he was called a gunner, he really functioned more like a gunner captain. Old Joe led the combat personnel in 2 teams. One stood by at regular artillery and heavy machine guns, the other patrolled groundside. 15 residents responsible for external resource gathering rode the lift platform to the street and began their work. Over the next few hours, they would collect steel rebar from concrete, abandoned vehicles, and search interiors for discarded appliances and various metal items. Mechanic Lin Wu, with his deputy and 4 logistics personnel, continued repairs on the Tomorrow. After the battle at Gloss Mine, many sections of the Tomorrow had been damaged, and without the Roland Fortress as a safe port, the Tomorrow could only undergo repairs while on the move. Team after team took their positions and tasks. With a clang, the mechanical arm on Tomorrow chiseled into a building, then struck again, shattering most of the concrete and revealing the steel rebar inside. 2 nearby residents stepped forward, using their mining picks to chip away the remaining concrete, gathering the rebar and loading it onto the lift platform. Across the street, 3 or 4 residents cautiously entered a building and began scavenging usable metal. 2 combat personnel escorted them, armed with Peregrine Falcon assault rifles. On the street, a patrol team of combatants passed by, one of whom carried a Gale Wind rocket launcher. On board the Tomorrow, regular cannons, heavy machine guns, and the frost cannon were already in position to provide immediate fire support if anything happened. Among all the things present, the most valuable were the abandoned vehicles on the street, as their bodies contain a good amount of metal. However, there was only one abandoned vehicle on the entire street. This wasn't surprising. Over the years, who knew how many mobile cities had passed through this city? Naturally, they would prioritize collecting abandoned vehicles understanding their high value. The rebar, abandoned cars, and metal items scavenged from rooms could all be melted down in the mobile city's furnace to become iron or once more. 10 minutes later, a disturbance was heard from a distance. It was a series of loud explosions. Everyone working on the street paused and instinctively looked in the direction of the sound. That was the central area of the city. That sounds like cannon fire, Li thought. It might be a mobile city bombarding a monster stronghold, or maybe a battle between two mobile cities. Since the full situation in this city ruin remained unclear, he still felt uneasy. No, I have to find a way to figure out what's going on in this city, he muttered, shaking his head. If nothing else works, I'll send out a convoy to scout. Currently, the Tomorrow had already manufactured 4 Level 1 off-road vehicles. These off-road vehicles were parked in the lower level of the Tomorrow, in a dedicated garage that could hold up to 12 such vehicles. The convoy reached the ground via a lift platform for deployment, and when not on duty, they remained in the garage, undergoing maintenance by mechanics on board the mobile city. Thinking of this, Li couldn't help but feel the sting. It had cost 1,000 units of iron or to produce those 4 vehicles. But it was necessary. For Mobile City, a convoy was like its left and right hand. Convoys could scout ahead, collect materials, and in battles between mobile cities, they could be outfitted with heavy machine guns and rocket launchers to attack the enemy mobile city. Li divided the 4 off-road vehicles into 2 teams. Each team had 2 drivers and 4 combatants. The convoys were armed with Peregrine Falcon assault rifles and Galewind rocket launchers. Additionally, Li had produced 4 regular heavy machine guns in the production workshop and equipped the convoys with them. With this setup, the convoys now had decent combat strength. While waiting for the intelligence refresh, Li opened a cup of instant noodles and began eating. This level 1 instant noodle cup only required 0.2 units of flour to produce. The taste was decent and provided a plus 10% satiety bonus, making it a solid food option. When the convoy went on multi-day field missions, they could be supplied with this food. It was easy to eat and convenient to carry. As he ate, Li opened the system. There were still a few hours until the next round of intelligence refresh. Watching the patrolling combatants on the deck, an idea suddenly came to him. We're just sitting around anyway. Might as well go grind the wilds nearby. Grinding the wilds was a common term among mobile cities. It referred to sending convoys and combatants to sweep through monsters and their strongholds along the way. After all, in the wasteland, monsters were also a kind of resource. Killing them could yield crystal coins, iron or coal, and some humanoid monsters even drop cloth. Mutant creatures like molten spiders and Steelblade Hyenas could drop special materials such as molten spider silk and hyena steel fangs. Monsters also dropped finished products. These ranged from daily necessities and books to weapons and tools. Some could even be level 1 items. But what everyone hoped for the most were blueprints. So Li dispatched Convoy 1 and 2, plus Lin Wu piloting the Goblin helicopter to go wild hunting. In truth, plenty of monsters still roamed the city ruins. Boarmen, goblins, serpent folk, ant folk, gnolls. Some of these monsters patrolled in squads, some huddled around bonfires, and others entrenched themselves in lairs. But there were no pushovers. Most wielded blades, swords, clubs, and some even carried firearms or rocket launchers. Even worse, some had mounted heavy machine guns and cannons at their bases. These monsters knew how to use cover, adopted proper postures to evade cannon fire, and even executed coordinated tactics. Li lowered his binoculars and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He didn't understand why the monsters in the wasteland had grown this hardcore. Now that Convoy 1 and 2 were newly formed, and with an expanded combat crew, Li felt it necessary to train them ahead of time. In the next few hours, everyone gradually returned with their wild hunting loot. Crystal coins, iron or coal cloth. Also among the haul were everyday items like flashlights, axes, mining picks, and professional books, all of ordinary grade. Various supplies piled up before Li like small hills. What surprised him most was that Convoy 1, after taking down an elite captain-grade gnoll, unexpectedly obtained a level 1 city building blueprint. Level 1 Blueprint, City Simulation Training Pod. Item Name, City Simulation Training Pod. Item Level, Level 1. Attached Effect. Allows personnel inside the pod to undergo various simulation trainings. Required to build 200 units of iron ore, Level 1, 50 units of wood, Level 1, 100 units of copper, or Level 1. What the heck is this thing? Lee frowned in confusion, but after reading the blueprint description carefully, his eyes widened. This city simulation training pod could construct training scenarios tailored to everything, from piloting vehicles and repairing mobile cities to engaging in external combat. Training scenarios needed to be constructed by inputting a series of specialized books or corresponding accurate data. If one wanted to engage in combat with the enemy, it required the input of basic data about one's own weapons and the target enemy, whether it be monsters, enemy land, sea, or air vehicles, or even mobile cities. The training pod came with a handheld scanner, which could input data by simply scanning the target. So that's how it works. He rubbed his hands together excitedly. This is a real treasure. With this city simulation training pod, he would be able to train combat personnel as well as professionals such as mechanics, helmsmen, and gunners. He could even simulate battles against enemy mobile cities. It could also be used to train chefs, craftsmen, and maintenance personnel, essential talents for any mobile city. The premise was that one needed to input the corresponding specialized books or provide accurate data. Lee quickly input the blueprint in the production workshop and used up resources to construct the city simulation training pod on the middle level. The city simulation training pod occupied about 60 square meters and had an exterior resembling a square-shaped house. Inside were 10 enclosed pods, each equipped with a seat and a consciousness link helmet. However, when he saw the finished product, Lee's excitement was immediately halved, mainly because the building was extremely rough. The training pod looked like a big iron box, and everything from the seats, scanner, and parameter-setting machine to the consciousness link helmets looked crude, as if hand-assembled. Forget it. With this little amount of resources spent, what more can you expect? He consoled himself. With a testing mindset, Lee input a recently acquired book on automotive driving into the training pod, then lay on a seat and put on the connection helmet. His consciousness immediately entered a square-shaped data space, where a crudely modeled car appeared in front of him. Lee promptly got into the vehicle and began a series of driving operations. Although the configuration of the training pod was very basic, it still worked for actual training. If I can upgrade it to level 2, maybe the experience will be much better, he thought. In the time that followed, Lee used the scanner to input data from his level 1 weapons, heavy machine guns and frost cannons, and had Convoy number 1 and number 2 search for some monster corpses to scan them as well. Immediately afterward, he entered the specific data into the training pod screen. Number trainees, 1. Equipped weapon, Peregrine Falcon Assault Rifle. Target location, jungle. Enemy type, goblins, gnolls, boarmen. Number of enemies, 15. Combat difficulty, normal. As he completed the setup and put on the connection helmet, a scene immediately appeared before his eyes. However, whether it was the jungle, the monsters, the weapons, or even himself, everything was very crudely modeled. Lee tried moving and shooting and found that the tactile feedback was decent. Whatever, if it's crudely modeled, then so be it. As long as it can train people, I don't need a luxury ride, he muttered to himself. In the time that followed, he had Old Joe and the others take turns entering the training pod for practice. Even though the experience was rough, everyone still appeared very excited. They deliberately increased the number and difficulty of monsters and constructed combat scenarios like swamps, plains, and urban settings. Lee fell in a deep thought. It seemed that in order to cultivate more talent, he now needed to collect as many specialized books as possible. Books on vehicle driving, mechanical repair, cooking, first aid, and cleaning, for example. If used properly, this training simulation pod could supply tomorrow with a steady stream of technical personnel. Once replaced with higher-level training pods and a full collection of specialized books, it might even be possible to train pilots, submarine operators, and more. According to Li Ye's plan, the city simulation training pod's resources will be prioritized for the following projects. First, simulating field combat for combat personnel. Second, routine maintenance and upkeep of the mobile city. Third, off-road driving, firearms operation, cannon, and heavy machine gun handling. As for constructing the relevant training scenarios and detailed training programs, he left that to Lin Wu. With it, the overall quality of tomorrow's personnel would greatly improve. After assigning the tasks, Li opened the system panel. At this moment, new intelligence had already been refreshed. In this time, a total of 1 common, 1 good, 2 rare, and 1 excellent intelligence reports were refreshed. 1. There are a total of 16 survivor communities in the city. The largest is named Firefly, with 372 people. Intelligence value, common. 2. On the western edge of the city, there is a train station occupied by monsters. Intelligence value, good. 3. 25 kilometers northwest, on a commercial street, there is an overturned oil tanker containing a total of 543 units of oil. Intelligence value, rare. 4. A monster mobile city is patrolling inside the city. Proceed with caution. Intelligence value, rare. 5. A level 1 wild boss Tranquil Lake water monster has been tamed by the Conqueror. Intelligence value, excellent. As usual, Li began to analyze the intelligence. First, the first report. Survivor communities. These were typical survivor gatherings found in city ruins. Compared to the wilderness, city ruins were more suitable for human survival. There were 3 main reasons. First, city ruins offered abundant supplies to scavenge. Second, there were countless high-rise buildings and blocks in the ruins that provided shelter for survivors. When powerful monsters or invading convoys or mobile cities attacked their homes, they could use these buildings and sewers for guerrilla warfare. Third, relatively intact, small factories and power stations in the ruins could be used by survivors to improve their living standards. Survivor communities usually demarcated an area, built high walls or fences, and farmed in place, striving for self-sufficiency. Communities consisted of entire families with young people, older adults, and children. The second intelligence report caught Lie's interest. A train station occupied by monsters. There could be trains parked inside the station. Their cars could be dismantled and melted down for iron ore. This was much easier than painstakingly breaking concrete to extract rebar. The third report brought him joy. An oil tanker with over 500 units of oil, and it was not far away. More than 500 units of oil meant more than 500 units of fuel, exactly what his newly built convoy urgently needed. This time, they'd be well supported for a while. The fourth report left him stunned. What the hell was a monster mobile city? Li took a deep breath and rubbed his face, calming himself. As the name suggested, it was a level 1 mobile city driven by monsters. Like the mobile cities driven by humans, it had city equipment, heavy machine guns, cannons, and its own combat crew and convoy. It might even possess level 1 cannons and level 1 heavy machine guns. Li took another deep breath. He already thought goblins capable of piloting helicopters were absurd, but never imagined he'd encounter monsters who could drive mobile cities. The fifth report changed his expression even more. Another wild boss appeared in the wasteland zone, but it was tamed by a mobile city named the Conqueror. Tamed. This meant the wild boss was now like a servant under the Conqueror's command. Lie's expression grew solemn. He had witnessed the power of a wild boss himself. Judging by this, the Conqueror must be even more terrifying. His sense of insecurity intensified. After recalling everyone to the deck, Li ordered the Tomorrow to move northwest. That street was remote, narrow, and required taking a sharp turn to see it. At the end of the street lay the overturned oil tanker. Li immediately dispatched people to retrieve the oil. At the same time, he sent out 2 convoys. Convoy 1 was tasked with exploring the perimeter of the city ruins, and Convoy 2 would explore the central area of the ruins. Li instructed the convoy members to prioritize their safety at all times. Their mission was to gather information and only open fire if absolutely necessary. They had to return by 6 a.m. tomorrow morning at the latest, regardless of success. Soon, both convoys set out. As for the Tomorrow, it remained temporarily stationed nearby for further maintenance. With nothing else to do, Lee had the residents sent out again to gather more metal. Although the amount collected was small, even small gains mattered. Unexpectedly, despite being only on the city's outskirts, a surprising number of forces passed through. 2 bounty hunters, 3 survivor convoys, and 1 level 1 mobile city. Neither the bounty hunters nor the survivor convoys dared to mess with the Tomorrow. They kept their distance and hurried away. But that level 1 mobile city lurked in the distance, stirring. After noticing that the Tomorrow was equipped with level 1 cannons, it quickly abandoned its plans and fled. Only after it departed did Li Yi order an end to combat readiness. Time passed steadily, and soon it was deep into the night. Li Yi, who had fallen asleep, was awakened by a series of slight tremors. In fact, since arriving in this world, he'd been very sensitive to movement as the lord of the city. After all, he now carried the responsibility of leading everyone in the mobile city to survive. He dared not relax at all. Li Yi dressed quickly, left his room, and climbed the ladder to the watchtower. At that moment, there was absolutely no light on the entire Tomorrow. No searchlights, no deck lights. This was Li Ye's plan. In the night, a mobile city with lights on easily attracted enemies, whether monster or human. Though the lights were off, a team of combat personnel was still patrolling the deck, and a helmsman remained in the cockpit on standby. When Li Yi reached the watchtower, he was surprised to find Lin Xia still awake. The sound is coming from a northeast, about 1 kilometer away. Probably a big one, she said, handing over binoculars. Li Yi nodded, took the binoculars, and looked northeast. The massive silhouette stood several tens of meters tall, with 1 large bright spot and dozens of small lights on it. Li Yi froze for a moment, then realized this was clearly a mobile city. The large light was its searchlight, and the small lights were its lamps. Should we prepare for battle now? No, the distance is too short, he muttered, and even getting all the combat personnel into position would take too long. He quickly turned toward the megaphone on the watchtower. Is Tang Fong there? Over the megaphone came Abai's voice. Tang Fong fell asleep. Is something wrong, brotherly? Right now, activate the Tomorrow's city camouflage, Li Yi said softly. Understood. With the city camouflage activated, the Tomorrow instantly blended into the surroundings. The next second, the enemy's searchlight flashed across, but it only illuminated old buildings. This thing really works well, Li Yi thought. Once again, the Tomorrow escaped disaster thanks to its city camouflage. Relieved inside, he glanced toward the other. Since nothing was revealed ahead, that mobile city didn't investigate further and turned down a nearby street. Using the binoculars and the enemy's deck lights, Li Yi clearly saw the appearance of that mobile city. It was unmistakably a goblin-driven mobile city. At this moment, Li Yi could not find any words to express his shock. On the deck of this mobile city, the goblins marched in perfect unison, busy and well-trained. Combat captains, lookouts, helmsmen, mechanics, gunners, all the professional personnel that a mobile city should have. This goblin mobile city had them all. It was also equipped with standard cannons and heavy machine guns, with level 1 city armor, and seemed to have upgraded a series of city accessories. On the deck, the goblins patrolled with rifles and rocket launchers under the lead of their combat captain. Nearby the mobile city, goblin convoys were also wandering around. This monstrous mobile city actually looked quite decent. He couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his forehead. These goblins were simply outrageous. They flew helicopters and now even operated mobile cities. At this rate, they might start piloting Gundams someday. Not long after, the goblin mobile city gradually moved away. After confirming the threat had passed, Li ordered the Tomorrow to deactivate its city camouflage. Although the item was useful, it also consumed a huge amount of the city's energy. If kept active until dawn, the energy reserves would be depleted. At this moment, many people aboard the Tomorrow had been awakened by the earlier commotion. Upon learning that a monstrous mobile city had passed by, everyone was stunned. How is that possible? Aren't goblins the weakest level 1 monsters? This kind of thing is terrifying, isn't it? You must be joking. Li Yi waved his hand, signaling everyone to calm down. Actually, there's no need to be so surprised. He spoke softly. After all, this world no longer belongs to humans. By the time Li Yi woke up again, it was already dawn. He glanced at his watch. It was exactly 5:36 a.m. If nothing went wrong, the 2 convoys I sent out should be returning soon, he thought. I wonder what information they managed to gather. He couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Each off-road vehicle was worth 250 units of iron ore, and with its heavy machine gun, rocket launcher, and assault rifle, it equaled at least 600 units of iron ore. Add to that the 3 members on board. If anything happened to one of those vehicles, it would be a massive loss. Fortunately, to his relief, about 10 minutes later, the 2 convoys returned one after another, bringing back their respective findings. First was Convoy 1. According to its members, they had discovered a fairly sizable survivor community. Brotherly, this community is called Firefly, said one of the convoy members. The people there mistook us for a survival caravan and originally planned to give us supplies, but we politely declined. They actually support outsiders with supplies? Old Joe was surprised. This Firefly community seems pretty decent. Li Yi slowly nodded. There was both scheming and mutual aid. That was the apocalypse. We also noticed they only had standard firearms, another member added. They were very interested in our assault rifles and rocket launchers, even asking if we were willing to sell them. Maybe we can cooperate with them, Li Yi replied. He could process firearms and rocket launchers for Firefly community to earn some crystal coins and iron ore. He never minded the tiniest gains. What surprised him, though, was that Convoy 1 had inadvertently stumbled upon the largest survivor community in the city. As for Convoy 2, Lee noticed several bullet holes in their off-road vehicle, clearly signs of an attack. And the members brought back quite the explosive news. While heading toward the city center, they had unexpectedly encountered the Crimson Hound on the outskirts. This predatory city immediately opened fire on them with the heavy machine guns on its deck and even deployed several cannons for bombardment. When the convoy began to escape, it lowered vehicles through a lift platform and gave chase relentlessly. The chase between the 2 parties lasted a long while before it ended. Due to the delay and fuel consumption, the members of Convoy 2 decided after careful consideration to abandon their exploration of the city center. They spent the night in a hidden street and hurried back at dawn. Lee let out a sigh of relief and patted the shoulders of the convoy members. As long as you're all safe, it doesn't matter if we run out of fuel. Keep in mind, each convoy consisted of 2 off-road vehicles and 6 people. If they were all lost, he would have been devastated. At the same time, he sighed heavily with a hint of frustration. Didn't expect the Crimson Hound to show up here. The kind do not come, indeed. But why had this predatory city come here? After thinking it over for a while, Lee quickly understood. This city ruin was the central area of the wasteland zone. As the original city, it still held many leftover resources. Also, many convoys and mobile cities came here. Therefore, as a hunter, the Crimson Hound naturally followed. Lee made a rough assessment of the Tomorrow's current strength compared to the Crimson Hound. Now, the Tomorrow had level 1 cannons and a convoy armed with Gale Wind rocket launchers. It had a fighting chance against the predatory city. At least, it wouldn't have to flee like last time. But there was still a huge gap in cannon numbers. The Crimson Hound had twice as many cannons as the Tomorrow, giving it an overwhelming advantage. What was worse, the Tomorrow's greatest weapon, the Frost Cannon, was low on ammunition. Since the attack on Gloss Mine, it only had 3 frost shells left and had not been resupplied since. He shook his head. For a moment, he had the urge to quickly leave this city ruin and head straight for the giant forest. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the watchtower. Attention! 3 kilometers northeast, a mobile city is heading our way. What? Leah's face changed. Without thinking, he shouted loudly. All combat personnel of the Tomorrow, take your positions immediately. All civilians evacuate at once. Then he dashed toward the watchtower. The moment he picked up the binoculars, he saw the approaching mobile city. It was clearly the Crimson Hound. Staring at this predatory city, Lin Xia's face turned pale. She bit her lip tightly, her eyes fixed on it. Those newcomers who had once lived in Roland Fortress also turned pale. It had only been a few days, and already their enemy had appeared. The Crimson Hound had clearly noticed the tomorrow too. It began to accelerate and let out 2 short and 2 long whistle blasts. You've become the prey? Li read the whistle code and sneered. Then let's see who is the prey and who is the hunter. On the deck, Old Joe and his team quickly took their positions at the cannons and the heavy machine guns. In front of the frost cannon, Gunner Ning, when finished loading the shell and wiped the sweat from his brow, then gave a thumbs up while calculating the enemy's distance, wind speed, and humidity. In the cockpit, steersman Tang Fong and Abai wore grave expressions as they carried out a series of maneuvers. On the street, 2 convoys raced forward with escorts flanking the Tomorrow on both sides. Amid the city ruins, 2 massive steel behemoths advanced slowly. Their treads crushed concrete, while torrents of steam and thick smoke burst from the exhaust valves. 1,500 meters, 1,400 meters, 1,300 meters. Lin Xia on the watchtower reported urgently. The target is getting closer. Prepare to fire. The Tomorrow opened fire first. The sharp whistling of shells tore through the silence of the ruins as 4 regular cannons fired simultaneously, their rounds streaking through the sky before landing near the Crimson Hound. At the same time, the enemy returned fire. Shells screamed fiercely, exploding around both mobile cities. The blast tore away the outer steel plates of both vehicles, flames spouted, and smoke roiled as gunpowder filled the air. The Crimson Hound has 8 regular cannons. If we go toe-to-toe, we'll lose badly. Li Yi made his decision. Tang Fong, start mobile evasion. Mobile evasion. It referred to the tactic of a mobile city using engine power, tread or wheel steering, and center of gravity adjustment to dodge enemy fire or to seize tactical positioning in advance. Because mobile cities were huge and slow to turn, this always required precise engineering, coordination, and anticipatory planning. That's why steersmen were so essential to handling mobile cities. Treads shifted sharply, serpentine advances, center of gravity tilts. These evasion moves pushed the steersman's skill and judgment to their limits. On the wasteland, mobile evasion also had an elegant nickname, the Iron Dance. As another volley of artillery came in, Tang Fong yanked down the control stick and twisted the steering wheel hard. In an instant, the Tomorrow's starboard tread locked while the port tread accelerated fully, causing the whole mobile city to drift laterally with a screech of metal and miraculously dodge several shells. A success, Abai exclaimed in shock as explosions flared behind them. Tang Fong felt no joy, only cold sweat and clenched teeth. Ever since being appointed steersman, he'd felt lucky. Lucky that he had high driving talent, lucky that maybe a better steersman would replace him someday, lucky that future journeys would go smoothly. Only now did he deeply realize the weight of the steersman's responsibility. The entire direction of the mobile city rested in your hands, and everyone depended on you. And in your hands lies each of their lives. With that thought, Tang Fong took a deep breath and his gaze grew steady. Continue mobile evasion. The 2 mobile cities wove through the urban ruins, using toppled stairwells and buildings as cover and taking turns firing. The Crimson Hound kept accelerating in relentless pursuit. They're trying to close in for a duel. Li Yi realized. A duel. Brutal, simple tactic unique to mobile city combat. It meant 2 mobile cities closing to very short range, unleashing furious crossfire from their decks' heavy machine guns and cannons. Combat personnel aboard them would even board the enemy's deck, fighting to the death with firearms and melee weapons. These fights were devastating and merciless, often decided in under a minute. They were often called games for the brave. Li naturally did not want a duel with the Crimson Hound. The enemy had a full 8 regular cannons, 14 heavy machine guns, 2 Grade 1 cannons, and 96 fighters, an absolute advantage in a duel. At Li Ye's command, the Tomorrow accelerated too, maintaining a steady distance from its opponent. Several minutes later, Lin Xia's voice crackled again from the watchtower. The enemy convoy has caught up. Prepare to meet them. At this moment, Crimson Hound's 4 convoys had rushed up from the distance, their members wielding guns and rocket launchers, leaning casually on their windows with sinister grins twisting their lips. In mobile city battles, these convoys usually kept some distance, firing cannons at each other and carrying out mobile evasion. This stalemate could last a long time, but that's when the convoys become critical. Each city would dispatch convoys to rush toward the opponent's mobile city. Convoys were usually equipped with heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, and rifles, and their top priority was to destroy the enemy city's treads or tires, crippling its movement. Once a mobile city lost its mobility, it could no longer evade. It'd be stuck in place as a stationary target. Then enemy artillery would land precisely on its deck. Some new convoy recruits wondered, if they could get close enough, why not just concentrate fire on the enemy's cockpit, fuel tank, or ammo hold? The answer was simple. The fuel and ammo are deep inside the core, unreachable. Though the cockpit was at the very front of the deck, it had thick armored protection. Also, the deck stood 5 or 6 meters above ground. Even if someone poked half out of a window and aimed high, they probably couldn't hit it. And up close, convoy teams would face heavy machine gun sweeps from the enemy mobile city. It was extremely dangerous. At that moment, Tomorrow's convoy teams 1 and 2 began engaging the enemy convoys. Several off-road vehicles weaved through the streets in pursuit, firing back. Although they were outnumbered, Tomorrow's teams used Grade 1 off-roaders armed with Grade 1 rocket launchers. The enemy had only standard vehicles. Thus, in a close-range firefight, Tomorrow's second convoy suffered minimal losses, while one of Crimson Hound's off-roaders was blown over by a rocket. On the deck, Gunner Ning went focused entirely on calculating distance. There are only 2 shells left. I have to hit, he muttered. To achieve one-shot kill, he had to rely on that frost cannon. At present, the firing rights for the cannon rested in Ning Wen's hands. Just minutes ago, he'd fired it. That shell had been dodged by the Crimson Hound's mobile evasion, striking a nearby building instead, and froze it solid in an instant. That miss sent a chill through Ning Wen's heart. Even more sweat-inducing was that the enemy's 2 Grade 1 cannons were already ready, and their gunners were computing distance too. Ning Wen understood clearly. They were also aiming for a single decisive strike. With 2 thunderous booms, both Grade 1 guns fired together. For a moment, Li seemed to see those 2 shells clearly. They arced through the air in an elegant parabola, sweeping toward the deck of the Tomorrow. Time seemed to slow down, and he felt as if he could hear death whispering in his ear. The next second, the 2 shells exploded near the Tomorrow, obliterating the building where they landed in an instant, flames shooting skyward as a violent shockwave swept out. One of the shells landed extremely close to the Tomorrow's left side, and the shockwave, carrying debris and fire, struck the left side armor and tire treads. That was close. Lie's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Judging by the power of that cannon, if they'd taken a direct hit, the Tomorrow would have been done for. Report: the Tomorrow's tire treads are severely damaged, and it's expected to lose mobility shortly. Tang Fang's voice came through the voice tube. At the same time, the Tomorrow's speed began to decrease. The battle among the convoys continued in the streets and alleys. With the power of the Gale Wind rocket launcher, Convoy 2 had taken down another off-road vehicle. Meanwhile, the enemy used their superior numbers to concentrate fire and destroy one of Convoy 1's off-road vehicles. Immediately after, one of the enemy's convoys drove straight toward the slowing Tomorrow. What greeted them was the Tomorrow's heavy machine guns, along with the Peregrine Falcon assault rifles and Gale Wind rocket launchers of the fighters on deck. Don't let them get near the wheels and treads. Old Joe roared as he pulled the trigger. A dense web of fire poured toward the enemy convoy, and the leading off-road vehicle was soon riddled with holes and exploded in flames. The remaining two vehicles turned quickly into a nearby street and vanished from sight. Old Joe exchanged glances with his comrades, a few drops of sweat falling from his forehead. This is bad. Just as they expected, half a minute later, the two off-road vehicles burst out from the corner ahead, their fighters already leaning out the windows, rocket launchers at the ready. Under the sweeping fire from Old Joe and the others, one vehicle was quickly riddled with bullets and lost control, crashing into a shop by the roadside. The other vehicle twisted and dodged erratically, getting closer to the Tomorrow, while the fighter had already placed his finger on the trigger. At that critical moment, a burst of gunfire rang out, and the off-road driver was shot dead. The vehicle lost control and flipped onto the street. Old Joe and the others snapped out of their anxiety and nodded repeatedly. Well done. Old Joe couldn't help but praise. Who fired that shot? Give him a major credit. When he turned his head, he saw that it was Li Yi. Li Yi put away his gun and nodded lightly to them. Everyone, keep fighting, he said in a deep voice. A few seconds later, the Crimson Hound fired another round of cannon volleys. Explosions engulfed the area around the Tomorrow, and the Tomorrow retaliated, landing several shells on the enemy. On the streets, the convoys of both sides were locked in fierce combat. The battle between the two mobile cities had reached a fever pitch. The situation's really bad, brotherly. Tang Fong shouted urgently. Speed is still dropping. I don't think it'll hold for another 10 minutes. Before he could finish reporting, the Crimson Hound's two level 1 cannons fired simultaneously. As the shells were launched, Tang Fong forced a mobile evasion maneuver. The Tomorrow made a sharp right turn, narrowly skimming past several buildings on the right, scraping off countless chunks of debris. The next moment, two violent explosions erupted behind them. Well done, Tang Fong. Li silently praised him in his heart. Then he turned in a direction and shouted at the top of his lungs. Ning 1. As if in response to his shout, the frost cannon fired. The shell exploded below the Crimson Hound's left side, instantly freezing part of its treads and tires. The Crimson Hound, which had been speeding along, immediately lost balance and crashed head-on into a nearby building. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the Tomorrow's regular cannons opened fire one after another, with shells continuously exploding on the Crimson Hound. At that moment, the Crimson Hound suddenly fired its cannons in all directions. Instantly, thick smoke spread out, engulfing the entire area. This is smoke shells? Leah's expression changed slightly. Lord, should we keep attacking? A fighter asked. Lee thought for a moment and quickly shook his head. He really wanted to expand their victory, but the enemy now had smoke cover, making it hard to hit them, and the Tomorrow's left tire tread was badly damaged. It would soon lose all mobility. He immediately gave the order. Retreat. A few minutes later, the Crimson Hound slowly emerged from the smoke. But by then, the Tomorrow was nowhere to be seen. After arriving at a remote location, Li Yi had the Tomorrow come to a halt. At this point, the Tomorrow's left tire tread was so badly damaged that even maintaining basic movement was difficult. In a city battle, mobility was crucial for a mobile city. If it couldn't move, the mobile city would become a sitting duck. This battle's losses were within Li Yi's acceptable range. He was even a little surprised that the Tomorrow could go toe-to-toe with a predatory city like the Crimson Hound. Thinking back on the battle just now, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. The level 1 cannons on the Crimson Hound were too powerful. An average level 1 city would be crippled by a single hit. There were several moments during the fight when the Tomorrow was nearly struck. Had they been hit, all the resources he had painstakingly gathered, the talent he'd assembled, and the Tomorrow's future would have been reduced to ashes. This was war between mobile cities. Cruel, cold-blooded, and utterly without reason. Survival is war, he thought silently. Everyone must go all out. Li Yi made a quick assessment of the losses. They'd used up 52 shells and over 1,200 rounds of heavy machine gun and assault rifle ammunition. Casualties were not high, though the destruction of Convoy 1 was heartbreaking. After evaluating the situation, the mechanic Lin Wu gave his response. I can have it repaired by tomorrow morning, he said. If you give me more people, I can finish even faster. Fine. However many you need, you'll get. Lee nodded. Moreover, the Crimson Hound had taken heavy losses too. Thanks to their level 1 off-road vehicles and rocket launchers, the Tomorrow's convoys had destroyed over half of the enemy's vehicles. The Crimson Hound had multiple damaged sections, especially after being hit by the frost cannon. Its treads and tires were severely impaired. When it was immobilized, 2 more cannon shells struck its deck. The enemy's casualties were surely heavy. So what do we do next? Keep attacking the Crimson Hound, or leave? In the lower furnace chamber, Old Joe slowly fed a corpse into the flames and asked softly. Space was limited on a mobile city, and the bodies of the dead were usually incinerated. There were no graves. At this moment, ordinary residents were cleaning the deck. Lin Wu was leading emergency repairs on the Tomorrow's damaged parts, and a logistics team was treating the wounded. Li stared at the sparks dancing in the furnace, saying nothing. This battle had consumed a large amount of bullets and shells and cost lives. If they chose to leave, all those sacrifices would have been in vain, and the Crimson Hound would eventually recover and continue hunting. But if they kept fighting, although the Tomorrow still had some combat capability, its condition was far from good. Victory was uncertain. Just then, a sudden idea flashed through his mind. Got it. Sounds like you have a plan. Old Joe couldn't help but brighten up at his expression. Lee nodded. We can look for allies in the city and cooperate to fight against the Crimson Hound. Allies? You mean the mobile cities wandering around the city? Old Joe suddenly understood, but he quickly realized something, and a trace of difficulty appeared on his face. Even if we could find a mobile city overnight, there's no guarantee they'd agree. Ollie, can you really trust a stranger's mobile city unconditionally? Lee smiled and shook his head. No, Old Joe, you misunderstood. The allies I'm referring to aren't mobile cities. What? Under Old Joe's surprised gaze, Lee spoke softly. Did you forget? Our convoy discovered a survivor community in the city. That survivor community, called Firefly, has over 300 people. Their combatants surely aren't few, and they're extremely familiar with the terrain of the city. If we cooperate with them, arm them with Peregrine Falcon assault rifles and Galewind rocket launchers, and let them use city buildings to wage guerrilla warfare, we can encircle and hunt the Crimson Hound. Don't forget, they're very interested in our Peregrine Falcon assault rifles and Galewind rocket launchers. Those are the terms we can offer. Not only that, we can also provide blue heart potato seeds. A community like that definitely needs level 1 crop seeds. Oh, and the morning wheat in the fields is about to ripen. We can offer morning wheat seeds as well. Old Joe's eyes gradually lit up upon hearing that. Yes, let's do it your way. Half an hour later, Li and the others arrived at the location of the Firefly community in an off-road vehicle. The Firefly community was located in a residential complex where high walls and sentry posts had been constructed. Inside the community were cultivated fields, and children played in the open spaces. Learning that a mobile city lord had arrived, the scar-faced man in charge of the community put down his work and quickly came over. Boss, maybe they're here to trade with us, said his assistant, an excited young man wearing a headscarf. Level 1 assault rifles, level 1 rocket launchers, even a level 1 off-road vehicle. Any one of those would greatly strengthen our community. Soon, the two sides met at the entrance of the community. The Lord was a calm-looking young man in his mid-20s. Standing to his left was a middle-aged man who seemed to be his assistant, while to his right was a bespectacled young man in a wheelchair. Behind them stood 2 companions carrying sacks and a level 1 off-road vehicle. You're Li Yi, right? Welcome to our community, said the scar-faced man as he welcomed the group inside. We have around 300 people in our community. Although a third of them are the elderly, sick, or children, we're doing our best to take care of them. There are many monsters in the city, and the central area is even more dangerous, he said softly. All we have are regular firearms. We don't even have heavy machine guns or cannons, and scavenging for supplies is extremely difficult. So when we heard you had level 1 firearms, level 1 rocket launchers, and even a level 1 off-road vehicle, we humbly, Before he could finish, the young lord gently raised his hand. I can give you everything you mentioned. The two companions behind him opened the sacks and took out the contents. The scar-faced man and his assistant froze the moment they saw what was inside. Peregrine Falcon assault rifles, Gale Wind rocket launchers, Blue Heart potato seeds, morning wheat seeds, instant noodles. These level 1 items were now laid out right in front of them. Every single one was something they had dreamed of. If that's not enough, the vehicle outside is yours too, the Lord said softly to them. The scar-faced man was the first to regain his senses from the frenzy. He motioned for his assistant to calm down and looked up at the Lord. So, what do you want us to do? He asked hesitantly. Lee looked into his eyes and spoke calmly. Work with us to fight against a predatory city. The scar-faced man's expression froze, while his assistant stared with wide eyes in shock. For a moment, a series of images flashed through their minds. In the ruins of the city, they and their companions fired at a steel behemoth-like entity, but their attacks had little effect. Meanwhile, the enemy's heavy machine guns would tear their bodies apart, and the cannons would blow their hiding spots to dust. When a nearby cover was completely destroyed and they were forced to flee in the streets, the enemy convoy would race in, effortlessly slaughtering them like stray dogs. The assistant couldn't help but tremble as he imagined this. After a long contemplation, the scar-faced man finally shook his head. These alone aren't enough to make us risk our lives, he said solemnly. Then what more do you want? Old Joe asked. Lin Wu adjusted his glasses and gave an answer. I guess they want that mobile city as their new home. The scar-faced man nodded and spat fiercely. Exactly. With a mobile city, he could take the entire community aboard and leave the ruins of this city behind. They could farm and raise livestock within the mobile city, becoming self-sufficient. They could gather resources in the wild and enhance the mobile city. They could wake up every day feeling a greater sense of security. I see, Lee nodded. The scar-faced man's request was indeed reasonable. The Tomorrow wanted to eliminate the Crimson Hound in one strike and claim the resources and production workshop project on board. Meanwhile, the Firefly community wanted to use this opportunity to obtain the predatory city and make it their new home, something they couldn't achieve alone without the help of the Tomorrow. It truly fulfilled that saying. Only by achieving mutual benefit could an alliance endure. After a thorough discussion, both parties finally reached an agreement. Once the Crimson Hound was taken down, all level 1 and above items, as well as all level 1 and above projects in the production workshop, would belong to the Tomorrow. The Firefly community would receive the entire mobile city, and the Tomorrow would also need to provide them with processed off-road vehicles, Peregrine Falcon assault rifles, and Gale Wind rocket launchers. As for resources such as iron, ore, and coal on the Crimson Hound, they would be split evenly between the two sides. Then it's settled. Yes, it's a deal. Li Yi and the scar-faced man shook hands. So, when do you plan to act? The scar-faced man asked. Tomorrow, Li Yi replied. The scar-faced man smiled upon hearing that. Tomorrow? I can't wait for night. No, I want to act now. When Li Yi opened his eyes again, it was already early the next morning. He quickly got dressed and walked out of the room. After a night of emergency repairs by Lin Wu and the others, the tracks and tires of the Tomorrow were finally fixed. Last night, Li Yi also reallocated another batch of ordinary residents to become combat personnel. A new batch of bullets and shells had also been replenished. With Li Ye's command, the team quickly assembled. He nodded and then waved his hand. Move out, we're going to hunt the Crimson Hound. When the lookout of the Crimson Hound saw the Tomorrow appear in sight, he could hardly believe his eyes. After taking another look and confirming he wasn't mistaken, he quickly shouted into the speaking tube. Target mobile city spotted. It's 3 kilometers in northwest. 2 minutes later, the Crimson Hound's convoy descended to the ground one by one via lift platforms and swiftly set off. The Crimson Hound also began accelerating slowly. Target is 2,000 meters away, 1,900 meters, 1,800 meters. From the watchtower, Lin Xia reported urgently. Li Yi was standing beside her, using binoculars to look at the distant Crimson Hound. It's about to enter the ambush zone. I suppose the people from Firefly are ready too, he said softly. At that moment, 300 meters ahead of the Crimson Hound, the scar-faced man from Firefly Community was leading his companions, currently lying in ambush within buildings and alley corners on both sides of the street. In their hands were Gale rocket launchers and Peregrine Falcon assault rifles provided by the Tomorrow. "Everyone listen carefully," the scar-faced man said slowly. "When the target approaches, those with rocket launchers will bomb the tires and tracks. Those with assault rifles will shoot the gunners and artillery operators. This is a golden opportunity for us to capture a mobile city." He spat on the ground and said viciously, "No one is allowed to mess this up." The moment the Crimson Hound stepped into the ambush zone, the scar-faced man and his companions poked their heads out from windows, doorways, and street corners, pulling the triggers on their weapons. In an instant, overwhelming firepower engulfed the Crimson Hound. Several combatants, gunners, and artillery operators on the deck were shot before they could react. Explosions occurred along multiple points of the Crimson Hound's tires and tracks, gradually slowing it down. This tactic really works. Li Yi was overjoyed at the sight. Unlike the open wilderness, here in the urban ruins, armed personnel familiar with the terrain could conduct guerrilla warfare against an enemy mobile city. This tactic was indeed feasible. After the initial shock, the Crimson Hound quickly reacted, deploying new combatants to take over the heavy machine guns and cannons, firing wildly at the buildings on both sides. The scar-faced man and his team were well prepared, retreating from their original positions after the first successful strike. The buildings made of concrete and steel provided them with cover, and the heavy machine gun bullets couldn't penetrate. But it was a different story with the cannons. Shells exploded one after another within the buildings, and a few members, unable to retreat in time, were buried in the blasts. Taking advantage of the Crimson Hound being pinned down, the cannons on the Tomorrow opened fire repeatedly. The enemy convoy was firmly held in check by Convoy 2, and with fire support from surrounding Firefly members, they found it even harder to escape. From the beginning, the battle had tilted heavily against the Crimson Hound. The Crimson Hound tried to turn the tide, but it felt like being stuck in a quagmire. On one hand, the distant Tomorrow was bombarding it relentlessly. On the other hand, the nearby enemies used buildings for cover and fired at it from all directions. The tires and tracks were severely damaged, and the combatants on the deck were being shot down one after another. These guerrilla fighting survivors were far more troublesome than those on the Tomorrow. With another rocket explosion, the tracks and tires of the Crimson Hound were completely destroyed, bringing it to a halt in the middle of the street. Immediately after, a volley from the Tomorrow directly hit it from the front. Under the overwhelming fire from all directions, the enemies aboard the Crimson Hound fell one after another, while the survivors retreated from the deck into the cabins, continuing to resist stubbornly. The battle finally ended over an hour later. Under the assault of the Tomorrow and the Firefly Community, the Lord of the Crimson Hound, along with his trusted aides and combat personnel, were all shot dead. In addition, there were about 20 to 30 survivors aboard the Crimson Hound. They were all slaves, each emaciated and haggard. According to them, they had all been abducted by the Crimson Hound from other mobile cities and towns. As slaves, they received very little fresh water and food each day, yet had to work tirelessly without rest. For these slaves, Li Yi and the Firefly Community chose to spare their lives. Immediately after, Li eagerly began tallying up the spoils from the Crimson Hound. 15,674 crystal coins, 2,452 units of iron ore, 1,623 units of coal, 782 units of fuel, 1,052 units of timber, and 534 units of gunpowder. 2 level 1 cannons, molten cannons. What surprised him even more was that he found a level 2 item blueprint. Black Hawk helicopter blueprint. Item name, Black Hawk helicopter. Item level, level 2. Attached effects, 1. Increases flight speed by 15%. 2. Reduces fuel consumption by 20%. Required for crafting, 200 units of level 2 iron ore, 50 units of level 2 precision flying vehicle components. Who would have thought that capturing a mobile city would bring such a huge harvest? he couldn't help but sigh. No wonder there are so many predatory cities. This kind of loot really makes people envious. Immediately after, he eagerly entered the production workshop of the Crimson Hound. As a predatory city, the Level 1 projects and regular items aboard the Crimson Hound were quite decent. After carefully selecting, he took away more than half of the projects from his production workshop. Among them, the most valuable were Level 1 City Building, Water Tower, Upgrade Cost, 300 iron ore, storage capacity, 6,000 units of fresh water. Level 1 Item, Smoke Shells, Crafting Cost, 5 iron ore, creates large amounts of smoke in the target area. Level 1 Bulletproof Vest, Crafting Cost, 20 units of fabric, effectively defends against Level 1 and lower bullets. Level 1 Whole Grain Biscuit, Crafting Cost, 0.5 units of flour, attached effect, provides 10% extra nutrition. Level 1 City Accessory, Mining Mechanical Arm, Crafting Cost, 300 iron ore, greatly increases mining efficiency. Level 1 Cannon, Molten Cannon, Crafting Cost, 300 units of molten iron ore, 1 molten crystal, extremely powerful. Among the regular items, there are also many good things like iced tea, refrigerators, electric fans. As for the remaining items that the Tomorrow already had, he didn't take them, but instead left them for the Firefly community. Additionally, the Crimson Hound originally had 2 molten cannons, one of which was destroyed in the battle, and the other remained intact, with 5 molten shells left in the warehouse. This was an unexpected surprise for Li Yi. Moreover, the Tomorrow had already unlocked the molten cannon project, so as long as they could find molten, or they could manufacture more in the future. As for the remaining crystal coins, iron ore, and other resources, both sides agreed to divide them equally. This cooperation was very pleasant this time. Li shook hands with the Scar-faced man and handed him the Lord's armband of the Crimson Hound. So, as agreed, this mobile city is now yours. In the following time, the Scar-faced man led his companions in cleaning the Crimson Hound. They manufactured new track tires in the production workshop and used the mechanical arm on the deck to replace them. The people of the Firefly community also packed their luggage and, dragging along their families, walked toward the Crimson Hound. They rode the lift platform up to the deck, watching their future home with excitement. As for the slaves on the Crimson Hound, the Firefly community chose to accept them. They also renamed the Crimson Hound to the Firefly. Li Yi fulfilled his promise by contracting the processing of Gale rocket launchers, Peregrine Falcon assault rifles, Level 1 off-road vehicles, Instant Cup noodles, and whole wheat biscuits for the Scar-faced man and his group. Additionally, he handed over a pack of Blue Heart potato seeds and morning wheat seeds. Watching the Scar-faced man and his crew energetically refurbishing the Firefly, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Compared to himself, the Firefly's starting condition was quite good. It had 8 regular cannons, 14 heavy machine guns, a Level 1 off-road vehicle, a Peregrine Falcon assault rifle and Gale rocket launcher, and 1 Level 1 cannon. It also had 2 Level 1 crops. Although several cannons and heavy machine guns were damaged in battle, and the mobile city as a whole was battered, it would recover soon with some repairs. The Firefly community had effectively seized this opportunity. How they would develop afterward was their own concern. By the way, I have to remind you, the entire wasteland zone will be destroyed in just over 2 months. He said to the Scar-faced man, "You must leave soon. There are mountains to the west, a mobile maze to the east, a large freshwater lake to the north, and canyon swamps to the south." The Scar-faced man hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "All right, thank you for the warning." After saying their goodbyes, Li led everyone back to the Tomorrow and departed. He was immediately swamped, organizing the captured spoil, arranging care for the wounded, dispatching Lin Wu to inspect multiple damaged areas on the Tomorrow. During that time, he remembered something and slapped his forehead, as if awakening from a dream. I almost forgot that. He had been so busy battling the Crimson Hound that he'd forgotten to check intelligence. When Li opened the intelligence panel, the hourglass icon had already turned into a line of text appeared. Cooldown complete. Time until next intelligence refresh. 2 days, 15 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Intelligence count, 5. This refresh took longer than usual, so the quality must be better, maybe even epic intelligence. Lee murmured. The Tomorrow couldn't just wait around for the next 2 or 3 days. They needed tasks to do. He also hoped that this round of intelligence would update details about the city ruins. After all, he still hadn't figured out what was really going on in those ruins. Currently, he only knew 2 bits of information. A goblin mobile city was roaming the city. People from the Firefly community had said the city center was very dangerous. And the first thing the Tomorrow had to do was digest this round's spoils and replenish their combat strength. In the city ruins, the Tomorrow slowly drove forward. On the deck, Lin Wu led his men, busily repairing parts of the city. In the middle-level area, Old Joe was urgently training newly recruited combat personnel. Lee stood in the watchtower, holding binoculars and observing the nearby situation. At the moment, the Tomorrow was slowly advancing toward the central area of the city and had encountered many situations along the way. 2 survivor convoys cautiously keeping their distance. Several bounty hunters riding motorcycles or off-road vehicles, trying their luck in the city ruins. A mobile city that seemed to have just set off, lacking in both personnel and heavy machine guns. Boarmen, serpent folk, goblins, and other monsters wandering the streets and alleys. This part of the city ruins appeared particularly lively because it was not only resource-rich, but also located in the center of the wasteland zone, making it a frequent pass-through for almost all factions. Although the current situation in the city ruins was unclear, Lee still planned to stay here for a while longer. Overall, there were quite a few advantages to staying in the city ruins. Gas stations could be seen everywhere in the city, where fuel could be collected. Rebar from abandoned vehicles and buildings could be collected and resmelted into iron ore. One might even find usable motorcycles and cars in vehicle dealerships. In the wastelands, vehicles were highly practical. In places like textile factories, it was possible to find hundreds or even thousands of pieces of fabric. Speaking of which, just how many years has the wasteland lasted by now? He wondered. What was this world like before the cataclysm occurred? Was its cultural history similar to Blue Star? Was the size of this planet the same as Blue Star? How many continents did it have? What was the proportion of oceans? All these remained questions, which could only be explored and uncovered slowly in the future. To gather information about the city, Li sent out 2 convoys under his command. The newly formed Convoy 1 explored the outskirts, while Convoy 2 explored the city center. By around dusk, both convoys had returned and brought back their respective findings. Convoy 1 discovered a survivor community called Friday, with an approximate population of 200. Convoy 2 brought back the news Li Yi most wanted, from the central area of the city. There are a lot of goblins there, numbering in the hundreds or thousands, said a member of Convoy 2. They're building fortresses, digging trenches, setting up machine gun points and artillery positions. They've almost completely taken control of the city center. But that's not even the craziest part, he continued, his eyes showing a hint of astonishment. There's even a level 1 goblin fortress there. Li Yi was stunned. It would have been one thing to encounter a monster mobile city, but a monster fortress too? These goblins were far too outrageous in strength. However, thinking it over, the combination of fortress plus mobile city actually made sense. A fortress could provide personnel and supplies to a mobile city, allowing it to rest safely. Meanwhile, a mobile city could venture out to gather resources and hunt enemies in return for the fortress's support. As he pondered, Li Yi slowly nodded. Now, the speculation in his mind had been confirmed. The monster civilization mentioned in the intelligence, the one that was rising, was undoubtedly the goblin civilization. The goblins wanted to occupy the city ruins because it was the central area of the wasteland zone, making it the best place for their forces to expand. The Gloss mine that the 3-city alliance attacked earlier was clearly a forward post for the goblin civilization's southern expansion. Wait, from north to south. Li Yi recalled the map of the wasteland zone shown in previous intelligence. The tranquil lake which occupied 20% of the area. Perhaps the goblin civilization is located there, he thought. A few minutes later, Li encountered another unexpected situation. An off-road vehicle appeared from the distance, occasionally honking at the tomorrow to send signals, seemingly attempting to establish communication. Li thought for a moment, then made a decision. Then let's stop and talk to him. It won't take much time, and we might even gather some important intel. The one who stepped out of the off-road vehicle was a capable-looking young man. He nodded toward Li Yi and the others, then introduced himself. I come from the Level 1 Mobile City Vanguard. I am a trusted aide of the Lord. As the crowd murmured, Li Yi's expression subtly changed. Everyone else was unaware, but he himself knew very well. The Vanguard was precisely the city mentioned in the intelligence, the one that defeated 2 Level 1 mobile cities during a chase and easily took down a predatory city and captured a Level 2 item. At the time, he had already felt this mobile city was unusual, even somewhat intimidating. Unexpectedly, now someone from that very city had approached him of their own accord. "What do you want?" Li asked. The young man gently placed a hand on his chest and gave a slight bow. "Lord, I am here to invite you to join the Mobile City Communication Channel. Enter the cockpit, verify identity through the Lord's wristband, and input the code SA 535921 on the screen to join Mobile City Communication Channel A4. When Li hesitantly entered the code, a screen appeared before him, resembling a chat room. Mobile City Communication Channel A4. Current number of mobile cities 8. Member list. Administrator Vanguard, Bronze Wanderer, Echo, Moonshadow, Lino. The chatroom was named Vanguard Alliance, which was likely the name of this city alliance. Through the young man's explanation, Li learned the background. Vanguard had accidentally obtained a rare Level 2 item, the city radio. The city radio was perhaps the most valuable item in the wastelands. A Level 1 city radio could create a communication channel for 4 members, while a Level 2 city radio could support a channel for 12 members. With this Level 2 city radio, Vanguard was able to create a communication channel and become its administrator, allowing it to invite other mobile cities via verification codes. As a result, Vanguard sent out several trusted aides to drive around the wasteland zone and persuade other mobile cities to join. As he listened, Li Yi's hands couldn't help but tremble slightly. All along, mobile cities had been isolated islands in the wild, cut off from the world, fighting alone, and with limited intelligence sources, it was difficult to grasp real-time external conditions, resulting in slow responses. Yet the existence of this Level 2 city radio could bring about an extraordinary transformation. It could break the isolation among mobile cities, uniting them together to exchange real-time intel from their respective regions, trade resources, and complement one another. Even during battles, mobile cities could coordinate in real time, support each other, and produce even greater results. It was essentially an alliance of mobile cities. Astonished and reflective, Li also frowned slightly. Vanguard was the owner of this communication channel and also the founder of this mobile city alliance. This granted it an unimaginable advantage. It could recruit or remove members at will as an administrator, coordinate the exchange of intelligence and resource trading among members, and even command joint operations like hunting wild bosses or attacking enemy fortresses. Thinking of this, Li couldn't help but silently remark to himself, this Vanguard was already incredibly powerful, and now, with such a treasure in its hands, won't its development skyrocket in the future? At the young man's suggestion, Li changed his member name to Tomorrow. "Welcome to our Mobile City Alliance," he said. "I'll be off now. After all, I still have to carry out the Lord's orders, to search for mobile cities in the wild and recruit them." Watching his off-road vehicle drive away, Li turned his attention to the A4 communication channel. At this moment, the members in the communication channel were chatting. "Moonshadow, I've already explained the situation in the city ruins. It's very dangerous here, so everyone should try to avoid this area when traveling. Bronze Wanderer, sincerely appreciate your intel. Vanguard, yes, currently Bronze Wanderer and I have avoided the city ruins and chosen a detour through the western route to Serene Lake. Though there are more mountains and the path is long, at least it's safe. Echo. I just blasted a large, monstrous town and unexpectedly harvested 125 units of light Oregon. Anyone need it? I can bring it to you. Vanguard. Light? Or huh? Then please bring some for me. Let's price it at 35 crystal coins per unit. Also, if any of you collect light, or please bring it to sell to me. I'd really appreciate it. Lee immediately joined the chat. Tomorrow. Hello, everyone. Moonshadow. Oh, another new member. Welcome. Bronze Wanderer. May I ask about your current strength? How many regular cannons and regular heavy machine guns do you have? How many vehicles in your convoy? What level 1 weapons do you possess? Do you have any level 1 cannons? Or even level 2 items? Vanguard. Welcome aboard. Tomorrow. Please don't mind my brother's rather blunt questions. In fact, every member discloses this kind of data when joining, myself included. Tomorrow. No worries, I understand. I currently have 6 regular cannons, 8 heavy machine guns. My level 1 weapons include the Peregrine Falcon assault rifle and the Gale rocket launcher. Additionally, I have 2 level 1 cannons and a level 1 off-road vehicle. As for level 2 items, I don't have any. Lee slowly typed out this line on the screen. At the same time, he was a little surprised. He hadn't expected the Lords of Vanguard and Bronze Wanderer to be brothers. At present, joining this communication channel was very beneficial for tomorrow. It allowed access to intelligence and trading of resources. Therefore, disclosing combat strength data according to the rules was necessary. But out of caution, Lee deliberately hid the existence of city camouflage as a trump card. He couldn't fully trust this mobile city alliance. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, people were unpredictable. The only one you should trust was yourself. Moonshadow, this new member is quite strong. He even has a level 1 rocket launcher and 2 level 1 cannons. His strength is only second to the boss and Echo. Echo, no, most of my combat power lies in cannons. In terms of overall strength, Tomorrow is second only to the boss. The boss they mentioned was probably referring to Vanguard. Lino, which region are you currently in? Tomorrow, I'm currently in the outskirts of the city ruins. Moonshadow, you said this place is dangerous. Is it because of the monster mobile cities and monster fortresses in the city center? Moonshadow, no. It's far more than that. There's also a predatory cities alliance in the city ruins. They number at least 6 or more. I advise you to leave immediately. Liu was shocked upon hearing this. There was actually a predatory cities alliance in the city ruins, and with over 6 of them, just thinking about how Tomorrow had been unknowingly moving through this area made him break into a cold sweat. Moonshadow, the members of this predatory cities alliance are named after tarot cards like Death, the Hangman, the Chariot, and so on. Vanguard. It was thanks to Moonshadow's warning that Bronze Wanderer and I decided to take a detour. By the way, Tomorrow, I should let you know, we're currently planning to head north to Serene Lake together and have agreed to meet at the edge. Bronze Wanderer, would you like to join us? Everyone's going except for Lin O. Tomorrow. I was actually already planning to go to Serene Lake. By the way, why can't Lin O come? Echo, because it's currently in the mobile maze in the east. Through Lin O's description, Li got a general understanding of the mobile maze. This mobile maze had gigantic walls that moved at intervals, generating new terrain. Inside the maze were some mines, oil fields, forests, as well as monster strongholds and towns. There weren't many mobile cities wandering inside. Lino was still doing fairly well. The only regret it had was discovering a wild boss inside the maze that it couldn't defeat with its current strength. The other members in the communication channel could only sigh at this. Vanguard suggested Lin would try to find other cities in the maze to collaborate and possibly take it down. Feeling a bit emotional, Lee suddenly remembered something and quickly typed on the screen. Tomorrow, by the way, have you encountered Azure and Conqueror? One is in the western part of the wasteland zone, and the other in the south. Vanguard, if you're referring to the western region, Bronze Wanderer, and I once came across a red-painted mobile city. Its treads were quite unique. They could even climb through the mountains. Vanguard. Speaking of the southern region, I did see a mobile city heading toward the southern edge. Not sure if that was Azure. Tomorrow, thanks. That should be them. By the way, what region lies south of the wasteland zone? Vanguard. That's the level 1 region, the desert zone. At first, we were planning to head there together, but we gave up considering its dry climate and scarce resources. Tomorrow. All right. Thank you very much for the intel. Vanguard. No problem. Now, back to our previous topic. Based on everyone's current stats, there are over 60 mobile cities in the wasteland zone, more than 4 level 1 fortresses, and over 70 survivor towns. The total population is estimated to be over 100,000. Vanguard. As for level 2 fortresses and level 2 mobile cities, none have been encountered yet, so still unknown. So that's how Vanguard is using the Alliance's advantage to start collecting data on the wasteland zone. Lee was surprised. However, due to the limited number of members and the unexplored areas, the current data was still highly inaccurate. In truth, the only one who truly understood the wasteland zone was Li Yi himself. Li Yi thought for a moment, then entered a line of text on the screen. Tomorrow. I've never seen a level 2 item before. Has anyone here seen one? Are they much more powerful than level 1 items? Does anyone have one? The members all replied that they didn't have any, while Vanguard stated that the only level 2 item it currently possessed was the city radio. Just as I suspected, these guys are holding back. Li thought to himself. Although level 2 items were rare, it was unlikely that no one had any at all. Just in the past few days, he had seen 3 level 2 items on Tomorrow. He believed the other members definitely had some, and Vanguard even more so. As for items like city camouflage, he certainly wouldn't reveal it, because it was just too practical, like having an extra life in the wild. After ending the call, Lee stroked his chin, falling into thought. Since he now knew that there was a predatory cities alliance in the city, the best choice for tomorrow was to take a detour like Vanguard and the others. Although that would consume more fuel, it would at least be safer. However, he pulled up the system panel and looked at the remaining refresh time. New intel will refresh soon. Waiting 2 or 3 more days doesn't really matter, he murmured. What if there are extremely valuable resources in the city? For the next 2 or 3 days, Lee stopped advancing toward the city center. Instead, he wandered around the city outskirts, gathering supplies. When a new day arrived, fresh intel followed. 1. A gas station 5 kilometers to the southeast still has 45 units of fuel. Intel value, normal. 2. 35 kilometers to the northwest, there was originally a survivor community. After some deliberation, the leader decided to take the members and leave the city ruins to make a living. Due to limited space and fuel, they abandoned half of their motorcycles, 8 bikes in total. Intel value, excellent. 3. Within the city ruins exists a predatory cities alliance named Taro. They have a total of 12 members. 7 members are hunting in the city, while 5 have gone to the giant forest. This alliance also possesses a level 2 city radio. Intel value, rare. 4. In half an hour, the wild boss Sir Henry the Collector will appear at the living park in the city center. This wild boss is neutral. Collect scattered goblin coins or valuable artworks in the city and hand them over to him to accumulate contribution points in exchange for rare items. Additionally, giving him a certain amount of gold or unlocks hidden exchange items. Intel value, excellent. 5. Refreshing. Intel value, epic. This was a classic combination of 1 normal, 1 excellent, 1 rare, 1 excellent, and 1 epic piece of intel. Lee quickly analyzed the intel. 45 units of fuel, still useful even if it's just scraps, especially now that Tomorrow had a convoy, making fuel even more necessary. 8 motorcycles. These could be incorporated into the convoy to strengthen it. Also good intel. The Predatory Cities Alliance, Taro, had 12 members and a level 2 city radio. That was troubling. It meant these predatory cities could also share intel, exchange resources, and coordinate in battle. And now, a wild boss had appeared, neutral, no less. He had to check out what it had. Once the convoy returned with the fuel and motorcycles, Lee immediately rode with Convoy 1 and set off toward the city center's living park. Indeed, he didn't plan on driving tomorrow there. After all, the city center was too dangerous, and tomorrow was a large target, easy to spot. In contrast, the convoy was much more discreet and could retreat easily if discovered. Before departing, Lee brought all the gold from tomorrow with him. As he went deeper into the city center, Lee saw more and more goblins, along with their trimmed fortresses, trenches, machine gun nests, and cannon positions. Soon after, he saw the goblin fortress. It stood almost majestically in the city center. By the time the convoy entered the living park, Sir Henry the Collector had already appeared. This neutral wild boss was a short-statured goblin. His vehicle was an absurdly massive truck. "Oh, visitors already? Welcome, welcome," he said, rubbing his hands together with a smile and flashing a row of white teeth. "Oh, and I'm a noble goblin. Don't lump me in with those filthy, sleazy city goblins, or I'll get upset." Sir Henry briefly explained his requests. Anyone could accept his commission to collect scattered goblin coins or valuable artworks in the city and hand them over. One goblin coin earned 1 contribution point, while valuable artworks could range from 100 to 5,000 points. Additionally, contribution points could also be earned by killing goblins or destroying their bases and fortresses. The points earned depended on the target's level. The higher the level, the more points. Taking down a goblin mobile city or fortress earned a full 2,000 contribution points. Sir Henry quickly showed Lee a list of exchange items. Level 1 defense building, goblin fortress blueprint, 2,000 contribution points, available, 1. Level 1 crop seed, crystal cabbage, 1,200 contribution points, available. Level 1 firearm, goblin bandit machine gun blueprint, 1,600 contribution points, available, 1. Level 1 cannon, shadow, cannon blueprint, 2,500 contribution points, available, 1. Level 1 city accessory, city sail, 1,900 contribution points, available, 1. Level 1 weapon, steam bed crossbow, 2,200 contribution points, available, 1. Level 1 alloy, 10 contribution points, available, 2,000. Light crystal / molten crystal / frost crystal / wind erosion crystal / shadow crystal, 2,000 contribution points, available, 5. Level 2 city accessory, universal work claw, 21,000 contribution points, available, 1. Resources like coal, iron, ore, and fuel were also for sale, priced at 1 to 5 contribution points per unit, with a purchase limit of 2,000. In addition, Sir Henry also sold blueprints for everyday items like laptops, TVs, and shower heads. When Lee handed over 1 unit of gold, the goblin's eyes lit up, and he eagerly rubbed his hands. "Oh, how did you know I love this stuff? So, can you show me what extra items I can exchange for?" Lee asked. Sir Henry gently shook his head. "No offense, buddy, but if you want to impress me, that little gesture just won't cut it." Lee sighed inwardly. At present, tomorrow had a total of 90 units of gold or had value similar to rare minerals. Not only was it used to craft some rare items, but even sold directly, it could fetch a good amount of crystal coins. If this intel is marked as excellent, then I'll take a gamble. He decided to hand over all the gold, Sir Henry promptly gave him a warm hug. "I have to say, you really know how to play the game, buddy. Of course, I won't shortchange you." With that, he revealed his hidden exchange project to Li Yi. A Level 2 vehicle parked in the giant truck. Level 2 vehicle, assault infantry vehicle Storm, 28,000 contribution points, available, 1. Vehicle name, assault infantry vehicle Storm. Level 2. Additional effects, 1. High defense 2. Amphibious, land and water, 3. Self-repair function, requires iron ore. The weapons equipped on this assault infantry vehicle are: main weapon, Stinger autocannon. Secondary weapons, Rattlesnake light machine gun, long spear light missile rack, can carry 2 missiles simultaneously. Lee was stunned when he saw it. There's actually something this awesome? Lee couldn't bear to look away for a moment. high defense, amphibious, self-repairing, and equipped with its own weapons. This level 2 vehicle was simply amazing. Most importantly, it was a finished product, ready to use the moment it was exchanged. If it were just a blueprint, tomorrow wouldn't be able to build it anytime soon. No matter what, I have to redeem this level 2 item. Li thought to himself. Come to think of it, this intelligence really is excellent. In a battle with an enemy mobile city, this storm infantry vehicle would undoubtedly play an unimaginable role. It could be deployed as a vital combat unit, its high defense allowing it to charge through enemy machine gun and cannon fire, while its amphibious capability made it more flexible in combat. Then, reluctantly, he looked at the level 1 items again. No wonder it was a neutral wild boss. The level 1 items it offered were far more valuable than those from neutral caravans or monstrous towns. The level 1 defensive building, Goblin Fortress, required only 100 units of iron ore and could be constructed nearby with a mechanical arm into a sturdy fortress, complete with heavy machine guns and cannons for defense. This was extremely useful when the mobile city needed to defend a fixed location in a positional battle. The level 1 firearm, Goblin Bandit machine gun, forged from 60 units of iron ore, had astonishing firepower against zombie swarms and monsters, although still slightly inferior to the heavy machine gun. The level 1 city sail and level 1 steam bed crossbow went without saying, and this time it even offered the blueprint for a level 1 cannon. As for level 1 alloy and level 1 vein crystals, those were also on Lie's wish list. Greedy as he was, Lie couldn't help but sigh. Although these items were valuable, they were also extremely expensive, especially the storm infantry vehicle, which shockingly cost a whopping 28,000 contribution points. Sir Henry even cheerfully reminded him that the availability period this time was only 3 days. Lie suddenly felt overwhelmed. Back in Spore Town, after 3 days of exhausting effort, he had only managed to save up 8 or 9,000 contribution points. How could he possibly gather 28,000? Sigh, if I can't collect enough, I'll at least try to redeem the level 1 alloy first. He sighed. After all, level 1 alloy was one of the materials required for upgrading to a level 2 city. Before leaving, Li worriedly glanced at this wild boss. There was no doubt that others would soon discover this wild boss and start frantically collecting coins and artwork. But the storm infantry vehicle was a unique offer. Sir Henry had opened it only to him, meaning no competition. Still, the pressure on Li Yi was immense, since he had to gather 28,000 contribution points in just 3 days. The situation in this city ruin was extremely complex. Not only were there goblin forces and the predatory cities alliance, but also many lone wolf mobile cities, survivor caravans, bounty hunters, and communities. With too many wolves and too little meat, competition would become extremely intense. Everyone would fight tooth and nail over the coins, even to the point of bloodshed. Li didn't even dare to hope he could redeem 1 or 2 other items. He just hoped to grab whatever he could. After returning to tomorrow, Li immediately gathered the crew. Except for the helmsman and the lookout, everyone else was mobilized to search the city ruins for goblin coins and precious artwork. Following the appearance of Sir Henry, the wild boss, a large number of goblin coins have been scattered throughout the city. These coins were about the same size as human currency, but the image on the front was of a grinning goblin in a top hat, flashing a set of gleaming white teeth. As for the precious artworks, these referred to valuable paintings, antiques, collectibles, and the like. In the post-apocalyptic world, no one had cared about these things, let alone collected them. But now, they had suddenly become extremely valuable. Li dispatched all the personnel he could mobilize to search the nearby streets and alleys for goblin coins. As for Convoy 1 and Convoy 2, he sent them out to search for museums, galleries, and similar buildings in the city to see if they could find any precious artworks. An hour later, Li reviewed the current results. The scattered goblin coins in the city were decent in number. Every few minutes, they could usually find 1 or 2. With luck, they might even discover a goblin coin pouch, which contained 5 to 10 goblin coins. So far, Li had collected a total of 58 goblin coins. As for convoys 1 and 2, they had found a rusted knight's helmet in a wealthy villa. A team member brought it to Sir Henry on a motorcycle and exchanged it for 50 goblin coins. Li couldn't help but frown. At the rate of collecting 50 to 60 coins per hour, plus maybe one artwork, they would be lucky to bring in 100 goblin coins per hour. Even with a 3-shift rotation running 24 hours a day, at most they could gather 7,200 goblin coins in 3 days. And that was assuming they could find one artwork every hour. In reality, the number of goblin coins they could acquire would be even lower. What made his mood even worse was the news from convoys 1 and 2. Many people in the city had already discovered Sir Henry, and the news was spreading. According to the convoy members, the teams, mobile cities, and bounty hunters they passed on the way were all frantically searching for coins and artwork. Leah's expression grew increasingly grim. If he thought about it carefully, the most advantaged competitor among them was undoubtedly the Taro Predatory Cities Alliance. They had brought 7 full predatory cities here, with abundant manpower and resources, allowing them to search for coins at will, assault goblin strongholds, and destroy goblin mobile cities and fortresses. Most of the good things Sir Henry offered would end up being snatched by them. 3 hours later, Li gloomily counted the goblin coins he had gathered. Only 143 coins. And during this time, luck had been terrible. They hadn't found a single artwork. Additionally, Convoy 2 brought back more news. The goblin fortress standing in the city had already fallen, and that goblin mobile city had also been destroyed. This must be the work of the Taro Alliance, Li Yi said. For the United Predatory Cities Alliance, this kind of task was incredibly easy. Not only could they obtain iron, ore, coal, fuel, and other resources from the fortress and mobile city, but they would also receive a total of 4,000 contribution points, enough to redeem 2 or 3 level 1 items. Combined with the goblins, fortresses, machine gun nests, and cannon emplacements destroyed during combat, they could accumulate a massive amount of contribution points. Just as Li Yi looked on in frustration, a voice sounded behind him. Perhaps we might have a way to gather 28,000 contribution points. Li Yi turned to see that it was Lin Wu. Looks like you already have an idea. Let's hear it. He raised an eyebrow. Lin Wu pushed up his glasses and said softly, "The method I'm thinking of is to move like ants. Ants moving houses?" Li Yi carefully considered his words and couldn't help but ponder. Before long, he grasped Lin Wu's meaning. So you mean collaborating with the ruined city communities, having them help search for goblin coins and artifacts? Lin Wu nodded. Yes, these communities know the city layout well, and since they have large numbers, they're ideal for carrying out this task. Imagine community members collecting coins in every street and alley, then bringing them back to the tomorrow aboard like ants. That should work. Li pictured the scene and couldn't help but grow excited. All right, let's do as you suggest. Previously, the Firefly community, which had cooperated with the Tomorrow, had already departed on their mobile city. But afterward, during a search, the Tomorrow's convoy unexpectedly discovered another survivor community called Friday. Li immediately boarded Convoy 2 and quickly located the Friday community. The Friday community's leader was a poised, short-haired woman in her mid-30s, nicknamed Can Opener. When she saw Li displaying a range of level 1 weapons and level 1 crop seeds, her eyes lit up and she began caressing them lovingly. "I suppose a mobile city of your size probably isn't short on resources," she said, glancing longingly at the level 1 ATV behind them. "Our community's materials are pitifully scarce. None of us have any level 1 items, so I'm afraid we can't trade with you." Li smiled and shook his head. "I'm not asking for anything from you." "Then that's... As long as you help us collect goblin coins and artifacts, we'll process those level 1 items for you for free, and we could just gift you the level 1 crop seeds." "Is that really all?" Stunned, Can Opener's eyes flickered with fervor. In terms of familiarity with the city layout, the Friday community was among the best, so gathering materials came naturally to them. And if simply collecting coins and artifacts could earn them all these quality items for free, it would be a windfall. So she quickly mobilized her community members. An hour later, Li tallied their haul. 235 goblin coins, 3 artifacts. He nodded excitedly. It really worked, this ants moving houses approach. By the way, do you know where in the city there's a gallery or museum? He asked, turning to Can Opener. She thought for a moment before replying. There's a museum in the city center, but it was completely destroyed in a major earthquake several years ago and is now just a ruin. Is that so? Li couldn't help but feel disappointed. Nonetheless, he dispatched a convoy, led by members of the Friday community, to that museum ruin to see if any undamaged artifacts could be salvaged. To his surprise, a few minutes later, he unexpectedly encountered Sir Henry. It turned out this neutral boss would move randomly through city ruins and warmly greet everyone he met, except goblins. Li quickly checked the current item exchange list. Level 2 vehicle, assault infantry combat vehicle storm, hidden item 28,000 contribution, redeemable quantity 1. Level 2 city accessory, universal work claw, 21,000 contribution, redeemable quantity 1. Level 1 defensive structure, goblin fortress blueprint, 2,000 contribution, redeemable quantity 0. Level 1 crop seed, cabbage, 1,200 contribution, redeemable quantity 0. Level 1 firearm, goblin bandit machine gun blueprint, 1,600 contribution, redeemable quantity 1. Level 1 artillery, shadow cannon blueprint, 2,500 contribution, redeemable quantity 0. Level 1 city accessory, city sail, 1,900 contribution, redeemable quantity 1. Level 1 weapon, steam bed crossbow, 2,200 contribution, redeemable quantity 1. Level 1 alloy, tin contribution, redeemable quantity 1, 730. Light crystal / molten crystal / frost crystal / wind erosion crystal / shadow crystal, 2,000 contribution, redeemable quantity. Fur. This is insane. His eyes widened instantly. Not even 3 or 4 hours in, Level 1 fortress blueprints, Level 1 artillery blueprints, and Level 1 crop seeds had already been redeemed. Some Level 1 alloys and ore vein crystals were also redeemed. Li wiped the sweat from his brow. At this rate, all the Level 1 items and resources would be gone in less than a day. The pace was insane. We need to speed this up. He immediately turned to Can Opener. Can you contact other communities? Within 10 minutes, with her introductions, Li met the leaders of 2 more communities. But when he offered them the same deal he gave the Friday community, the 2 leaders exchanged glances and shook their heads. Frankly, other mobile cities are offering more. What? Li was stunned. Upon closer inquiry, he learned that both the Tomorrow, even other mobile cities, and even the Terror Alliance had begun wooing these communities. No one was stupid. They naturally knew how useful these communities were at collecting. So prices began to spiral. Some mobile cities offered to process Level 1 firearms and vehicles for free. Others just gave them away. The Terror Alliance was the strongest. They offered to process Level 1 artillery and Level 1 heavy machine guns for free, and even offered 3 crystal coins per goblin coin. After all, they were an alliance of 12 predatory cities. They had far more resources than typical mobile cities. In comparison, the Tomorrow's offer seemed quite mediocre. On learning this, Can Opener's eyes flickered. She seemed to be considering switching sides. Li thought for a moment, then smiled. I promise. I can give you more compensation than they can. Because compared to those competitors, he held a unique and powerful advantage. That was intelligence. He knew precisely how many days before the wasteland zone would collapse. Its entire terrain, all nearby mobile cities, convoy and survivor numbers, and adjacent areas. Seeing Li so confident, Can Opener and the 2 other leaders exchanged glances and, half believing, nodded. In that case, we'll continue cooperating with you. Under Li's coordination, members from all 3 communities mobilized, frantically searching the city ruins. With the new dawn, Li tallied the totals. 13,628 goblin coins, 23 artifacts. And last night, the entire ruined city echoed with artillery and gunfire. Warring factions had plunged into chaos. To Li Ye's astonishment, a few minutes later he encountered Sir Henry again. "What do you have left now?" Sir Henry asked. Sir Henry grinned, then displayed the item exchange list. Li fixed his gaze and saw that all level 2 work claws and level 1 items had been exchanged. Only 352 units of level 1 alloy remained, and just 1 or vein crystal. Resources like iron, wood, coal, and fuel were all at 0. Even ordinary items were completely gone. "These guys are ruthless," he couldn't help but curl the corner of his mouth. These exchange items weren't even nearly enough for a whole city. The only relief for Li Yi was that the storm infantry vehicle was open for him alone. Otherwise, it would have been gone too. Last night, a member of Convoy 1 had brought news. 2 mobile cities had malicious intent and wanted to kill Sir Henry. That situation was understandable. After all, Sir Henry was a wilderness boss. Killing him meant claiming all his exchange items and the regular wilderness boss loot. But as usual, neutral monster convoys and towns were extremely powerful, let alone neutral wilderness bosses. Convoy 1 had witnessed Sir Henry's combat prowess firsthand. Sir Henry had astonishing defense and unbelievable speed, wielding a single wrench as his weapon. "Oh, I knew you bastards had ill intent," he screamed, swinging his wrench as he charged forward. "I'll show you my might right now." He darted swiftly around the undercarriage of one mobile city, removing all its wheels and tracks. Then he circled the deck a few times, dismantling the city's armor, watchtower, cannons, and heavy machine guns down to the last bolt. By the time Sir Henry landed and applauded, the entire mobile city lay in pieces on the ground. The other mobile city met the same fate. Li was completely dumbfounded. He finally understood why not even the Tarot Card Alliance dared to kill this neutral boss. It was truly someone you couldn't mess with. With Sir Henry's strength, they could kill him, but every battle would see several mobile cities torn apart into parts. Li immediately had 23 artworks brought forward and placed them before Sir Henry. When Sir Henry perked up, his ears raised, and he began appraising the artworks. Li frowned as he examined one piece. This is considered an artwork. That piece was literally a banana taped to the wall. The banana was real, but so rotten from age it was barely recognizable. Among the artworks, the cheapest was a replica modern-era coin worth 30 goblin coins. The most expensive was a medieval impressionist oil painting worth 3,500 goblin coins. All in all, the 23 artworks sold for 12,535 goblin coins. "We're still 2,000 short," Li said, frowning. The competition had entered its final sprint. What made him anxious was that every place within dozens of miles had been thoroughly searched. Going further would reduce search efficiency. At that moment, his Convoy 2 returned. They had spent the night digging in a museum ruin and found a mummy buried in a coffin. Sir Henry immediately rushed over, ecstatic, and offered the maximum price of 5,000 goblin coins. Li breathed a sigh of relief. Now his contribution points had reached 31,163. He quickly exchanged for that level 2 vehicle, and with the remaining points redeemed a lava crystal and 100 units of level 1 alloy. This really was a huge gain, he exclaimed, thrilled. While Li admired the storm infantry vehicle, Can Opener and the other 2 community heads appeared behind him. "We fulfilled our duty. Now it's your turn to pay our reward," Can Opener said slowly. Seeing Li Ye's empty hands, all 3 frowned. Li met their gaze calmly. "My payment to you is 1 piece of intelligence." "What?" "In about 60 or 70 days, the entire wasteland zone will be completely destroyed," Li Yi said slowly. "You need to mobilize people, assemble convoys, and leave this area soon." Amid their shocked and doubtful looks, he continued. "The north of the wasteland zone is a freshwater lake, covering 20%. Crossing that lake leads to level 2, the eternal night zone. To the east lies a mobile maze covering 17%. To the west are mountains covering 21%. Traversing west leads to the level 1 basin zone, about a month's travel. To the south lie the rotting lands in Thunder Canyon. Heading south leads to the Level 1 desert zone. As Li Yi laid out the intelligence detail by detail, the three community heads thought for a moment, then nodded. For the entire community working a full day, this intelligence was well worth it. Besides, Li Yi also offered to process Level 1 items for them and provide Level 1 crop seeds for free. Li Yi had expected they'd have doubts, but was surprised they believed him so quickly. Guessing his thought, Can Opener said slowly, Actually, rumors have already been circulating that the wasteland zone is about to be destroyed. People just didn't know exactly when or the terrain layout. What? Li Yi asked. Who spread that information? The Apocalypse sect. Li Yi learned the name of this cult from the three. According to Ken Opener, this sect was vast, with followers everywhere, a world-class organization. And what they believed in was the wasteland god. Li Yi's expression turned grave. It was the first time he'd heard of such a massive power. As for the wasteland god, just the name told him these entities were not benevolent. At the same time, a huge question arose in his mind. How did the Apocalypse sect learn this info? In the following time, the three communities lined up in long queues, handing over their collected metal and iron ore to the Tomorrow. They had Tomorrow process them into Level 1 weapons and off-road vehicles they needed. The three heads then busily prepared convoys, took inventory of supplies, and planned to depart in 2 or 3 days. Their communities usually had vehicles, buses, vans, trucks, ordinary ones. Now with Tomorrow's Level 1 off-road vehicles and weapons, they had some security during evacuation. During this period, the three communities also brought sacks of flour for Tomorrow to process into instant cup noodles and whole wheat biscuits for long-term storage and travel needs. After busily working for half a day, everything finally concluded. Until we meet again. Li Yi shook hands with each of the three heads. As he was about to leave, Ken Opener hesitated a moment and then said, It seems your mobile city is sorely lacking in people. Yes, what is it? Li Yi turned around. After a bit of conversation, he understood the meaning of the three community leaders. Their communities usually consisted of 200 to 300 people, and the convoy numbers were limited, plus they needed to carry living supplies, firearms, food, fresh water, fuel. Convoy space was limited, and they couldn't take everyone along. Therefore, the three leaders hoped that the Tomorrow would recruit some people from their own communities to take with them. Though the words had been spoken, the three wore expressions of deep reluctance. They had all lived under the same roof for so long, trusting and relying on one another. Suddenly parting was hard to accept. But sometimes, in order to survive, one had to make choices. Li Yi thought for a moment, then nodded. All right. At this moment, the Tomorrow was short on manpower, whether combat personnel or ordinary residents working in the city. Following usual practice, Li Yi recruited more than 70 new people in one go. Since this recruitment was far larger than before, even exceeding the current population of the Tomorrow, he changed some of the recruitment conditions. Aside from lone wolves, every group of 3 people could bring 1 child, elderly person, disabled person, or pregnant woman onto the Tomorrow. The reason for this policy was to create ties with the newcomers. Only by bringing along their families could they be more loyal to the Tomorrow. Otherwise, Li Yi truly wouldn't be confident letting so many newcomers in at once. After bidding farewell to the community members, the newcomers brought their families aboard the Tomorrow. Seeing the several cannons and heavy machine guns on the Tomorrow, the parked convoy, the combat personnel equipped with Level 1 weapons, the 2 Level 1 cannons on deck, and the Level 1 crops planted in the fields and orchards, many people's worries melted away and turned into delight. As a Level 1 city, the Tomorrow's strength was considerable, providing them with significant security reassurance. With a rumble, the Tomorrow set off, arranging rooms, assigning jobs, selecting combat personnel, distributing food and water, manufacturing ordinary furniture in the production workshop, and handing it out. In the following hours, Li Yi and his deputy Old Joe were extremely busy. I'm exhausted. Ailey, I really can't handle this. Old Joe wiped the sweat from his brow. Honestly, I just want to focus on being combat captain and lead the charge. How can that work? Li Yi replied while handing out furniture. I can't trust anyone else in this deputy role except you. How about Lin Wu? Old Zhou asked tentatively. Li Yi scratched his chin. Fairly speaking, Lin Wu was both a technical talent and intelligent. He could indeed serve as his deputy. He was disabled and ill, had his friend's sister as a weak link, so he couldn't leave the tomorrow. Moreover, during this period, Lin Wu's performance had been satisfactory, and Li Yi had gradually come to trust him. All right, I'll give it careful thought, he nodded. In the following time, Li Yi spent 300 iron ore to upgrade the water tower to level 1. This allowed it to store an additional 3,000 units of fresh water. After all, the tomorrow's population had already reached 142 people, and the demand for water had surged sharply. Now, an entirely new problem confronted Li Yi. As the population increased, the tomorrow should also raise living standards. Currently, the main staple on the tomorrow was blue heart potatoes harvested weekly. In a few more days, the morning wheat would mature, and the tomorrow would have flour-based foods. In another 2 weeks, the sunshine apples upstairs would also be harvested. As for beverages, there was cola and iced tea. Plus, the tomorrow occasionally purchased vegetables, meat, and eggs from survivor towns they passed by. If this were on Blue Star, these supplies might seem meager, but in the post-apocalypse environment they were quite good. But Li Ye's ideas didn't stop there. He planned to set up a vegetable garden, breed poultry and fish, and work toward having vegetables, meat, and eggs every day. However, the level 1 mobile city had limited space, and the room left for raising ordinary poultry, fish, and planting common vegetables was not much. While Li Yi was pondering, suddenly an alarm rang from the watchtower. Last night, he had specifically asked Lin Wu to install a crude alarm to warn everyone on the tomorrow in case of danger. Old Zhou immediately gathered the combat personnel, including the newcomers. Li Yi swiftly ran to the watchtower. What's going on? He asked Lin Xia. Lin Xia's face was pale. She handed him the binoculars. Li Yi took the binoculars, and his face immediately changed. 3 kilometers away, in multiple directions, unfamiliar mobile cities had appeared. From their movement paths and the direction of their weapons, they were clearly traveling together. Li Yi also noticed that these mobile cities had flags and city paint. From the patterns, they were the Hanged Man, the Magician, the Chariot. These are the characters from tarot cards, he suddenly realized. They're all predatory cities. A bitter smile appeared on his lips. According to the original plan, the tomorrow was supposed to leave the ruined city today. But unexpectedly, shortly after departure, they encountered a hunt by members of the Tarot Alliance. The other side probably didn't know that the mobile city they were hunting had just exchanged for the best spoils from a neutral boss. At this moment, the 3 mobile cities simultaneously blew their foghorns twice short, twice long, then lowered their convoys via lifting platforms and accelerated toward the tomorrow. Li gave the order to turn the tomorrow around and speed away. If they had encountered only one predatory city, the tomorrow could have handled it. But facing 3 at once, they could only flee. Thus began the pursuit between the 2 sides. The newcomers, watching the 3 mobile cities gradually closing in, paled. They had just departed with hope, only to encounter such misfortune. At that moment, Old Zhou let out a roar. What are we afraid of? We're strong, he said, slowly clenching his fist. Even if they want to hunt us, we'll make them pay in blood. As the tomorrow slowly deployed its lowering platform, convoy teams 1 and 2 reached the ground and accelerated into the nearby streets. On deck, combat personnel took positions by the heavy machine guns and cannons, while Gunner Ning began calibrating the lava cannon. They had used up all the frost cannon ammo, but 5 rounds remained for the lava cannon. With another roar, a vehicle descended via the lifting platform and accelerated into the street. It was the storm infantry vehicle that the tomorrow had just acquired, with the vehicle crew Li Yi had just selected. Li Yi, atop the watchtower, tracked its progress with his gaze. This time, they could only hope this level 2 vehicle would perform. The predatory city, the Hanged Man, was painted in red and green. It was equipped with 2 level 1 cannons. It had 5 convoys. It seemed to have upgraded to level 1 city tracks and level 1 tires, making it the fastest. The predatory city, the Magician, was painted red and white. It had a total of 20 standard cannons, plus 3 level 1 cannons. It had no convoy and was therefore the slowest. The predatory city, the War Wagon, was painted silver. Its city armor was extraordinarily thick from top to bottom. Its tracks and wheels also seemed to have been upgraded, making it very heavy and stable. This predatory city moved at average speed. It had no convoy and no cannons. Surprisingly, this predatory city was also equipped with 2 offensive-type level 1 city accessories. One was a massive level 1 battering ram. The other was a level 1 steam bed crossbow mounted on the middeck. In addition, its city armor seemed capable of contracting and closing. Through binoculars, Li observed the general condition of these 3 predatory cities. The Hangman seemed to be an assault type. The War Wagon was a defense type. The Magician was a heavy fire support type. He was somewhat amazed. He didn't expect mobile cities to also divide labor and cooperate in this way. This shattered Lie's previous understanding of predatory cities. He had always thought these predatory cities were crude, barbaric, and extremely brutal. But in fact, they could also form alliances, trade resources, and share intelligence. They even procured the necessary city accessories and weapons by using resources to shape themselves into specific functional types to meet team needs. From cruel and cunning hyenas, they had transformed into precisely coordinated, mutually supporting wolf packs. But Li didn't have much time to reflect, because they themselves were the target. At that very moment, the 3 predatory cities began their respective actions. The cannons on the Magician slowly adjusted their positions, aiming at the tomorrow's planned route. The Hanged Man darted forward from the flank, and its convoy sped off at full throttle. The War Wagon let out a sudden roar, barreling straight ahead, smashing every building along the way in a straight line toward tomorrow. In the process, it continuously accelerated, even surpassing the Hanged Man in speed. A formidable charge. Lie's heart skipped a beat. In an instant, he understood everything. As the defensive member of the Predatory Alliance, the War Wagon needed no convoy or cannons. What it did instead was strengthen its defenses and power system to break through the enemy formation at top speed during battle. This defensive-type predatory city itself was like a projectile for assault. It was clear that in gathering resources and city accessories, it had prioritized upgrading its power system. Its engine must be very powerful, perhaps even level 2. After a moment of consideration, Li quickly made a judgment. Ning 1. Fire 6 smoke shells at the Magician and block their sight immediately. Convoys 1 and 2 and the Storm Infantry Wagon intercept the enemy assault convoy. Tang Fong, prepare to execute evasive maneuvers. Amid a series of cannon blasts, several smoke shells shrieked as they landed around the Magician. A dense smoke spread, completely enveloping it in a nearby area. On the street, Convoys 1 and 2, along with the Storm Infantry Wagon, began fierce firefights with the enemy convoy. Attention! The enemy mobile city is only about 300 meters from tomorrow. Helmsman, brace for evasive maneuvers. Lin Xia's urgent voice came through the comm. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. The War Wagon, with unstoppable momentum, smashed down one building after another. Its armor was extremely thick, so multiple violent collisions only left scores of scratches. As it was about to crash inside the cockpit, Helmsman Tang Fong yanked the control lever and swung the wheel to the left. Tomorrow executed a sharp left turn with its tracks, narrowly dodging the incoming war wagon. The latter charged straight into a building, leaving its rear exposed to Tomorrow. Beautiful, Li nodded. Fire. Instantly, all cannons and heavy machine guns aboard Tomorrow opened fire. A massive barrage engulfed the war wagon in moments. However, The war wagon's armor was so thick that such town-destroying firepower had little effect. Machine gun bullets couldn't pierce its armor, only denting and lodging in it. The shells roared with power, but merely twisted its armor slightly. This defense is astounding. Li frowned. In that case, Ningwen, fire. The next moment, the lava cannon on the deck fired. The shell struck the war wagon head-on. In an instant, a violent explosion soared skyward, the war wagon engulfed in searing flame. The blast's immense force caused nearby buildings to collapse and crumble. Debris and dust billowed outward. Seeing this, the hanged man on the flank quickly launched multiple smoke shells to cover the war wagon. Meanwhile, it began unleashing a barrage toward tomorrow. Amid gunfire and shell bursts, Gunner Ningwen operated swiftly. At his command, the lava cannon's breech hydraulic seal hissed as steam pressure vented. The breech unlocked and rotated open. The hot molten shell casing was ejected, landing on the deck with a wisp of smoke. He promptly accepted a shell from a crew member and strode forward to load it into the barrel. As the shell's base locked into the rifling grooves, he immediately pulled the lever. The cast iron breech closed with sparks flying. As the pressure gauge jumped to combat levels, he let out a roar. Report. Next lava shell ready. Ready to fire at any moment. The young, restrained gunner was surging with excitement, his face flushed red. After all, he had been an unnoticed apprentice gunner, but now he had become a key fighter aboard a mobile city, simultaneously facing 3 predatory cities. Li furrowed his brow as he stared into the spreading smoke. The war wagon's form was already shrouded, making it hard to judge. Ningwen, adjust the muzzle and prepare to intercept the hangman. At this moment, the hangman was less than 1 kilometer from tomorrow. The lava cannon's power was clearly intimidating that predatory city. It didn't dare approach any further. Instead, it used surrounding buildings as cover to maintain distance and trade fire with tomorrow. Shells flew and bullets ripped through air. Wherever the 2 mobile cities passed, buildings collapsed, streets cracked, and smoke and explosions filled the air. On the streets, both convoys were locked in fierce tug-of-war combat. Assault and counter-assault, flank encirclements, and close-quarters firefights. The battle had reached a white-hot intensity. No matter in quantity or quality, the Tomorrow was never at an advantage. Both convoys consisted of 2 Level 1 off-road vehicles and 3 motorcycles, equipped with Peregrine Falcon assault rifles and Gale rocket launchers. But the Hangman's convoy was also equipped with those same Level 1 weapons, and their off-road vehicles, although also Level 1, vastly outnumbered the Tomorrows. However, the presence of the Storm Infantry vehicle forcefully turned the tide. With its Stinger autocannon mounted on the hull roaring into action, it quickly riddled an enemy off-roader, igniting its fuel tank and blowing it into an orange-red fireball. Then it fired a light missile that instantly flipped a car, trying to ram it. On the street, the Level 2 vehicle moved like a conqueror in a domain without opponents, wantonly hunting enemy vehicles. The enemy convoy tried to fight back, but their bullets and rockets were negligible. They simply couldn't pierce the infantry vehicle's armor. As the driver held the trigger, the Stinger autocannon and Rattler machine gun alternated fire, their muzzle flashes bursting with harsh blue-white light. Spent shells rained out the ejection ports like a storm, and the dense barrage engulfed several off-roaders in an instant. They were torn apart as easily as paper, their wreckage and dismembered limbs entwining into a mist of gore. Is this the power of a Level 2 vehicle? Li widened his eyes in astonishment. Although he had expected something, actually witnessing its power still shocked him. Seeing this, the enemy convoy's morale collapsed. They stopped fighting and rapidly turned to retreat into nearby streets. A roar filled the air as the Hangman's 2 Level 1 cannons simultaneously fired. 2 pale silver shells fell near the Tomorrow, and in the ensuing explosions a sudden gale engulfed the vehicle, drastically slowing its pace. At the same time, the Tomorrow retaliated with its molten cannon. A molten shell exploded against a building to the right of the hanged man, sending a spherical shockwave that shattered the structure like a fragile shell. Hundreds of wooden beams and concrete fragments, carried on a violent burst of wind and impact, swept across the hanged man. Well done, Ningwen. Li was about to press the advantage when he suddenly noticed something in the distance. Without hesitation, he shouted through the loudspeaker, "Tang Fong, prepare for evasive maneuver. Everyone on the tomorrow's deck, find nearby cover and take shelter." At that moment, the magician rolled out of the fog. All its cannon muzzles were raised in unison, aimed at the tomorrow. In the next second, every gun on its deck opened fire. The air filled with distorted shrieks as shells tore through the sky and slammed into the area around the tomorrow. The entire zone burst into a sea of fire. Countless buildings twisted, deformed, and collapsed under the bombardment, and massive shockwaves spread outward. Cough, cough. Through the smoke, Li stood up again. Before him lay nothing but scorching heat and lingering gunpowder haze. That barrage had been ferociously intense. He'd nearly lost consciousness. Obviously, the magician was the predatory city's alliance's specialist in fire support and bombardment. Its assault and defense weren't as strong as its companions, but its artillery bombardment was unparalleled. "How is everyone doing?" Li turned quickly and scanned the area. The moment the shell struck, helmsman Tang Fong had executed an evasive maneuver. Although he couldn't escape the bombardment area, he'd pressed against a nearby building for temporary cover, which absorbed most of the fire. Li turned toward the rumbling not far off and froze for a moment. It was the war vehicle. Despite taking a direct hit from a molten shell, the predatory city still had power to move. It looked in poor shape. Most of its front armor was twisted and deformed, effectively destroyed, with some areas still aflame. With a roar, the war vehicle accelerated again and barreled toward the tomorrow. At the same time, its steam-powered bed crossbow opened fire. A giant steam arrow struck the tomorrow, penetrating its spore armor. The powder in the shaft delayed its detonation, collapsing internal structures from within. But Li had no time to mind that. He roared as loud as he could. "Tang Fong." At that very moment, the war vehicle thundered in, closing to under 100 meters from the tomorrow. As if responding to his command, the tomorrow suddenly slowed, leaned to the left, and with a half-tilt posture, slipped past the war vehicle. The war vehicle passed and sped away. With its current acceleration, turning around to charge again would take considerable time. Li exhaled lightly, but his nerves tensed again the next instant. The hanged man resumed its assault, its cannons firing continuously. The convoy reformed and charged once more. This time, they were more cautious. They spread smoke shells widely along their route to confuse the tomorrow's vision and initiate a breakthrough. Looking into the distance again, the magician's guns were nearly reloaded for a new salvo. Li frowned when he suddenly heard someone's voice not far off. "Lord, I request permission to fire the molten cannon." Ningwen shouted. "I've finished the calculations. I'll definitely hit the enemy." Li paused at his earnest expression, then nodded vehemently. "Then go all out." Ningwen. With a beastly roar, the molten cannon launched its shot. The shell exploded within the smoke, raising a column of rolling black smoke. Li stared intently into the haze. No movement emerged, not even from the pursuing convoy. It seemed they'd really hit it, but he had no time to rejoice, because the magician's second round of cannon fire had already begun. Explosions thundered all around again, and the tomorrow pushed to full speed and raced down the street. Report: 2 unfamiliar mobile cities have appeared northwest. Lin Xia reported. It seems like their allies have arrived. Li picked up the binoculars and looked. They really saw 2 new mobile cities. They also flew flags and city paint schemes. One bore the black-robed reaper, and the other showed an old man with his face and figure hidden under a cloak. Now that the distance was increasing, Li immediately issued the order. All cannons switched to smoke shells and fire. Obscure the enemy's sight and accelerate our retreat. All of them. Don't hold back. With each booming explosion, smoke shells landed one after another, and billowing smoke engulfed the entire area. The predatory cities watched as the Tomorrow disappeared into the thick smoke. They slowly came to a halt, seemingly communicating via city radio. Then, they all appeared to fall silent simultaneously. Half an hour later, the safely escaped Tomorrow was slowly driving along the outer perimeter. At that time, Convoy 1, Convoy 2, and the Storm Infantry vehicle had already returned smoothly, reboarding the Tomorrow via the lift platform. On the deck, the newcomers rushed out of their shelter rooms, embracing and cheering excitedly. Did you see that? This is the strength of the Tomorrow. We're far stronger than you imagined. Old Joe gave a firm pat on the shoulder of a newly recruited combatant. All right, now go get some good rest. Atop the watchtower, Lee let out a long breath. Now, the Tomorrow was finally out of danger. Recalling the recent battle, he couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Unknowingly, the Tomorrow had already grown to the point where it could fight off 3 predatory cities at once. He then cast a surprised glance at Lin Xia beside him. From the beginning of the battle to its end, this girl had remained at her post on the watchtower, not even seeking cover despite multiple rounds of shelling. Perhaps sensing the doubt in Li Ye's gaze, Lin Xia lowered her binoculars and tilted her head slightly. "If you're not afraid, why should I be?" she said. The Tomorrow suffered about 23% damage this time. If it were moving, it'd take at least a week to repair. Lin Wu reported. Li pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "A week is too long. Get it done within 3 days. You can pick as many people as you want." "I was actually waiting for you to say that." Lin Wu nodded. Li made a quick tally of the losses from this battle. The Tomorrow had used up 45 regular cannon shells, over 3,000 rounds of bullets for heavy machine guns and Peregrine Falcon assault rifles combined, 3 molten shells, and 25 rockets. 15 combatants on the deck were either wounded or killed. Convoys 1 and 2 had no personnel losses this time, but their vehicles were badly damaged and in need of repairs. Though it was exhilarating to fight against 3 enemies at once, it had consumed around 600 to 700 units of iron or worth of combat supplies. Lee didn't feel bad about it. After all, resources were meant to be used. Especially when it came to resupplying combat materials, it was not something to skimp on. Otherwise, everything could end up in enemy hands. His original plan hadn't changed, to head straight across the city ruins and that vast forest to reach Serene Lake. If he chose to avoid the city ruins, it would require a lengthy detour that would waste too much time. Besides, neither the mountain ranges to the west nor the mobile maze to the east were easy routes. Next, he headed to the lower parking garage. At the moment, Lin Wu was leading a team of over a dozen people to urgently repair the vehicles. The city ruins were riddled with danger, and battles could break out at any moment. As the mobile city's main combat force and forward shield, the convoy had to be repaired and battle-ready as soon as possible. It even took priority over repairing the mobile city itself. Nodding to everyone, Li walked straight toward the Storm Infantry vehicle. In this battle, the Level 2 vehicle had played an extraordinary role, suppressing the enemy convoy with its powerful firepower. Li had seen the scene from the watchtower, and it stirred his blood. The Storm Infantry vehicle had nearly exhausted all its bullets and missiles and needed to be restocked. Stinger autocannon and Rattler machine gun bullets cost 15 units of iron or per 15 rounds, while light missiles were pricier at 30 units per missile. So Li spent another 300 units of iron or to replenish some machine gun bullets and light missiles. After that, he returned to the deck and selected another batch of combatants from the residents. Once everything was done, he let out a long sigh of relief. With that, the Tomorrow was once again combat-ready. In fact, if it encountered only one predatory city, the Tomorrow could easily handle it. Only when facing 3 or more enemies would it feel strained. And with smoke shells and city camouflage, the chances of a safe retreat had significantly improved. Thinking of this, Li felt more confident. The city ruins were vast. It wasn't so easy for the Terror Alliance to find them. There was still a real chance the Tomorrow could safely traverse this area. With this, things are mostly taken care of. Speaking of which, that epic intelligence should have refreshed by now, right? When Lee opened the system panel, he saw that the Epic Intelligence had indeed been updated. The contents instantly made Li Ye's eyes widen. 1 hour ago, a bounty hunter killed an elite-grade goblin and found a city structure blueprint on its corpse. Currently, the bounty hunter is looking for a mobile city to sell it to. Intelligence value, epic. Leah's heart began pounding wildly. He hadn't expected that the city structure blueprint he'd longed for would actually appear in this city ruin. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel. To think someone got a city structure blueprint just by killing a single elite. What kind of luck is that? One had to know that blueprint had sold for a staggering 57,000 crystal coins. There were many mobile cities in these ruins. Someone would surely want that blueprint. Not to mention the Tarot Alliance. With its scale, it could easily afford the 57,000 crystal coins. This epic intelligence was undoubtedly valuable, but Li Yi could only sigh at the waves. There were too many bounty hunters in the city ruins. He had no way of knowing who it might be. And this place was huge. Finding someone was like looking for a needle in a haystack. A large-scale search would definitely be dangerous, especially since the Tarot Alliance was surely looking for him right now. In the end, Li Yi could only try his luck and send out 4 motorcycles to search. Half an hour later, something unexpected appeared on the road ahead. An off-road vehicle drove toward them, riddled with bullet holes, catching fire and billowing smoke. It looked like it was about to explode. Chasing behind, it was a convoy, firing nonstop. When the off-road vehicle saw the Tomorrow in the distance, it immediately honked loudly, as if crying for help. Lee thought for a moment, then made a decision. Let's help him. Maybe we can get some intel out of him. With a wave of his hand, the heavy machine guns and cannons on the Tomorrow's deck turned toward the street. Seeing this, the pursuing convoy immediately backed off, not daring to continue, and retreated. The off-road vehicle wobbled to a stop beside the Tomorrow. When Li Yi saw the person stepping out of the vehicle, he was stunned. Why is it you? The person stepping down from the vehicle wasn't anyone else. It was the bounty hunter Li Yi had met in Thunder Canyon. At this moment, the other party looked equally surprised. Thanks to you saving me, otherwise those bastards would have made a big score, he sighed. Hearing those words, Li instantly realized something, and his heart began pounding wildly. You wouldn't happen to be. The bounty hunter reached in his chest and pulled out something. It was the city layout blueprint. According to him, he had obtained this treasure when he killed a goblin elite about an hour and a half ago. As a bounty hunter traveling far and wide, he naturally understood the value of this city layout blueprint. He decided to sell it immediately and secure the profit. In fact, he had already found a buyer, the Tarot Alliance. Ever since the neutral wild boss, Sir Henry, appeared, this bounty hunter had worked for the Tarot Alliance, helping collect goblin coins and artifacts. He knew they would definitely want this blueprint, but to be cautious during the transaction, he remained on guard. He kept 3 kilometers away from the predatory cities and asked them to send a car and 1 person with 57,000 crystal coins for the deal. Instead, the Tarot Alliance sent a convoy to encircle him, although that amount wasn't much to them. But saving money was even better. Seeing Lee staring at the blueprint motionless, the bounty hunter immediately understood. Then I'll sell it to you. I'm not greedy. Name your price. Lee became hesitant for a moment. I don't have many crystal coins. Only just over 18,000, he replied. The bounty hunter's mouth twitched upon hearing that. Considering the market price of 57,000, this was roughly 30%, a personal favor price that felt like it had broken bones. A few seconds later, he helplessly waved his hand. Fine, since you saved me. As soon as the money and blueprint exchanged hands, Lee fell into thought. Actually, he wanted it for free. This blueprint was nearly equivalent to a row of goblin helicopters. If he could save that 18,000 crystal coins, he could have bought plenty of supplies. But he ultimately dismissed that idea. Forget it, getting this blueprint at just over 18,000 is a great deal already. He also glanced to the other party. Maybe we'll cooperate again in the future. Considering the bounty hunter's off-roader was nearly worn out, Lee had the workshop build him a brand new level 1 off-roader as a gift. He also topped it up with fuel and additionally gave him a Peregrine Falcon assault rifle, a Gale rocket launcher, a packet of blue heart potato seeds, and a packet of morning wheat seeds, along with ample food and fresh water. Compared to the money saved, these supplies were nothing. The bounty hunter was somewhat stunned. I have to say, the mobile city really is rich, he said with awe. No wonder so many give everything to get their own mobile city. Hey brother, why not join the Tomorrow City? Old Joe, standing aside, suggested gently. The wilds are too dangerous. At least in a mobile city, it's more stable, more secure. The bounty hunter thought for a while, then shook his head slightly. Thanks for the offer. Tomorrow does have strength, but I prefer the rugged life in the wild. Lee didn't try to persuade him further. After all, in this apocalypse, everyone had their own way of life. They exchanged simple farewells, and the bounty hunter got into the off-roader and drove off. Not long after, the motorcycles sent out by Tomorrow to scout returned one after another. Lee carefully stored the city layout blueprint and then headed straight into the cockpit. Using the Lord's wristband, he logged into the A4 comms channel. Actually, the A4 channel wasn't open all the time. It remained closed most of the time. The very first time he logged into the comms, Lee had seen the channel announcements. A4 comms channel open times, 12 to 1300 hours, 18 to 1900 hours. If it's not during the open window, please do not continue waiting. Please understand, city radio can't stay open 24/7. It consumes huge energy, 5% city power to open plus 6% per hour. Lee checked his watch. It was 17:51. Then let's wait a bit. A few minutes later, the A4 comms channel went live. A stream of messages appeared on the screen. Vanguard, everyone okay? Echo, no incidents here. How about you all? Lino, no issues here either. The wild boss over there still hasn't been taken down. Moonshadow boss, are you almost there? Bronze Wanderer, still a few days' journey. This terrain is too difficult. Lee looked at the online members list. It showed 7 out of 8. Besides these 5 mobile cities, the remaining 2 were named Roaming and Horizon. Roaming was online. Horizon was offline. He typed a question. Tomorrow, why is Horizon offline? Didn't log in? Or did it get taken out? Bronze Wanderer. Horizon is in the southern wasteland area. They probably entered the desert and lost contact. Roaming. Level 2 city radio only connects mobile cities in the same region. Tomorrow. Got it. Thanks for letting me know. Then the mobile cities proceeded to share intelligence. Moonshadow. I've reached the giant forest, waiting for you to join. Bronze Wanderer. There are rich ore veins in the western mountains by us and Boss, but the terrain is too rugged to mine easily. Lino. I've now explored deep into the mobile maze. The monsters are mostly serpent folk, and overall they pose little threat. I'll try to pass through the maze and see what region lies east of the wasteland. Vanguard, got it, be careful. In any situation, your safety comes first. Lee scrolled through the intel quickly. Judging from Lino's message, they truly couldn't rendezvous with everyone. They had to remain lone wolves. Honestly, Lee was also curious about the regions east of the wasteland. They were the only part left unexplored. Moonshadow, tomorrow, how are things on your end? Any intel to share? Lee gave it some thought, then typed out a line on the screen. Tomorrow, I recently had a skirmish with members of the Terror Alliance and managed to escape. Moonshadow, good thing you're all right. That place is too dangerous. You'd better hurry over to the giant forest and meet up with me. Tomorrow, I'll try my best to... During this time, Lee learned that the Vanguard Alliance had previously clashed with the Terror Alliance multiple times, though they had only been small-scale encounters. The Vanguard raised a concern. Every time he and his members went out on a mission, the Terror Alliance would always coincidentally find them and launch an attack. Everyone suspected that the Terror Alliance might possess a Level 2 item capable of detecting mobile cities. Lee couldn't help but shake his head when he heard this. If that were true, then Tomorrow wandering alone in the wild was extremely dangerous. It would be safer to stay within the Vanguard Alliance. As if remembering something, he took out the city structure blueprint from his coat. Surely tomorrow wasn't the only one trying to upgrade to level 2. There had to be other mobile cities doing the same. There were definitely predatory cities preparing within the Taro Alliance, and possibly even within their own alliance. A man's wealth is his own ruin by attracting envy. That was exactly what Li Yi was thinking at this moment. Tomorrow had city camouflage, level 2 vehicles, 2 level 1 cannons, and this city structure blueprint. Out in the wild, that was more than enough to make others green with envy. For safety's sake, Tomorrow had to stay hidden and avoid detection at all costs. At this moment, members in the A4 communication channel were still exchanging intel. Vanguard, everyone attention. I have 2 very important pieces of information to share. Bronze Wanderer. Yes, everyone please listen carefully. Boss, go ahead. Vanguard. A few hours ago, Bronze Wanderer and I stumbled upon a heavily damaged mobile city. It had just escaped from the giant forest. After paying 300 units of iron ore and 150 units of fuel, we got 2 pieces of intel from it. Vanguard. First, there's a level 2 mobile city in the giant forest, also a predatory city, that specifically hunts level 1 mobile cities like ours. Second, the Taro Alliance is also roaming the giant forest. 2 of their members arrived recently. Moonshadow. There's a level 2 mobile city in that forest. Echo. The Taro Alliance? Are they all heading to the giant forest? Vanguard. The giant forest is part of the central region, just like the city ruins. It's normal for many mobile cities to pass through and for the Taro Alliance to gather and hunt there. Tomorrow, perhaps this predatory city alliance also intends to head toward the serene lake. Vanguard. That's possible. I recommend everyone prepare for the worst. We might end up at war with the Taro Alliance. Li furrowed his brow. The first intel didn't surprise him much, as the intelligence system had previously mentioned that the wasteland zone contained 3 level 2 mobile cities. So one appearing in the giant forest wasn't unusual. What concerned him more was whether or not there were level 2 mobile cities near the serene lake. Compared to level 1 cities, level 2 ones were like big fish eating small fish. Their combat power far surpassed the former. In fact, you could recognize a level 2 mobile city at a glance in the wild. Its size alone was far greater than that of a level 1 city. The second piece of intel was more troubling. Although he had previously learned through the intelligence system that 5 members of the Taro Alliance were in the giant forest, from the movements of these 2 members, it was obvious the predatory alliance intended to start hunting there. Once they've hunted enough in the forest, they'll probably move on to Serene Lake, he mused. If things went badly, the 2 city alliances might erupt into a massive battle in the giant forest. And tomorrow, as a member, will be dragged into the conflict. Thinking this, Li couldn't help but sigh. A storm truly is brewing. A few days later, looking back at the gradually receding city ruins, Li let out a breath of relief. Finally made it out. These past days, Tomorrow had been fairly lucky and hadn't run into any Taro Alliance members. However, the sounds of gunfire and explosions in the city ruins had never ceased. Li soon made his way to the mid-tier fields. The morning wheat in the fields had already matured and been harvested. There were as many as 2,312 units. After shelling and drying, it would be ground in a flour to make steamed buns, instant noodles, whole wheat biscuits, and regular pasta. For lunch today, Li had several steamed buns and a portion of stir-fried potato slices. The oil and salt for cooking had been purchased earlier from a town. Li ate slowly. These days, he hardly had the appetite to eat, with all his attention focused on commanding Tomorrow. Along the way, he passed many resource points, including even an industrial zone. But considering that lingering too long in the city ruins was increasingly dangerous, he didn't bother collecting resources and ordered Tomorrow to traverse the ruins at full speed. Only now did he finally feel relaxed. Everyone else felt the same. At this moment, Tomorrow was traveling across a vast plain where waves of green rolled with vitality. It wasn't traveling alone. Several bounty hunters, convoys, and even mobile cities were accompanying it. After crossing the city ruins, it wouldn't be long before reaching the giant forest, followed closely by Serene Lake. Everyone tacitly maintained a distance as they advanced together. This plain was far from peaceful. It was filled with roaming monsters, their outposts, and fortresses. 2 mobile cities had already stopped to hunt. Lee stood on the watchtower, scanning the surrounding landscape through binoculars. Then, he turned to look at the intelligence panel in front of him. The panel's cooldown had already reset 2 days ago. Next intelligence refresh in 7 days, 13 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Number of reports, 7. This time, it'll take a full 10 days to refresh, so the intel must be really valuable, Lee nodded. 7 entries. Maybe there's even legendary intelligence. He then frowned. To upgrade to level 2, Tomorrow had only gathered the city structure blueprint and over 100 level 1 city alloys so far. As for the remaining iron, ore, coal, fuel, over 800 alloys, and the city crystals, he would have to collect them around Serene Lake. Otherwise, Tomorrow would have to venture into the Eternal Night Zone as a level 1 mobile city. To that, Lee quietly reassured himself not to panic. After all, the Serene Lake covered 1/5 of the wasteland zone. It had to be rich in resources. But what troubled him was that he'd barely collected any level 1 waterborne city components. Tomorrow might have to build a bunch of basic boat parts just across the lake. A soft yawn reached his ears. Lee turned his head and saw Lin Xia dozing off. He came back to his senses and felt a pang of guilt. These past few days, to maintain vigilance, Lin Xia had practically stayed on the watchtower 24/7, only resting in brief naps when absolutely exhausted. Lee had advised her to rest, but the young girl had insisted on staying at her post. I need to find another lookout to rotate shifts with Lin Xia, he thought. Otherwise, it's just too much for her. After some careful selection, Lee chose a young girl from the regular residence and assigned her to Lin Xia for training as the new lookout, so they could take turns. Then, he began pondering a new issue. As time went on, Tomorrow would definitely evolve into a higher-level mobile city. By then, it would need its own waterborne and airborne armed units. And piloting those vehicles would require skilled operators. We can't wait until we have vehicles to start looking for drivers, he thought. Might as well start training them now. On the upper deck of the Tomorrow, the Goblin helicopter lay quietly as ever. Li Yi, when he had some free time, would take that helicopter for a spin nearby. Once they entered the Silent Lake, scouting ahead had to rely almost entirely on the helicopter. After all, the convoy couldn't swim. Li Yi thought for a moment, then called over Lin Wu, Old Zhou, and the others to explain his idea. You want to start training pilots for aerial and maritime vehicles now? I can help you screen people aboard the Tomorrow, Old Zhou said. Lin Wu added, then you'll need to gather the pilot manuals for air and sea vehicles and load them into the simulation training cabin. Okay, Lee nodded. Treat pilots the same as gunners and helmsmen. The giant forest lay not far from the ruins of the city, and soon the Tomorrow reached its destination. Before everyone stood an immense forest composed of rows of trees hundreds of meters tall, stretching to the horizon. The towering trees had intertwined roots and high canopies that blocked the sky, giving an incredibly awe-inspiring impression. People aboard the Tomorrow left their rooms, filled with astonishment at the sight before them. For caution's sake, Lee descended to the ground via the elevator platform and stepped slowly into the giant forest. The forest road was wide enough, barely, for a mobile city to drive along. Sunlight barely penetrated, making the entire forest exceptionally gloomy. After returning to the deck, Li began considering their next move. They could either rest outside the giant forest for 2 or 3 days, waiting for the next intelligence refresh and planning the route, or head straight to the rendezvous point to meet up with the Moonshadow. At that moment, Lin Xiao's voice came from the watchtower. Attention! 3 mobile cities have just appeared about 1 kilometer due west. What? Li froze instantly. Through the binoculars, he saw the flags and paint schemes of those 3 mobile cities. The Devil, the Lovers, and the Tower. They were all characters from the Tarot and member cities of the Tarot Alliance. They were so close because these 3 predator cities had just emerged from near the forest. Upon spotting the Tomorrow, the devil blew its steam whistle several times and then surged forward at full speed. The other two cities followed close behind. Leah's face grew serious. Before, it had been conjecture. Now he was certain. The Tarot Alliance indeed possessed Level 2 items capable of detecting mobile city movements. The Tomorrow had unquestionably been spotted by them. He made his decision immediately. Tang Fong, enter the forest through the nearest entrance. Combat personnel, take your positions. Night fell gradually, and the rain grew heavier. The Tomorrow sped through the night, unleashing cannon fire on the pursuing cities. With the forest roads narrow, the three predator cities could not form up, and the Tomorrow fired back at them continuously, making effective pursuit difficult. Half an hour later, the Tomorrow successfully shook off its pursuers. Relieved, Li frowned slightly. From the start, the Tomorrow had plunged into the forest without time to consider its route. He looked around. Walls of towering trees lined the road. Apart from the Tomorrow's searchlight, the place was pitch black, with only lightning occasionally illuminating the forest through gaps in the clouds overhead. Occasional roars of giant beasts and bursts of gunfire in the distance signaled that this place was far from safe. When Li opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. He dressed quickly and went to the deck. Even in daylight, the giant forest seemed gloomy, with a light drizzle still falling. After only 10 minutes of travel, Li began feeling a prickling on his scalp. All around were overlapping giant trees, with many branching paths and frequent turns and U-turns. He waved and said, "Proceed further. We need to find out what this forest is really like." As they delved deeper, more sights came into view. An elite-level minotaur, towering tens of meters tall. A small iron or vein. A goblin camp where goblins rested in groups. On the roadside were the broken remnants of convoys. A small pond occupied by kobolds. The forest was far more complex than imagined. After passing a fork, they unexpectedly came upon an open area of 4 to 5 square kilometers. At noon, he logged on to Channel A4. The Vanguard had already opened the channel, and the mobile cities were communicating. "Vanguard, I have unfortunate news. All members of the Tarot Alliance have now arrived at the giant forest. Bronze Wanderer, it seems they have a method to find paths in the forest. They've begun hunting mobile cities on a large scale. The situation is extremely severe. Also, my brother and I have already entered the forest. Echo, I'm 1 more day away. Roaming, me too. Lino, I can't make it. Vanguard, I suggest everyone stick together, head first to the Moonshadow's location, then plan our next move." All the mobile cities agreed, while Yi hesitated. If the intelligence was correct, all 12 Tarot Alliance mobile cities were already present, though he wasn't sure if the Hangman was still alive. Plus, these predator cities had a way to navigate through the forest. Going solo would be very dangerous. Joining the Vanguard at least seemed like the only viable option. A short while later, the Tomorrow encountered several small iron ore veins in the forest. "That's not bad." Lie's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected that despite the danger, this forest was rich in resources. Just as he was about to summon personnel to begin mining, another mobile city appeared from the opposite fork. The two sides immediately fell into a standoff. This mobile city also had a level 1 cannon, heavy machine guns, and regular cannons, with convoy size roughly equal to the Tomorrow. After a round of whistle signals, the two reached a tentative agreement. The southern area would belong to the Tomorrow, the northern area to the other city. The Tomorrow drove to a nearby ore vein and began extraction. At that moment, a deep rumbling sound came from nearby, as if some enormous creature was approaching. The ground shook rhythmically, like the heartbeat of a giant beast. Leah's heart tightened. All mining personnel withdraw. Deck crew ready to smoke shells. Seconds later, a massive creature burst through the nearby trees and headed straight for them.
Hello,